Very good. All right, well, what we're going to be trying to do today is join Oculus Connect 2021 through venues and record it this way. I tried to experience it this way in previous Connects, and it hasn't been great, I'll be honest. It's not been the best. We're going to see how this works. Give us a second, and I will continue on through the headset. All right, I have myself sorted. I'm going to go ahead and show you this. So this talks about you are logged in. Okay, yeah, I know how that works. Come on, it's fine. Hello, this is Zimo. Look at the bags into my eyes. Oh,
says,
fuck.
yo, yo, yo.
All right, smooth locomotion would be better, but we don't have it. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Portal. Portal. I said I knew how to do this. Maybe I lied. What? Continue. Let me into the people. Turn your left-hand row of different options. Okay, options. Hold on. Yep, I've done this before. I've done this before.
Hype.
I can just let me in. Let me in. Let me in. In. And we must get into the Matrix. We must get in to F. Keynote. Join. Let us join. Please. People are trying to get in. 880 here at 5:55 p.m. Let's go. Me in. What? Want to go in to the wall. How do we get in? How do we get in? How do we get in? Don't celebrate. That's more than this. Come on. It's getting flooded.
GT says, side note, Venus needs updating from just this morning.
Yeah, I updated it I updated it today. But I'm trying to get in and it's not letting me. I think it's just because there's so many people. Maybe. Nope. Not letting me in. Come on. No? Not letting us join. We might have to default to go back to the old way. I don't know. If this doesn't work, then we're going to bail. Hold on.
F Reality, VR Podcast says, the screen is black by the way.
Oh, the screen was black? Oh, I know why. It's not going to let me do this. Okay. Screw venues. I just realized it's content blocked. So we're going to have to do website. That's okay. So much for my... This happened last year as well. I remember. All right, let's do it. Bear with me here. All right. Live now Keynote. Okay. Very good. And we're going to see how we go.
F Reality, VR Podcast says, that's even better. Your favorite podcast will watch it with you then.
Vision for the future.
Oh, here we are.
With all the scrutiny and public debate, some of you might be wondering why we're doing this right now. The answer is that I believe that we're put on this earth to create. I believe that to focus on the future. And I want to acknowledge that there are important issues to work on in the present.
That's pre-recorded.
Always will be a good time to focus on the future. But I also know that there are a lot of you who feel the same way that I do. We live for what we're building, and while we make mistakes, we keep learning and building and moving forward. So, for all of you who share these values,
One sec.
I dedicate today to you. In my mind, You're the heroes in our society who push the world forward. And as long as I'm running this company, I will do my best to celebrate this spirit and absolutely go for it.
Is that better? Absolutely go for what? What the hell? Was that the keynote done already? What? Did I miss his point? I might have missed his point.
We always ask, where is the future going to take us? But the real question is, where are we going to take the future?
There are no closed doors, no walls.
Here we go.
Holy mackerel, this is unbelievable.
We may have brain surgeons in Edinburgh operating on patients in New Zealand.
You'll send emotions, feelings, memories.
Imagine a world where we are represented the way we want to be.
You know, in the future, it just feels
F
like
Reality
long
VR
distance
podcast
won't be
says
so
that
distant.
was Michio Kaku winking smiley.
Where do you want to go?
And we're just getting started.
Appreciate the past, utilize the present, but don't be afraid to create the future.
Alrighty. We'll see how this goes. Tried to get in venues, couldn't.
Hey, and welcome to Connect. Today, we're going to talk about the Metaverse. I want to share what we
Carolyn
imagine
Loves
is
Pink
possible.
says,
The
hello Zim.
experiences you'll have, the creative economy we'll all build, and the technology that needs to be invented, as well as how we're going to all do this together. The basic story of technology in our lifetimes is how it's given us the power to express ourselves and experience the world with ever greater richness. Back when I started Facebook, that mostly meant text that we typed on computers. Then we all got phones with cameras, and the internet became much more visual. And recently, as connections got faster, video has become the main way that we experience content. We've gone from desktop to web to phones, from text to photos to video, but this isn't the end of the line. The next platform and medium will be even more immersive, an embodied internet where you're in the experience, not just looking at it. And we call this the Metaverse. And you're going to be able to do almost anything you can imagine. Get together with friends and family, work, learn, play, shop, create, as well as entirely new categories that don't really fit how we think about computers or phones today. Now, since we're doing this remotely today, I figured let's make this special. So we've put together something that I think is really going to give you a feeling for what this future could be like. We believe the Metaverse will be the successor to the mobile internet. We'll be able to feel present, like we're right there with people, no matter how far apart we actually are. We'll be able to express ourselves in new, joyful, completely immersive ways, and that's going to unlock a lot of amazing new experiences. When I send my parents a video of my kids, they're going to feel like they're right in the moment with us, not peering through a little window. When you play a game with your friends, you'll feel like you're right there together in a different world, not just on your computer by yourself. And when you're in a meeting in the Metaverse, it'll feel like you're right in the room together, making eye contact, having a shared sense of space, and not just looking at a grid of faces on a screen.
Perfect.
That's what we mean by an embodied internet. Instead of looking at a screen, you're going to be in these experiences. Everything we do online today, connecting socially, entertainment, games, work, is going to be more natural and vivid. This isn't about spending more time on screens. It's about making the time that we already spend better. Screens just can't convey the full range of human expression and connection. They can't deliver that deep feeling of presence. But the next version of the internet can. That's what we should be working towards. Technology that's built around people and how we actually experience the world and interact with each other. That's what the Metaverse is all about. Now, the best way to understand the Metaverse is to experience it yourself, but it's a little tough because it doesn't fully exist yet. Some of the basic building blocks are here though, and others are starting to emerge as we speak. We're starting to get a sense of how it could all come together and what it could feel like. So today we're going to do something a little bit different. Rather than just focusing on this year's products like a normal keynote, we're going to talk about the future. So let's start by exploring what different kinds of metaverse experiences could feel like, starting with the most important experience of all, connecting with people.
Through surgery. He's gone blue. Oh God.
Imagine you put on your glasses or headset and you're instantly in your home space. It has parts of your physical home recreated virtually, it has things that are only possible virtually, and it has an incredibly inspiring view of whatever you find most beautiful.
Hey, are you coming?
Yeah, just gotta find something to wear. All right, perfect.
Boy.
Oh, hey, Mark. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Mark. Hi, Mark. What's up, Mark?
Whoa, we're floating in space? Who made this place? It's awesome.
Right? It's from a crater I met in LA.
This place is amazing.
Boz, is that you?
Of course it's me. You know I had to be the robot, man.
I thought I was supposed to be the robot.
Whoa.
I knew you were bluffing.
Hey, wait. Where is Naomi?
Let's call her.
Naomi.
Hey, should we deal you in?
Hey. Sorry, I'm running late, but you gotta see what we're checking out. There's an artist going around Soho hiding AR pieces for people to find.
3D street art? That's cool.
Send that link over so we can all look at it. This is stunning.
Dude, that is something.
That's awesome.
Wow. I love the movement.
Wait, it's disappearing.
This is amazing.
The
Hold
Colgate
on,
ad.
I'll tip the artist and they'll extend it.
Wow. Brilliant. If you guys like it here, I have another room that you're gonna love. Check out this forest room.
Huh, let's see it.
Koi fish that fly? That's new.
This is wild.
Yeah, the robot's my favorite.
Hey,
right
one
now.
sec, Boz. It's Priscilla.
Hey, you have to see this. Beast is going crazy.
Oh, I love that guy. We've got to show that to the kids. Can you also send that to my dad?
I'll message him.
All right, see you at home. This place is great, Boz, but there's something I got to get back to. All right, so that's a glimpse of a few ways that we're going to be able to get together and socialize in the metaverse. It's a ways off, but you can start to see some of the fundamental building blocks take shape. First, the feeling of presence. This is the defining quality of the metaverse. You're going to really feel like you're there with other people. You'll see their facial expressions, you'll see their body language, maybe figure out if they're actually holding a winning hand. All the subtle ways that we communicate that today's technology can't quite deliver. Next, there
God, that
are
fire
avatars,
is so real.
and that's how we're going to represent ourselves in the metaverse. Avatars will be as common as profile pictures today, but instead of a static image, they're going to be living 3D representations of you. Your expressions, your gestures, that are going to make interactions much richer than anything that's possible online today. You'll probably have a photorealistic avatar for work, a stylized one for hanging out, and maybe even a fantasy one for gaming. You're going to have a wardrobe of virtual clothes for different occasions, designed by different creators and from different apps and experiences. Importantly, you should be able to bring your avatar and digital items across different apps and experiences in the metaverse. Beyond avatars, there is your home space. You're going to be able to design it to look the way you want, maybe put up your own pictures and videos and store your digital goods. You're going to be able to invite people over, play games, and hang out. You'll also even have a home office where you can work. Your home is your personal space from which you can teleport to anywhere you want. Now, speaking of teleporting, there are going to be all kinds of different spaces that people make. Rooms like the ones that we just saw, but also games and whole worlds that you can teleport in and out of whenever you want. Teleporting around the metaverse is going to be like clicking a link on the internet. It's an open standard. In order to unlock the potential of the metaverse, there needs to be interoperability.
Yep.
And that goes beyond just taking your avatar and digital items across different apps and experiences, which we are already building an API to support. You want to know that when you buy something or create something, that your items will be useful in a lot of contexts, and you're not going to be locked into one world or platform. You want to know that you own your items, not a platform. Now, this is going to require not just technical work, like some of the important projects that are going on around crypto and NFTs in the community now. It's also going to take ecosystem building, norm setting, and new forms of governance, and this is something that we're really going to focus on. Privacy and safety need to be built into the metaverse from day one. You'll get to decide when you want to be with other people, when you want to block someone from appearing in your space, or when you want to take a break and teleport to a private bubble to be alone. You're going to be able to bring things from the physical world into the metaverse. Almost any type of media that can be represented digitally, photos, videos, art, music, movies, books, games, you name it. Now, lots of things that are physical today, like screens, will just be able to be holograms in the future. You won't need a physical TV, it'll just be a $1 hologram from some high school kid halfway across the world. And you'll be able to take your items and project them into the physical world as holograms in augmented reality too. You're going to be able to move across these different experiences on all kinds of different devices, sometimes using virtual reality so you're fully immersed, sometimes using augmented reality glasses so you can be present in the physical world as well, and sometimes on a computer or phone so you can quickly jump into the metaverse from existing platforms. There are going to be new ways of interacting with devices that are much more natural. Instead of typing or tapping, you're going to be able to gesture with your hands, say a few words, or even just make things happen by thinking about them. Your devices won't be the focal point of your attention anymore. Instead of getting in the way, they're going to give you a sense of presence in the new experiences that you're having and the people who you're with. And these are some of the basic concepts for the metaverse. And while this may sound like science fiction, we're starting to see a lot of these technologies coming together. In the next 5 or 10 years, a lot of this is going to be mainstream. And a lot of us will be creating and inhabiting worlds that are just as detailed and convincing as this one on a daily basis.
It's quite angelic for a moment.
So even though it's still a long way off, we're starting to work on some of these foundational concepts today. Horizon is the social platform that we're building for people to create and interact in the metaverse. One part of this is Horizon Home, which is our early vision for a home space in the metaverse. Horizon Home is the first thing that you'll see when you put on your Quest headset. Today, there are already a bunch of options to choose from, and in the future, anyone will be able to create one.
That was new.
We've just called it Home until now because it's been missing something very important: people. Soon, we're going to be introducing a social version of Home, where you can invite your friends to join you as avatars. You'll be able to hang out, watch videos together, and jump into apps together. Then there is Horizon Worlds, which is where you can build worlds and jump into them with people. Horizon is designed to make it possible for everyone to create, and we're already seeing people build some really interesting experiences, from creating new games together to throwing surprise parties in VR that family and friends around the world can join. We started rolling out Horizon Worlds in beta last year, and we're adding more people and more worlds every day. And we also just launched Horizon Workrooms earlier this year for collaboration. Beyond Horizon, we're also making it easier to communicate with your friends across different layers of reality. This year, we're bringing messenger calls to virtual reality.
It's like Rec Room, more so than VR chat.
You're going to be able to invite your friends to a messenger call, and soon you'll be able to explore somewhere together or join a game. Now, these are the kinds of tools that need to get built so that you can jump into the metaverse with your friends from anywhere. And they're going to unlock some pretty amazing experiences. Now, let's move on from some of these basic concepts and people just connecting to a completely different set of experiences around entertainment and gaming. Imagine your best friend is at a concert somewhere across the world. What if you could be there with her?
What if you could be there? What if you didn't have lockdown? Oh no. We're gonna go over the specs, I suppose? Is it possible to do that? I'm gonna go ahead and get neutered here. Hold on a sec. Sorry, I'm just killing the audio for a second there, just while we're doing the music segment. He's jamming. He's jamming some more. And it's a Metaverse after party. What the heck is... I really don't like the name Metaverse. Again, I'm gonna nuke it again just for a minute here. I don't know. We're okay. We're okay. Short segments are fine. What'd she do with her glasses?
Jumping in now.
What if there was an after party that anyone could go to, no matter where they were?
This is wild.
There's dinosaurs and bronchiosaurus.
Check this out.
Which is also
Charity
a dinosaur.
auction.
NFTs and virtual merch.
there's
See,
swag.
I knew they were going to do
And when
this.
you go to the after party, you could connect with other fans.
Virtual
Hear new
storefront.
versions of your favorite songs, and check out the merch that just dropped.
Ooh, I like that one.
Well, now you gotta get it.
You can start to see how the metaverse is going to enable richer experiences by letting us add new layers to the world that we can interact with. Creators and artists are going to be able to connect with their audiences in new ways and really bring them into these shared experiences. Now, there's a lot that needs to get built to create experiences like this, but we're working on some of these pieces right now with Spark AR. First, we're building tools that creators can use to place digital objects into the physical world and let people interact with them. And rather than just simple visual effects, new creator capabilities will support 3D objects that can respond and react realistically, including a realistic sense of depth and occlusion. In the next year, we're also adding the ability for creators to connect different physical locations into cohesive augmented reality storytelling experiences, like guided tours or scavenger hunts. We're also building a Horizon marketplace, where creators can sell and share 3D digital items. And our hope is that this will enable a lot more commerce and help grow the overall metaverse economy. Because at the end of the day, it is really the creators and developers who are going to build the metaverse and make this real. And to make sure that there's an ecosystem that can sustain hundreds of thousands of people working on this, which is what we're going to need to bring this to life, then it's critical that creators and developers can make a good living doing this work. Now, if you ask people today what they thought the metaverse was, a lot of people would probably say it was a Spider-Man movie. But the people who actually follow the space would say it's about gaming. And that's because gaming provides many of the most immersive experiences, and it is the biggest entertainment industry by far. Gaming in the metaverse is going to span from immersive experiences in fantasy worlds to bringing simple games into our everyday lives through holograms. Maybe you'll play old games in new ways.
So, Barcelona, huh?
Well, it's not New York, but I like it.
New York misses you.
What's that?
I said, let me put my game face on so I can beat you.
Okay. Check.
I gotta try another game face next time.
I've been playing chess with my dad.
Maybe you'll go
and table
head-to-head
tennis
with players from around the world.
It's like a shop.
Some call it skill.
Keep talking.
It's like they
Or
made
maybe
this
you'll
for
do
us.
things that aren't even possible in gaming today.
I'm trying not to interrupt him at the beginning here, by the way.
Hey Mark, down for a VR foiling sesh?
Now this is more my style.
Hyperfoil? What the heck is that?
Classic look. All right, nice. Oh, nice choice, Mark. Ready to shred. All right, here we go.
Whoa.
Whoa, hang in there, Mark.
That's not good.
Hit this section, boom. All right, backflip. Yoo-hoo!
I've got an idea.
Hey, where are you going?
Gotta pump it to jump it.
What? I didn't even know that was an option. You're not gonna catch me now. Take that, unicorn. Oh, Tube City!
Kai, you're out of control.
This is not a
I'll
game.
let you win next time. All good.
This is not a real game.
Oh, that was a close one.
This is just an animator having fun.
Maybe later. I'm gonna need a lot more sunscreen though.
Yeah. No.
Well, Gaming is how a lot of people are going to step into the metaverse for the first time. It already has some of the most fully built out digital goods and the most active creator and developer communities, and major platforms like Epic are working to build out the metaverse, starting with gaming. For our part, we're heavily investing in building a healthy VR and AR ecosystem, so the game studios can keep building and gaming creators can keep creating. Now, Deb from our studios team is joining me. Deb, do you want to take us through some of the exciting games in the pipeline for Quest?
Come on,
Absolutely.
baby.
Over the years, we've had the opportunity to work with incredible developers
Nice
like
jacket.
Vertigo Games, the studio behind fan favorite Arizona Sunshine.
I love Arizona Sunshine. That game basically got me and my friends through the first few months of the pandemic.
That's awesome. If you enjoyed that, Mark, I think you'll be excited that we're partnering with Vertigo on 5 more great games from Deep Silver and others. We'll share more about this lineup very soon.
Nice. What else is coming?
Well, the metaverse is constantly evolving. So one of the most important aspects will be live service games that launch updates and new downloadable content regularly, like Echo VR, Beat Saber, Onward, Pistol Whip, and more. We're focused on this a lot right now, making sure games can build out active communities. Beat Saber has a passionate community.
I love Beat Saber.
So do I. And Beat Saber just passed $100 million in lifetime revenue on Quest alone. It's a great example of a game that keeps releasing fresh content. They've actually been working on evolving the way that you interact with the tracks and feel the music. Also, the team has been working on something really cool. Check this out.
Uh-oh. Custom wands. What? That's people are gonna light up.
I can't wait to play this. And they keep partnering with incredible artists to release new music packs all the time. Did you play the Billie Eilish music pack last month?
Yeah, a little more than I should have. I probably should have been working more on this metaverse presentation.
Well, they have a great lineup of artists for 2022. And there's one more epic surprise before the end of the year. So stay tuned. Okay, have you played Population 1?
I mean, yeah, I love the game so much that...
For those who haven't, Population 1 is a thrilling battle royale that is only possible in VR. Since its launch at Connect last year,
Banana.
it has become one of the highest earning games on Quest and the biggest multiplayer FPS on the platform. You can have up to 24 people in at once for a match. We're super excited to keep launching big updates, like an all-new autumn event later in November and a Winter Wonderland update in December.
I totally skipped all of these, man. I'm gonna just mute this music for a little bit because I know it's gonna get me in trouble. So we're just gonna play that later. Have you played Population 1? Market Boy, what is this you speak of, human-shaped being? Ha 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 ha. Newt, man, this is nuts.
Here's something I know our community has been waiting for.
Didn't try solo.
All right, this is a title from the Warp Frog team. This is the team that set the standard for VR combat physics
Warp
when it
Frog?
launched on Rift in 2019.
Who's that?
That's right, Blade and Sorcery Nomad, the built for VR medieval fantasy
coming to
sandbox that
Quest.
pairs magic with melee, is launching on Quest later this year.
Whoa. Warp Frog. That's why I haven't heard of him. Rowdy. Your dreams were answered. No, I'm just kidding. Roam the deck. This is good. This is good. Very good news for Quest. I'm very glad to hear this. Absolutely. Again, I'm just gonna mute the music just for a second. 3, 2. Nomad. Yeah, good. Good
For
name.
more gaming updates, look out for the 2022 Oculus Gaming Showcase. It's going to be loaded with news you won't want to miss. But Mark, I believe you have some news for us as well.
Yeah, you know, I have to say, it's really impressive to see this lineup come together over the last few years, but there's one project that I'm really looking forward to.
What is it, Mark?
Yeah, this is one of the all-time greats, and we've been working for years to bring it to Quest.
I'm excited to announce that the Rockstar Games classic Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is in development for Quest 2.
Fuck!
This new version of what I think is one of the greatest games ever made will offer
my
players
least
an
favorite.
entirely new way to experience this iconic
Shit.
open world in virtual reality.
That's it, Mark. I'm moving to the metaverse.
All right, thanks, Deb. This is going to be amazing. Now, a lot of the most interesting games out there take advantage of how you can move around physically. Being able to look anywhere, move freely, it's just a fundamentally different experience from staring at a screen. This quality of being physically embodied and able to interact with the world and move around inside it, that opens up some completely new experiences that didn't really make sense before on 2D phones or computers. And one example that we are seeing take off is fitness. And speaking of that, I think it's time for my workout. A lot of you are already using Quest to stay fit. It lets you work out in some completely new ways. It's
Wow.
kind of like a Peloton, but instead of a bike, you just have your VR headset, and with it, you can do anything from boxing lessons to
That's me.
sword fighting to even dancing.
Massive news, man. GTA.
You'll be able to work out in new worlds, even against an AI.
Holy cow. Even against an AI, that's the last person I want to fight.
Maybe you'll get some friends together for some 3-on-3. Maybe play pickup with people on the other side of the world. Or imagine your Facebook cycling group does an AR charity ride.
Let's go.
Complete with a leaderboard.
This is clearly targeted at people who've never done this in VR.
Maybe you'll be able to train with the best, like you're right there with them. Like Lee Kiefer, Olympic gold medalist.
On guard. Fence. Don't be scared this time.
I can't imagine fencing in VR would feel good.
You seem like a natural.
There's no haptics.
All right, that's a little too realistic. See you later, Lee. That was fun.
Good job, Mark.
And that's what fitness will be like in the metaverse. Now, I think we're going to see a lot more unique experiences emerging around fitness that take advantage of the full immersion in interactive training. Speaking of which, Supernatural just added boxing to its lineup, FitXR has new fitness studios coming next year, and Player 22 by Rezel, which is currently used by pro athletes, is adding guided and hand-tracked bodyweight exercises soon. We're making a fitness accessories pack that makes Quest 2 more comfortable with controller grips for when things get a bit intense and a facial interface that you can wipe the sweat off of, making your sessions more comfortable. And that's all coming next year.
What? I have that now.
But enough with the fun and games. It's time for everyone's favorite, work. Over the last year and a half, a lot of us who work in offices have gone remote. And while I miss seeing the people I work with, I think remote work is here to stay for a lot of people. So we're gonna need better tools to work together. Let's take a look at what working in the metaverse will be like. Imagine if you could be at the office without the commute. You would still have that sense of presence, shared physical space, those chance interactions that make your day all accessible from anywhere. Now imagine that you have your perfect work setup and you can actually do more than you could in your regular work setup. And on top of all that, you can keep wearing your favorite sweatpants.
Looking good.
Or no pants.
Let's get together real quick for a debrief.
A debrief? No pants? You see? Debrief.
I'm free now. Let's jump in.
Definitely.
Hi.
Hey.
So what do we think?
He has no pants on when he stands up. Oh no.
I think it's ready.
Oh no.
Great.
I'll prep it for the presentation.
I'm very excited
All
for
right.
this.
Good luck.
Workrooms is very good. It's just
Imagine
cumbersome
a
as
space
all
where
hell.
you can tune out distractions and focus on the task at hand. And when you're ready to share what you've been working on, you can present it as if you're right there with the team.
Let's loan Echo 2 to Dot.
Wait, where's Mark?
I think he's in the middle of something.
You can already see some of these elements in Horizon Workrooms, which we launched a couple of months ago. Later this year, we plan to introduce room customization, so you can put your own logos and posters in your workrooms. We're also introducing a new office space in Horizon Home, for when you want your perfect workspace to do some focused work or just cross a few things off your to-do list.
That's all right.
We're also announcing 2D progressive web apps for the Quest Store. And as a new developer frameworks, they're easier to build. So you can drop in and check on a work project while you're in VR using services like Dropbox, Slack, or stay connected with Facebook and Instagram. This starts bringing more of your 2D internet services into the metaverse. And as we've focused more on work, and frankly, as we've heard your feedback more broadly, we're working on making it so you can log into Quest with an account other than your personal Facebook account. We're starting to test support for work accounts soon, and we're working on making a broader shift here within the next year. I know this is a big deal for a lot of people. Not everyone wants their social media profile linked to all these other experiences, and I get that, especially as the metaverse expands.
Holy shit.
And I'll share more about that later. But I'm genuinely optimistic about work in the metaverse. We know from the last couple of years that a lot of people can effectively work from anywhere. But hybrid is going to be a lot more complex, when some people are together and others are still remote. So giving everyone the tools to be present, no matter where they are, whether as a hologram sitting next to you in a physical meeting or in a discussion taking place in the metaverse, that's going to be a game changer. I think this could be very positive for our society and economy. Giving people access to jobs in more places, no matter where they live, will be a big deal for spreading opportunity to more people.
That sanitizer on his
Dropping our
desk.
daily commutes will mean less time stuck in traffic and more time doing things that matter. And it'll be good for the environment. Actually, if you travel for work and working in the metaverse means that you just take one less flight each year, that's probably better than almost anything else that you can do for the environment. I think working in the metaverse is going to feel like a huge step forward. And these dynamics, like the ability to teleport places with people and interact around shared projects in virtual space, they're going to be valuable in a lot of other categories of experiences too. So now Marnie, our Chief Business Officer, is going to take us through some of them.
All
Thanks,
right,
Mark.
Marnie.
We'll see you in a minute.
Come on, Marnie. Let's do it.
What if you could learn about anything in the world just by bringing it closer to you?
Like your favorite.
So, we're
Classmate?
gonna have an astrophysicist in the family.
Actually, I have to write this paper. Will you help me?
Let's take a closer look. What part of the solar system are we talking about?
Saturn.
If you were taking astrophysics, you could study in the metaverse.
Did you know the rings are made up of billions of icy particles?
It's really dangerous.
Look at this.
In your glasses. My glasses too.
You ready to do that paper now,
This
right?
is really slick.
Yeah.
Very slick presentation.
In the metaverse, you'll be able to teleport not just to any place, but any time as well. Ancient Rome. Imagine standing on the streets, hearing the sounds, visiting the markets, to get a sense of the rhythm of life over 2,000 years ago. Imagine learning how the Forum was built by actually seeing the Forum get built right in front of you. Hi, everyone. I'm Marnie Levine. In the metaverse, learning won't feel anything like the way we've learned before. With a headset or glasses, you'll be able to pull up schematics if you're studying, or maybe even the service manual for a vehicle you're learning to repair.
Transfer
Let's
VR.
say you're a med student or a doctor. With apps like OSO VR, you can learn new techniques in surgery firsthand, practicing until you get it right. Or, if you're studying Earth science, you could swim through the Great Barrier Reef, get up close to Earth's mightiest insects with your instructor, David Attenborough, whose VR documentary is playing now in Oculus TV.
Attenborough.
This is a world of intrigue, a world of wonder, a secret world hidden to the human eye.
Is alchemy immersive?
Explore the extraordinary world of Micro
awesome.
Monsters 3D With me, David Attenborough.
Micro Machine. The Micro Machines?
This is just one of the ways we're going to learn in the future.
Can't remember.
But in order to get there, we're going to need to help build the skill sets of the people who build these experiences. So we're setting aside $150 million to train the next generation of creators to build immersive learning content and increase access to devices. And to help more creators make a living building AR effects using Spark AR, we're going to establish a professional curriculum and certification process, make it easier to monetize, and put our Spark AR curriculum on Coursera and edX.
Never heard of either.
Thanks, Marnie. So that's a glimpse of the kinds of experiences that you might have in the metaverse.
I shouldn't.
From connecting with friends, to gaming and entertainment, to work and education, and creation and commerce. Now, let's talk about how creators and developers are going to build all of this, and about the economy that we all need to create.
Micro Monsters.
The last
Yeah,
few
thanks.
years have been humbling for me and our company in a lot of ways. One of the main lessons that I've learned is that building products isn't enough. We also need to help build ecosystems so that millions of people can have a stake in the future, can be rewarded for their work, and benefit as the tide rises, not just as consumers, but as creators and developers. But this period has also been humbling because as big of a company as we are, we've also learned what it is like to build for other platforms. And living under their rules has profoundly shaped my views on the tech industry.
What was that about?
Most of all, I've come to believe that the lack of choice and high fees are stifling innovation, stopping people from building new things, and holding back the entire internet economy. We've tried to take a different approach. We want to serve as many people as possible, which means working to make our services cost less, not more. Our mobile apps are free. Our ads business model is an auction which guarantees every business the most competitive price possible. We offer our creator and commerce tools either at cost or with modest fees to enable as much creation and commerce as possible. And it's worked. Billions of people love our products. We have hundreds of millions of businesses on our platform, and we have a rapidly growing ecosystem and a thriving business. That's the approach that we want to take to help build the metaverse too. We plan to continue to either subsidize our devices or sell them at cost to make them available to more people. We'll continue supporting sideloading and linking to PCs so consumers and developers have choice rather than forcing them to use the Quest store to find apps or reach customers. And we'll aim to offer developer and creator services with low fees in as many cases as possible so we can maximize the overall creator economy, while recognizing that to keep investing in this future, we'll need to keep some fees higher for some period to make sure that we don't lose too much money on this program overall. After all, while a growing number of developers are already profitable, we expect to invest many billions of dollars for years to come before the metaverse reaches scale. Our hope, though, is that if we all work at it, then within the next decade, the metaverse will reach 1 billion people, host hundreds of billions of dollars of digital commerce, and support jobs for millions of creators and developers. We'll try to lay out how some of this commerce model will work, but I also want to be upfront about the fact that there's a ton that we just don't know yet. What I can tell you, though, is that we are fully committed to this. It is the next chapter of our work, and we believe for the internet overall. And our strategy and track record show that we will do everything we believe is sustainable to grow the community, the creator economy, and the developer ecosystem. And to tell us more about all of that, here's Vishal, our head of Metaverse products.
Come on, Vishal, do it.
Thanks, Mark. As you said, our approach is to serve as many people, creators, and businesses as we can by keeping fees as low as possible and offering choice. As a company, we have been investing in commerce and creators for many years. But let me take a moment and explain how this will all come to life in the metaverse. For people, the metaverse will offer more choice than we've ever seen before. And most importantly, there will be a real sense of continuity where the things you buy are always available to you. Today, much of what you buy on the internet is inside a single app, website, or game. You might buy a custom skin for your gaming avatar, but you can't take it with you when you move to a new space.
Exactly.
In the physical world, That would be the equivalent of buying your favorite sports team's jersey and never be able to wear it outside the stadium. In the future, you will be able to buy digital clothes for your avatar and then wear them into the metaverse more broadly. For creators, our goal is to provide a way for as many creators as possible to build a business in the metaverse. One thing we've learned from today's digital platforms is that we can't artificially limit innovation. We need to enable as many different types of creators as possible to unlock the best ideas. There will be many different kinds of creators in the metaverse. Creators who make digital objects, creators who offer services and experiences, and those who build entire worlds like game creators do today. We also want creators to have the biggest possible audiences. If a creator designs a signature effect to surround avatars, their fans should be able to buy it and then visit different spaces to show it off to their friends. Frankly, if a creator builds any experience, all of their fans should be able to enjoy it. Businesses will be creators too, building out digital spaces or even digital worlds. They'll sell both physical and digital goods, as well as experiences and services. And they'll be able to use ads to ensure the right customers find what they've created. Speaking of buying things, we're also exploring new types of ownership models and entitlements to ensure people feel confident that they actually own something. This will make it easier for people to sell limited edition digital objects like NFTs, display them in their digital spaces, and even resell them to the next person securely. In short, the metaverse will remove many of the physical constraints we see on commerce today and make entirely new businesses possible. While this is very exciting, the metaverse is all about co-creating. We're building this together with creators, developers, and entrepreneurs. So today, I've asked Jackie Aina to join me to start a conversation about what might be possible. Jackie is a beauty creator who launched her own lifestyle brand on Instagram called Forever Mood, where she sells candles with scents like cuffing season and partners with major brands on makeup drops. So let's meet Jackie in her space. Here we are in this digital space, totally inspired by you and all the things that you love. Jackie, I've been such a big fan of yours for such a long time. Tell me a bit about how you got started in social media.
So, rewind back to 2009.
Helps cut down the glare,
As it
Nicholas.
pertains to like beauty, I would go to like a makeup counter or go makeup shopping.
Is that the world's most uncomfortable
I always felt
pillow?
rejected, always felt othered. So I got so
heck is
frustrated that eventually I was like, you know what? Not only am I gonna like not listen to them, but I'm gonna show other people how I'm making it work with my skin tone too.
How did you go from creating content, creating videos, to a product? You just, have a brand called Forever Mood. It's huge on Instagram shopping.
So Forever Mood was not only a bit of a love letter to me and my relationship with my mom. That's how we bond, was through fragrance ever since childhood. But it's been doing amazing, and we've actually been getting a lot of support.
Jackie, this space is pretty magical, and I know it kind of reflects the stuff you love. Like, tell me a bit about what you love and why this represents you.
Okay, so first thing, color is everything. I love pastels. You can see it in the brand. You can see it like a lot of times in what I wear. With the metaverse, when we're curating collections or even just brainstorming, this would be a great way to like gather us all together and literally kind of create atmospheres and environments and moods to just kind of enhance creativity. And then if I can invite people, it would be like inviting them in my home. You know what I mean? It'd be like bringing them into a piece of me. So I would want them to feel some of the things that I feel when I step into my house or when I light my candles.
Interacting with people in comments and having a conversation is a way to kind of get your fan excited about interacting with you, but also you feel like you get a connection to your community.
Too. Yeah.
And so this idea of reaching kind of into the comment section
Don't know why
and
she scares
pulling
me.
a fan in and having a conversation is pretty powerful. And, and it humanizes that person on the other end, of that comment. And I think there's a really interesting opportunity to think about how we build community and how we engage with our fans in a really deep way, as opposed to just through a comment box. Imagine for your biggest fans, you could have an exclusive launch party where anyone could visit, no matter where they were in the world.
I love that because when we first launched the brand, everything was shut down because obviously quarantine, couldn't go anywhere. And I had this idea of doing like pop-ups for Forever Mood where we would have a room inspired by each scent.
And now, anyone from anywhere in the world could come and feel what you just described.
With no
have
sense.
That feeling, have that sense, really get into that mood. Also, you have your greatest fans, the people that care a lot about you, the ability to reach new customers, use advertising to keep growing your business. You could also drop an exclusive product in the metaverse, where only available to your most ardent fans who paid special access to get to that product.
That's dope.
Commerce is going to be a big part of the metaverse. You'll be able to sell both digital and physical products. The butterfly effect transports us someplace magical.
The butterfly. Sorry, I just didn't laugh. I know what they're trying to do, but
So Jackie, as we walk through this amazing world, what does the metaverse mean to you?
I just feel like this is like endless possibilities with my imagination.
I can't even begin to imagine how meaningful the metaverse will be thanks to creators like you.
There's a lot here to be excited about. Just like the internet today, more people are going to have the freedom to find a business model that works for them, whether that's custom work, tipping, subscriptions, ads, or other monetization tools that may only make sense in the metaverse. Now think about how many people make a living on the internet today, and how many of those jobs just didn't even exist a few years ago. I expect that the metaverse is going to open up lots of opportunities for people in the exact same way. Now, we have confidence in this general direction, and we're investing significantly in building for this future, but the reality is that no one knows exactly which models are going to work and make this sustainable. So we're going to approach this with humility and openness, and we're going to work with anyone whose efforts will help bring the metaverse to life. So now, Boz is going to join us to talk about what people are already building for the metaverse and what kinds of tools we can create to help out.
Boz's robot
Hey,
is
Boz,
cool.
I'm still kind of jealous
Try
of the
Sky
robot avatar.
says, I just watched VR Oasis stream and it was boring, so now I'm here.
Look, Mark, we've been working on Facebook Reality Labs for a long time, but we always kept the same vision, which is that we want to build tools that help people feel connected anytime, anywhere. And that vision is what drives us today, to help people get together in virtual spaces. We've come a long way since the early days of VR, thanks to the developers and the creators who see the potential to entertain and to educate. But of course, we still have a lot farther to go. So to keep the pace of innovation moving faster and empower more use cases, we do have a few exciting announcements.
Today, we're introducing the Presence platform, which is a broad range of machine perception and AI capabilities that empower developers to build mixed reality experiences on Quest 2. Now, you want to tell us more about the Presence platform?
Yeah, we've said before that realistic presence is the key to feeling connected in the metaverse. And the Presence platform's capabilities are what's going to deliver on that promise. Things like environmental understanding, content placement and persistence, voice interaction, standardized hand interactions. In fact, let's start with hands. I mean, the human hand is an engineering marvel, and bringing hands into VR was no easy feat. It required a lot of collaboration against product, design, research, but we continue to improve that product, finding new ways to navigate with gestures and interact with VR. So today, we're introducing the Interaction SDK, a library of modular components that will make it easy to add hand interactions to your apps.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, we really think this is going to help people accelerate the build time for new and existing titles that allow people to use their hands more naturally in more virtual experiences. Now, in addition to hands, there's another exciting interaction space for VR. That's your voice.
Oh.
The Voice SDK lets developers integrate voice input into their games and apps so they can create new gameplay and navigation. So soon, you'll be able to jump into a FitXR workout and shake up your routine just by saying,
Hey, FitXR.
Oh, yeah, I've tried this one before. This one's
Just a
really tough.
reminder, I want you to burn.
Since we launched the Pass-Through API, we've already seen breakthrough experiments from developers that blend the virtual and the real world. Soon, with our next SDK release, developers will be able to ship their mixed reality apps on the Oculus Store and an App Lab. Now, of course, access to pass-through by itself is not enough. To achieve that rich mixed reality experience, apps also need to be aware of things in the room and, blend the virtual objects with the physical environment around them so they can coexist in the same space. So developers want to be able to place, persistent world-locked content like animated holograms or your Instagram feed in your real space. And tools like spatial anchors and scene understanding capabilities will help make these mixed reality experiences feel seamless. Now, I'd gladly nerd out with you on the technical details of this with you.
I know.
But I think it's better to show you. Load the world beyond.
What?
This is Appy. Appy, come on, Appy.
He's
Who's
an
a good
opiate.
persistent
He's
state
an
virtual
opiates
object
addict.
laid on an interactive pass-through environment? Oh, you are? Yes, you are. Oppie, sit. Pets in the metaverse, man. Just as stubborn as they are in the physical world.
You know, Boz, I always really wanted a forest in my living room.
Did you?
Not really. I'm looking forward to how developers are going to be able to build a new generation of mixed reality experiences on Quest 2. And it also gives us a glimpse of the kind of worlds that people are going to be able to build.
Now let's talk about augmented reality. With Spark, we really focused on those use cases that allow people to both stay engaged with the world around them, but also stay connected to the people that they're not around. And creators are really leading the way here. And we're doing everything we can to support them with our know-how, with our resources, and of course, with tools. And for more on that, I'd like to say hi to Sue, the product director at Facebook Reality Labs and the head of Spark AR.
Thanks, guys. Spark AR is focused on building AR experiences that empower people to be more connected and at the same time, more present with the world around them. And creators are helping us build these experiences of today while exploring the possibilities of tomorrow. Fundamentally, we're democratizing AR creation and enabling a global community with the tools and knowledge necessary to develop the AR content and experiences that people love to use. Programs like AR Curriculum enrolled over 22,000 creators in less than a year, and we're adding additional programming to support more advanced creators. And the depth and breadth of content would not be possible without these creators. In 1 week alone, you'll see effects that bring moments like landing on Mars or the launch of a new album to life.
I like the one on the far
all
left.
by tapping into everyone's imaginations.
awesome.
We're also powering experiences across Facebook. So imagine playing that AR battleship game from your phone with a friend in the metaverse or on an augmented call. How cool, right? Right now, we have over 600,000 creators in our community with diverse needs and motivations for using AR to engage with their fans and audiences. We know people, more than 700 million monthly across the Facebook family of apps, are already using AR a ton. We see over 80 billion effects applied per month, and we want to make it even easier for anyone to find their spark. So we created a tool, codenamed Polar, that makes AR creation possible for novice creators who have no prior experience in art, 2D or 3D design, or programming. Think paint by numbers. So creators whose first love might be photography, video, or dance can enhance their content for their own special effects. And that's an important piece of this vision and this community. It's open to anyone and everyone who's curious. And the metaverse is well positioned to be a strong digital economy for creators from all walks of life. This is primitive to a functioning metaverse. And we want to make sure creators are ready to share their creativity and capitalize on this emerging opportunity from day one.
Thanks, Sue. So that's some of the software platform that needs to get built to deliver the metaverse. But there are other important considerations here too. Hey, Nick.
Hey, Mark. Hope I'm not interrupting. You got a sec? Have you got Oppie with you?
I think Oppie's still in the virtual forest, but I always have time for you. What's going on?
Taking it.
Look, I just love the presentation so far. It's such visionary stuff. But as you mentioned early on, with all big technological advances, there are inevitably going to be all sorts of challenges and uncertainties. And I know you've talked about this a bit already, but people want to know how we're going to do all this in a responsible way, and especially that we play our part in helping to keep people safe and protect their privacy online.
Yeah, that's right. This is incredibly important.
The way I look at it is that in the past, the speed that new technologies emerged sometimes left policymakers and regulators playing catch up. So on the one hand, companies get accused of charging ahead too quickly, and on the other, tech people feel that progress can't afford to wait for the slower pace of regulation. And I really think that it doesn't have to be the case this time round, because we have years until the metaverse we envision is fully realized. So this is the start of the journey, not the end.
Like I said earlier, interoperability, open standards, privacy, and safety need to be built into the metaverse from day one.
Yes, they do,
And
Mark.
with all the novel technologies that are being developed, everyone who's building for the metaverse should be focused on building responsibly from the beginning. This is one of the lessons that I've internalized from the last 5 years. It's that you really want to emphasize these principles from the start. So at Connect last year, Boz outlined our responsible innovation principles, and the first one was never surprise people.
Right, and that means being transparent about how things work, what data is collected, and how that data is used over time.
That's just GDPR,
it also means
man.
giving people easy-to-use safety controls, as well as age guidance and parental controls for when youngsters are using these products.
And we're spending a lot of time talking with experts and getting perspectives from outside the company on what we're building, even before we build it. And this is about designing for safety and privacy and inclusion before the products even exist. And one example is what we're doing with Project Aria, our research device that helps inform the AR glasses that we're building. We're also funding external research on this. You know, last year we announced grants for research on the impact of AR, VR, and smart devices on people who aren't currently using them, especially communities whose perspectives have often been overlooked, as well as best practices for creating inclusive environments in virtual spaces. And this year, we're opening up support for even more research because we need those independent perspectives to make sure that we're living up to another one of our principles, consider everyone.
And that point is so important because this is a collaborative exercise. And in particular, we need to make sure the human rights and civil rights communities are involved. So these technologies are built in a way that's inclusive and empowering.
One of the advantages of starting right now
is
that we can collaborate with people at the very early stages of development, like what we're doing through the new fund that you announced a few weeks ago.
Yeah, the XR Programs and Research Fund. It's a 2-year, $50 million investment in programs and external research with organizations all over the world, like Howard University, Women in Immersive Tech, Africa No Filter, and universities in Seoul, Hong Kong, and Singapore. And this is crucial because, as we've said, the metaverse isn't something we're building so much as it's something we're building for.
Across the industry, we need to bring that same imagination and commitment to building for interoperability, openness, safety, and privacy as we do for all the other product aspects of the metaverse. These have to be fundamental building blocks, just like the other software and experiences that we've been talking about.
Right.
All right, thanks, Nick. So, one thing that we haven't talked about much yet is the future of hardware that will help bring the metaverse to life. We're working on multiple new products to advance the state of the art, unlock richer social interactions, and make it a lot easier to be productive. That must be Angela, our head of VR devices.
Oh yeah, it's VR devices. Come on,
Angela.
baby.
Hey, Mark.
Is that what I think it is?
I sure hope it is.
All right, come on in.
Christmas, baby. Let's do this.
So,
come on.
What do you think is the most exciting thing that we're working on right now?
That's hard to say. You know, we have such an exciting pipeline. But next year, we are releasing a new product that will push the boundaries of VR even further. We've codenamed it Project Cambria.
So this isn't the next Quest. It's going to be compatible with Quest, but Cambria will be a completely new, advanced, and high-end product, and it'll be at the higher end of the price spectrum too. Our plan here is to keep building out this product line to release our most advanced technology before we can hit the price points that we target with Quest. All right, so let's talk about some of the new advances here.
Yeah,
taking our index.
There's a ton of new tech going into Cambria. For example, your avatar will be able to make natural eye contact and reflect your facial expressions in real time. This way, people you're interacting with will have a real sense of how you're actually feeling. It does mean building more sensors into a form factor that's comfortable to wear for a while. And because we want VR to be for everyone, we also have to make sure avatars represent a diverse set of human facial features and skin tones, as well as paying attention to things like glasses and beards that might get in the way of some of the sensors.
So that's going to be a big step forward for social presence, and I'm really glad that we're focused on making it inclusive from the start. Now, what about unlocking more mixed reality experiences? I mean, imagine working at your virtual desk with multiple screens while seeing your real desk so clearly that you can pick up a pen and write notes without taking your headset off. Or, you're doing a workout with a virtual instructor in your living room.
It's going to be so cool. We're already seeing the potentials of these kinds of experiences today as people are building for our pass-through API. But with Cambria, we'll be taking this to the next level with high-resolution, colored, mixed reality pass-through. We essentially combine an array of sensors with reconstruction algorithms to represent your physical world in the headset with a sense of depth and perspective. Now, we're still a ways away from exactly matching what our eyes see in the physical world, but we're pretty encouraged by how far we've been able to advance the pass-through experience so far.
Definitely, but we also need to push the visuals to the next level. So let's talk about the progress that we're making on optics.
Yeah, we're pushing the limits of display technology and form factor with something called pancake optics. They essentially work by folding light several times over to achieve a slimmer profile than current lenses. Now, with several optical layers, we'll need to precisely control every aspect of design and fabrication to achieve that high-quality, artifact-free display and really just deliver the best optics ever in one of our headsets.
That's pretty awesome. But let's make sure that we leave some of the good stuff for next year's release, too. All right, now, I'm excited to keep building out this new product line over future generations so we can keep getting our most advanced technology into people's hands even before we can get it into our Quest product line.
That's our goal. We're starting to work with developers to build experiences for Cambria as we speak, and we're looking forward to sharing so much more with y'all next year.
Sounds good.
I like that she said y'all.
Beyond virtual reality, we are also focused on the hardware to make true augmented reality possible. In a lot of ways, augmented reality is even harder. Not just because we need to invent a completely new optical stack that's not based on screens, but because we basically need to fit a supercomputer into a pair of normal-looking glasses.
Yeah.
So we're approaching this problem from two directions. First, how much technology can we pack into a pair of normal, great-looking glasses today? And second, how do we take the long-term tech stack to do everything and keep miniaturizing and improving it until it fits into a pair of normal, good-looking glasses? On the first path, last month we launched Ray-Ban Stories, our first smart glasses in partnership with EssilorLuxottica. They're not full AR glasses yet, but they let you take pictures and videos, listen to music, and take phone calls while you're out looking at the world instead of down at your phone. And we built leading privacy features into the glasses, like the LED light whenever you're recording, which phones don't even have. And we delivered this in the iconic Ray-Ban style for just $299. These are all steps along the path
$600 if you got prescriptions, though.
But the ultimate goal here is true augmented reality glasses. And we've been working on that too. And today, I want to show you an experience that we've been working on for Project Nazer, which is the code name for our first full augmented reality glasses. Here, you'll see you're chatting with friends on WhatsApp and planning a game night. You can select a game, and then, as you walk over to your kitchen, you can easily just put your game onto the table and you're off. And that's the kind of experience that augmented reality will unlock. There's a lot of technical work to get this form factor and experience right. We have to fit hologram displays, projectors, batteries, radios, custom silicon chips, cameras, speakers, sensors to map the world around you, and more into glasses that are about 5 millimeters thick. So we still have a ways to go with Nazer, but we are making good progress. I'm excited about our future roadmap, but even that's still early in a journey that's going to go on for decades. Immersive all-day experiences will require a lot of novel technologies. And for the last 7 years, our research team has been working on a broad array of technologies that are necessary for these next-generation platforms. Michael Abrash leads this team, and he's going to join me to talk about some of the future technology that we're developing. Hey, Michael, do you want to take everyone through our roadmap?
Haven't announced anything so far.
That covers a lot of ground, though. It's going to take about a dozen major technological breakthroughs to get to the next-generation metaverse. And we're working on all of them. Displays, audio, input, haptics, hand tracking, eye tracking, mixed reality sensors, graphics, computer vision, avatars, perceptual science, AI, and more.
Yeah, you're right. That's a lot. We probably only have time for a couple right now. You want to pick a few?
Well, I think the metaverse is really going to be first and foremost about connecting people. So I'd say let's start with avatars.
Yeah, I agree. The goal here is to have both realistic and stylized avatars that create a deep feeling that we're present with people.
Exactly, and we've shown codec avatars before.
Well, what can your face do? Can you show us?
Well, I've always hoped you would ask me that question.
And it's a remarkable experience to see codec avatars in VR. and photorealistic avatars will be a huge breakthrough. But they're only part of the picture.
Yeah, because you're not always going to want to look exactly like yourself. That's why people shave their beards, dress up, style their hair, put on makeup, or get tattoos. And of course, you'll be able to do all of that and more in the metaverse.
So this next video shows how we're making progress on part of that with hair and skin rendering and relighting for 3D avatars.
Holy shit.
She's going for a medical field. I think she was interested into...
Now, I want to point out this technology is still very definitely research, but it shows the really high level of fidelity that avatars are ultimately going to need to reach. Notice that you can see the individual pores on his skin. Now, clothing is another important way to express yourself. And whether you want to simulate your actual garments, say you're making a quick call with your grandmother, or maybe you just want to be wearing a stylish blue Oxford shirt like me, you're going to need the ability to simulate clothing. So here's an early look at hand-cloth interaction. And you can see how the movement of the cloth when the hand touches and stretches it is really remarkably accurate.
Now, to use your avatar to teleport to a meeting or sit down for a chat in the metaverse, you'll also need realistic virtual spaces to be with people in. So let's look at that. Contrary to how this looks, this is actually not a video of the physical world.
very cool.
It's a 3D reconstruction of a mock apartment, which I guess just became clear when that bowl took off by itself.
Exactly. So what you can see here is that a researcher is moving around various objects on the right, and then on the left you can see the high-fidelity real-time rendering of the space in the moving objects on the left without the researcher. So what's critical here is that this is all happening in real time. That's what's novel here, and that's what differentiates it from CGI. So what we've seen so far is pretty awesome, but we all know what we want. We want the whole package, a full-body avatar in a virtual environment, so you're just there. Last year, we showed our very first full-body codec avatar at Connect. Here to tell you more about our progress since then is Yasser Sheikh.
Hi there. My name is Yasser, and I direct the Facebook Reality Research Lab in Pittsburgh.
We've seen his face before.
Well, that's not completely true. What you're seeing is actually a rendering of my pre-recorded codec avatar. Over the past couple of years, we've made quite a bit of progress with codec avatars. My avatar can now look left, look right, look up, look down, make facial expressions.
Here, you can see Elaine is in VR on the right. You can see her view of Yasser's avatar and the reconstructed real-world space that it's in on the left as she moves around the avatar. What you see on the left is an entirely virtual reconstruction. This gives you a sense of a future in which you'll be able to interact with another person's realistic avatar in virtual reality in real time.
Dancing chat.
Now, preventing others from using your avatar will be critical. That's why, even though this is early stage research, we're already thinking about how we could secure your avatar, whether by tying it to an authenticated account or by verifying identity in some other way.
All right, so we've talked about what we're going to be able to see, but of course we also want to be able to actually do things in the metaverse. And while seeing your hands in VR and manipulating virtual objects is a big step forward towards that, then we're going to need an even easier and more intuitive way to interact with virtual content when you're on the go wearing AR glasses.
Running on a
And
4080.
we believe that neural interfaces are going to be an important part of how we interact with AR glasses. And more specifically, EMG input from the muscles on your wrist combined with contextualized AI. It turns out that we all have unused neuromotor pathways, and with simple and perhaps even imperceptible gestures, sensors will one day be able to translate those neuromotor signals into digital commands that enable you to control your devices. It's pretty wild. So let's take a look at what EMG input is going to be able to do and where we are with it today.
This video shows some of the ways that we think that wrist-based neural interfaces can provide an important input tool for AR glasses. So at first, that input is going to just be around enabling basic gestures, click, scroll, select. But as the technology evolves, EMG input could potentially unlock full-speed typing, and it could give you subtle, personalized controls that you can use in any situation. This is genuinely unprecedented technology. So let's look at an early prototype that shows how it could be used in AR. This experimental UI shows for the first time how EMG input could one day allow you to send a message in AR with your hand resting comfortably at your side without ever having to look at a screen. Notice how the researcher used an overt and highly visible click gesture to send the first message.
Is that a calculator
watch? We've made a lot
watch?
of progress over the last year, and we're now able to do the same thing with the smallest of movements of the hand. EMG enables this by picking up subtle neuromotor commands with remarkable precision.
I like that.
So basically what you're saying is that you're going to be able to send a text message just by thinking about moving your fingers. That's going to be pretty amazing. But I guess it's just one part of the equation, because the other is AI that understands your context and can give you a simple set of choices based on that context. So let's take a look at an AI interaction model that we've built using Project Aria, our initiative to accelerate research into AR glasses and live maps that we talked about last year.
Remember the mock apartment we saw earlier? Well, we've indexed every single object in it, including not only location, but also the texture, geometry, and function of each one. We fed all that information into the Project Aria glasses Ming-Fei is wearing in this next demo. And the reason is to simulate how AR glasses will ultimately be able to access data from a 3D map that will help them identify the real-world objects in the space around you and better understand your context so they can help you. What's happening here is that the glasses are calculating where Ming-Fei is in the room, locating and identifying all the nearby objects based on the index mentioned earlier, and figuring out which of those objects Ming-Fei is interested in by observing her eye movements. That contextual information, in turn, enables the system to offer proactive assistance to Ming-Fei in a variety of ways. Here, the system knows that she may want to turn on the TV, so when she clicks while looking at it, the system turns it on. Ultimately, her AR glasses will tell her what her available actions are at any time.
Hey assistant, where's my favorite mug?
We're also working on a voice interface that will let you locate any object. Here, the system is displaying the current location of the mug. In the future, it might tell her where it is using speech or text, or it might highlight the location in her glasses. Really, it's an early look at the sort of intuitive, low-friction interface that AI plus EMG input will enable in the future. This is how we'll all be interacting one day.
Thanks, Michael. That was awesome. All right, so I hope that gives you a sense of some of the technical challenges that we're working on to deliver deep and immersive experiences in the metaverse. A lot of what we've shown today isn't going to be available in the next year or two. Some of this is still a long way off. But this is some of the most exciting stuff that I've ever gotten to work on, and I'm just incredibly energized to be on this journey with all of you. And there's one more thing that I want to tell you about today.
Is it? Come on.
I believe the metaverse is the next chapter for the internet, and it's the next chapter for our company too. So I've been thinking a lot about what this means for our company and who we are as we embark on this journey. We're a company that focuses on connecting people. While most other tech companies focus on how people interact with technology, we focus on building technology so people can interact with each other. One of the reasons I started Facebook was that at the time you could use the internet to find almost anything. Information, news, movies, music, shopping, except for the thing that matters most of all, people. Today, we're seen as a social media company. But in our DNA, we are a company that builds technology to connect people. And the metaverse is the next frontier, just like social networking was when we got started. Facebook was born in a specific time and place, a college campus, the web. It was what we could build at the time to put people back into our experience of technology. But connecting people was always much bigger. From way earlier on, I remember sitting in middle school classes, sketching in my notebooks, ideas that I wanted to code when I got home. And even though I didn't have the skill or technology to build it yet, it was always clear that the dream was to feel present with the people we care about. Isn't that the ultimate promise of technology? To be together with anyone, to be able to teleport anywhere, and to create and experience anything? Yet here we are in 2021, and our devices are still designed around apps, not people. The experiences we're allowed to build and use are more tightly controlled than ever. And high taxes on creative new ideas are stifling. This is not the way that we are meant to use technology. The metaverse gives us an opportunity to change that if we build it well. But it's going to take all of us, creators, developers, companies of all sizes, Together, we can finally put people at the center of our technology and deliver an experience where we are present with each other. Together, we can create a more open platform with more ways to discover experiences and more interoperability between them. And together, we can unlock a massively bigger creative economy. I know the internet story isn't straightforward. Every chapter means new voices and new ideas, and yes, there will be challenges and risks and disruption of established interests. But there will also be opportunities and benefits that we can't even imagine yet. For connection, for creation, for learning, and joy. We'll all need to work together from the beginning to bring the best possible version of this future to life. A future where, with just a pair of glasses, you will be able to step beyond the physical world and into the kinds of experiences that we have talked about today. I've been thinking a lot about our identity as we begin this next chapter. Facebook is one of the most used products in the history of the world. It is an iconic social media brand. But increasingly, it just doesn't encompass everything that we do. Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger, Quest, now Horizon, Nazer, and more. Building our social media apps will always be an important focus for us. But right now, our brand is so tightly linked to one product that it can't possibly represent everything that we're doing today, let alone in the future. Over time, I hope that we are seen as a metaverse company. And I want to anchor our work and our identity on what we are building towards.
No, please.
We just announced that we are making a fundamental change to our company. We're now looking at and reporting on our business as two different segments. One for our family of apps, and one for our work on future platforms. And as part of this, it is time for us to adopt a new company brand to encompass everything that we do. To reflect who we are and what we hope to build, I am proud to announce that starting today, our company is now Meta. Our mission remains the same. It's still about bringing people together. Our apps and their brands, they're not changing either. And we are still the company that designs technology around people. But now we have a new North Star to help bring the metaverse to life. And we have a new name that reflects the full breadth of what we do and the future that we want to help build. From now on, we're going to be Metaverse first, not Facebook first. That means that over time, you won't need to use Facebook to use our other services. And as our new brand starts showing up in our products, I hope that people come to know the Meta brand and the future that we stand for. I used to love studying classics, and the word meta comes from the Greek word meaning beyond. For me, it symbolizes that there is always more to build. There's always a next chapter to the story. And for us, that's a story that started in a dorm room and grew beyond anything we could imagine, into a family of apps that people use to find one another, to find their voice, to start businesses and communities and movements that have changed the world. I'm proud of what we've built so far and excited about what comes next as we move beyond what's possible today, beyond the constraints of screens, beyond the limits of distance and physics, and towards a future where everyone can be present with each other, create new opportunities, and experience new things. It's a future that is beyond any one company, that will be made by all of us. We have built things that have brought people together in new ways. We've learned a lot from struggling with social issues and living under closed platforms. And now it is time to take everything that we have learned and help build the next chapter. I am dedicating our energy to this more than any other company in the world. And if this is the future that you want to see, then I hope that you will join us. Because the future is going to be beyond anything we can imagine.
All right, Mark. I'm gonna give you a chance.
Wow, wow, wow. I hope everyone was sitting down for that announcement. Never a dull moment around here. And I, for one, am already planning how I'll decorate my high-rise in the metaverse. And also updating my business cards. Does anyone actually use those anymore? No? Just me? Okay. Well, what a way to kick things off. And now, to you, our community of creators, developers, and friends, welcome to Connect 2021. I'm Melinda Davenport. As we know, Connect has gone virtual for the second year in a row, and here at Meta, we want to say that we hope everyone is doing well and staying safe, and we just can't wait to connect IRL just as soon as we can. You know, in my time as internal comms director at Meta, I've learned that Connect is one of the most anticipated events of our year, and that epic blockbuster opener was only just the beginning. Today we have an incredible slate of announcements, sessions, and panels giving you an in-depth look at the new realities our developer community is building. You'll get an unprecedented peek behind the curtain as our team offers a glimpse at the many ways we'll be virtually connecting, creating, and collaborating in the not-so-distant future. Seriously, like pretty soon. So let's talk about what's ahead today and the many ways you can experience Connect like never before. Coming up shortly after a quick break is the highly anticipated Developer State of the Union, where our team will take you through some of the ways we're building the metaverse and examine the virtual experiences of tomorrow. After that, we'll take a breather, maybe a quick sandwich run, charge up that Quest 2, and return recharged for an exciting conversation with one of the world's most influential developers. John Carmack will be joining us unscripted to share his latest thoughts and ideas on development. And we won't be done with John just yet, because he will then take questions live in a Horizon Worlds from a select audience, a Q&A that will broadcast right here on the Reality Labs page. It will be out of this world. Although perhaps not quite as out of this world as the incredible VR spacewalk from the International Space Station that will provide the exclamation point on Connect 2021. So, be sure to stick with us. Now, this year, you can actually enjoy Connect your way as we've personalized the entire Connect experience. So starting right now, all of the on-demand sessions you've been demanding are unlocked and ready to stream on the Reality Labs page. So connect with any sessions you want, when you want. Interested in AR tech? Expanding your community? Optimizing development? All of the above? Trust me, whether you're brand new to VR or a seasoned pro, we'll have a session for you. We'll even provide a few recs with our custom sessions playlist, which have been curated based on your favorite topics. And just like Connect in the past, these developer sessions will be led by some of the creator community's most influential thought leaders and innovators. They are not to be missed. In order to find them, simply pop over to the video section of the Reality Labs page. That Reality Labs page is the hub for all things Connect. Also, for you VR enthusiasts, just like last year, today's streams will also be viewable in venues, so you can kick back in the theater and enjoy with friends and fellow avatars. All right, so that is what is on deck for the day, but up next after a short break and in a brand new stream will be our much anticipated Developer State of the Union. Our VR team gives us a glimpse at the incredible new tools, APIs, and features they're building for developers, plus tips on how to build communities in and out of VR and grow your audience. That is not to be missed. So we are ending our stream right now, but stay on the Reality Labs page, and after the break, have your pencils ready or just sit back and enjoy the stream with the Dream Team. The Dream Team stream. See what I did there? It's all for Connect 2021, the Developer State of the Union. It's coming up at 11:45 a.m. Pacific, 2:45 Eastern. We'll see you there.
Maybe. I do love this. Whatever artist came up with this, bang on. Really good. Like that a lot. All right, now I think they're just gonna like let it spin, and that's probably all that's gonna happen. It's just gonna do that in the background. What's happening? It's gone dark. Gone dark, is that bad? What's happened? Help me! I'm not sure what's going on. Everybody died. I think they should just explained it, and I just don't know. All right, what do we got? What do we got in the panel? 1 second, I'm just looking at sessions. 11:45 they said, right? So that's going to be yet another, what time is it? Feckin' hell. That's 8 hours behind, so 11:45. So we've got 25 minutes to kind of download what's been happening. I thought I'd give a recap here for people who just joined us. Thank you for those joining us on YouTube and Twitch. We're just starting off and kind of running through a series of things that we've gotten through so far. So here's my recap. Let me know if I miss anything, okay? So first off, the biggest announcement, I think. The funny thing is they didn't even mention many games. Like we know that Medal of Honor is coming in November. We've just heard Wraith is dropping as well. Like there's stuff that they just didn't mention, and I'm really surprised. They did mention Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, my least favorite of the GTA series, but probably also the cheapest from an IP perspective if they were purchasing, and maybe the least hazardous for Rockstar to test the waters of VR. Now they've done previous projects, and that was really good, but we're going to see what's coming next. So let me put on some inkling music here in the background just while I... 1 second here. Remind me later to boost this up again. I'm going to kill the... Yeah, I just dropped the levels of that music down, you know? I think it's the biggest of the older ones. Would have preferred Vice City. Man, Vice City would have been amazing. Hey, thank you very much. Cheers, Big Show. Appreciate that. That was a fun run, you know. I think you're right, JV, that San Andreas is getting a lot of fun. By the way, these are not they look like them, but they are not the Facebook spaces. I thought I would just kind of put these on. This is a bit of a joke, more than anything. But I have actually tried Ray-Ban spaces. Ray-Ban stories. Which are pretty cool. I was kind of like when I first thought about it, and then I like the form factor. The case is a little bit big. It's like a fat glasses case. It's like a tube. Like if you ever had I'll say Gyro, Hero, the Greek sub, or maybe a large, really filled Subway sandwich. That's what the case is like for them. And you do the swipe stuff, and it goes to your phone and all this kind of thing. You can look up somewhere else about it, but I thought it was a lot more compelling. The only thing I didn't like about it was that it was, Facebook branded, really. That still has been my problem. Now, Meta has done a leapfrog. Now they're calling themselves. So Facebook turns to Meta as the summary for all of the various products underneath. I think whoever said it to me earlier was right. This appears to be like we're going to draw a ring around the entire company. Facebook is still Facebook, but the wrapper for all of their products, and notably they didn't mention Oculus. They said Quest. They specifically are like, this is the name we picked, so in case we need to sunset the Oculus brand, I suppose. I don't know. It's interesting. So they have a whole bunch of different projects. I'll just mention a couple of things as a kind of a quick summary. I put it there in chat, but I want to say it again. So GTA San Andreas, home. So the home environment is actually being enriched and connected with workspaces, Horizon workspaces. So it's Horizon Home. So the home you've had so far is home. They've added a workshop. So now you can go to like a desk and actually work in that environment. And I like that when they curate those and send them out. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. You think the Oculus brand is safe? I don't think they're going to sunset it, but it does feel like there was a reason why they were... I think it's because the Oculus brand perhaps is lagging behind the Quest brand. The Quest is what people, know now and has sold a fortune. So they're just kind of giving that applause, intentionally. So I think that's happening. The next thing I would say is that we heard in the session was logins, right? Facebook logins, and I think a lot of news sites are going to pick up on this. My read of this is that for the Facebook logins, they're saying you'll be able to use other logins. So whether that's a Meta login or if they let you sign in with, for example, a Google account or something like that, like some other account, is yet to be seen. It seemed like Mark was opening to all of that, and I'm hoping it isn't just stepping from one frying pan into the fire that is Meta logins. So now we're changing Facebook logins to Meta logins. I don't think that's what they meant. I think they meant we're actually going to do the full thing. How much of the new content is going to be Quest 2 only? don't know. I know the Medal of Honor is Quest 2 only. I don't know about After the Fall, which is coming from Vertigo. The other thing that they said was presence platforms. So presence platforms was interesting because they were talking about these various platforms and content placement. I picked that out. So content placement, to me, they're like, oh, we can figure out what's going to make sense contextually in your environment, whether you're in VR or AR. And that makes sense, but they're an advertising company in the end, so they are thinking about where can I, on a mug in VR, on a wall in VR, not just flashing up, splashing ads in your face. The community did quite backlash when they tried to ram ads in. It's coming slowly, and they're building the tools to put it in places that are smart that people will not rebuke. So, they did say business logins, yes, but at the end he topped that out to say he was mentioning across their platforms that they would allow broader access, which I thought was interesting. So that was interesting. Was the new headset shown? It was Stephen. It was. So they showed a few things. I'll cover that off in just a moment here. I can even snap back and we can just like browse the web a little bit and I can show you images of this or whatever. They showed AR Pets, a really student project looking AR Pets equivalent, but I'm kind of excited to have a buddy in my VR space, that you can actually get to know. They get to know you, like an AI engine type of thing, like a companion. I think that's very important, especially for people who are on their own, but just for the fun, for the kind of engagement. I thought that was quite good. Next, we talked about Cambria. So Project Cambria, they showed an MR. They talked about mixed reality. So the pass-through, color pass-through. Right now it's mono, no real depth sense, no stereo in the cameras that are there in your Quest today, right? So what you get with pass-through is actually a faked stereo depth. It's not real stereo depth. It actually goes kind of further. And so into this guy, you've got perspective, you've got depth. So you can actually pick a pen up easily in all this. They do some tricks to warp it. That's why it looks kind of fecky right now. If you go through the pass-through. And just a reminder to people, if you've got a Quest and you enable it in the extra settings, you can double tap the side to give you the pass-through at any moment, whether you're in an app or not. At the start of this stream, I had tried to do this in venues, but actually venues didn't work very well for me, right? So that was a problem. I'd forgotten that actually venues restricts streaming venues as like a content and safety measure. So when we got into venues, it blanked us out. So I could see us on screen until we tried to join. There were about 900 people trying to join in VR. I was keen to try it in VR, but we didn't in the end, and that was the way it was. Pets is a nice idea. Hope it doesn't turn into people Project Milo just to invoke a little bit of Peter Molyneux. Yeah. That was back in the day. Adam says, I don't think it was just a play on words, like moving Facebook logins to meta logins, because the platform is still Facebook, so it should be an open login system like the OG Oculus logins. I actually do think that they're going to try to broaden it, and that, like, again, your Google account and stuff will let you in. Okay. So that's that. Project Nazer. We heard about Project Nazer as well. That was the kind of AR piece that they were showing. I thought that was quite exciting. Project Aria. That's what I had actually thought was going to come out and be shown again here. There was a lot less. There's nothing purchasable out of this convention or out of this this keynote. I'm kind of shocked, to be honest, that there isn't any new hardware aside from show me the updates on your projects. So there isn't anything to kind of gazump what's already out there. If I had, of the 4 announcements that I've seen so far this year, I'd be going for an HTC Flow if I wanted something for Christmas, for example. If I was really itching to buy something. But that's 600 quid for basically, sit on the couch with Netflix glasses. But still. And I don't know that would ship in time. I know they're doing some shipments. I am tempted, though, I'll be honest, to kind of go grab a Flow now, just to see what they're like and toy around with them. And but maybe not this edition. It's a lot of money. Project Aria showed also the room context system. Now, they talked about this a couple of Connects ago when I was actually there with them in California, and the contextual layers that they're building, you can see they've made really quite strong progress in this area, and items are now being compartmentalized, identified, and all of that kind of stuff. And I thought that was really cool. So that's the way it goes. An Active Directory alternative, but through Meta or Facebook is how you took it, Penguin? Okay. GTA is an important IP, so I have high hopes a lot of effort will go into it. I think, Hamilton, that when it comes to GTA, similar to what we just saw with Resident Evil, they will get it right. They will get it right. And if that's the case, I don't care that it's my least favorite GTA. Exploring that world through VR sounds awesome. Driving cars, driving bikes, motorcycles, right? Planes, all that stuff is in there. So that's quite exciting as a release. We're kind of waiting around. I've got about 6 minutes before we go into the next one of these things. And we're going to see. I'm going to stay here for that because I'm curious what's up next. Hang on, let me see if I can grab it. I think it's just sitting. One moment. Nope. Sorry, didn't mean to flash that. Yep. Let's see here now. What I'm going to do is I'll take this away for a sec. You can have a big nasty dragon. And I will instead bring us to whatever is next on our Facebook.
TrySky says, Jim, this event was useless besides GTA San Andreas, at least for me, lol.
Yeah, well, San Andreas is a big deal for us anyway, so I'm happy about that part. Let me go ahead and take those glasses off. You can look at my soul again. I actually think that eye contact is super important. So it's saying, okay, Facebook Reality Labs, blah, 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 blah. Bunch of people are saying, I'm starting to think that the leaked videos were fake. All this kind of stuff. I don't think they were fake. What happened before is things got leaked like way in advance of when they should have. You know what I mean? So that is possible. What do we have up next? Developers State of the Union. I'm definitely curious for this one.
GT says,
so,
I think this was more of an investment stream. Not too happy.
Not too happy? Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. The logins is interesting. The project updates are interesting. I'm still curious to hear from Carmack. He's definitely one of the ones that I want to hear from. When is that, though? When is that happening? Let me find out. Stick you in there again. Carmack is 2 o'clock, which for us will be 10 o'clock. So, what I might do is I might just come back live. If you guys don't mind that, I'll just stop streaming and then I'll start broadcasting again to continue it. Once this kind of goes live. Now we've got 5 minutes till the next thing, which is going to be the bit with Carmack. You can see there 2 o'clock, right? So I'm gonna do the Developers State of the Union because that sounds good to me. It honestly does. Let me see if I can flip over here. There you go. See, this is the whole page. Developers State of the Union. Let's see if I can. What does this say? Unlocks at 11:45. It's funny because like why won't they let you just queue up the video? So let's learn a little bit about the speakers then. In terms of what we have here. I'm curious what this is. Chris Pewitt, I've heard this name before. All right, Chris, we're going to learn about these people. Director of Content Ecosystem. Chris Pewitt runs the third-party publishing and designs content ecosystems of Facebook Reality Labs. Just a heads up. So what we're going to do is I'm going to look at this. I'm not expecting this to be terribly exciting. So if you want something like that's a pretty exciting thing, maybe feck off for an hour or two and come back for the 10 o'clock. I'm going to watch this until this is done. When this finishes up, I think we've got a break until Carmack, and then I'll come live again on this same event, unless it like auto shuts on me or something. So what I'll do is I'll close it. The stream won't be running, but then I will open it again because what that will do is my live stream broadcast will have like a gap, and it will then just appear in the video as just a skip. It'll skip 2 hours or whatever forward. So that'll be fun. So they're talking about the Dead Secret games. That's why I know him. Dead Secret. Script writing the titles. Dead Secret. Okay, fine. But he's hired by now Facebook. Allison Lee, who are you? Allison, did we see her in the video? I think I felt like we did. But developer program manager, supporting Oculus Launchpad. That was really important. There used to be an Oculus Launchpad breakfast that we used to have there on site. Who's this? Mary Kyle. We saw her. She's the game producer with Oculus Studios. Okay. Reviews apps for Go, Rift, and Quest publishing. Master degree in game design, and her spare time as an indie game developer. Excellent. Very good. I always like devs talking away. And then we've got Tom Langen. Tom Langen leads the product management team for Oculus developer platform. Very good. Hi, Tom. Do you drink heavily too? Well, I hope you do. All right. So let's go back to main home for, there we go, back to Connect. Just have that pulsing background. That's kind of fun. And we'll go here. We'll stay put.
Arcanian VR says,
no dates.
Why doesn't the unlock time change based on your location?
That's a good question. That is a good question. What do we have here? Koftas? I'm going to have some food. And then we're just going to wait 5 minutes. There you can see my time here. 7:43. Means we have 2 minutes before the next thing.
Try Sky says, is it bussin'?
Is it bussin'? You're going to have to translate. I'm not sure I know what that means. Hey, if you guys like watching like this, I'm happy to do this again. It's not a big deal. It's certainly nicer to interact this way. I just thought I would run it because I was asked earlier. I wasn't actually planning to do this today. And then stream was like, is everybody going to watch together? Can we watch together? Please, let's watch together. Oh, man. It's fun. It is fun this way, though. Like, you actually get to enjoy it together like you're sitting on the couch. What I might want to do, though, I don't know how I could control this, but I kind of want to do like a gated Discord thing. I don't know. It's difficult. Like, where we'd be able to be together, you know, for people who wanted to chat that way. I haven't worked out how that would work exactly yet, so we're gonna see. A reaction streamer now. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I've done a few reaction things. My reaction stuff goes really well, actually. I tend to be quite critical, so people tend to like it, but I try not to flog that horse too much. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Being together, man. Being together at Connect is like amazing. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, I want to show you something. Okay? Let me flip away from this for just a second. That will bring up something nifty. This is hilarious. Where's my notifications? All right. I got to show you this because this is fun. If this will show. So, can you see this? Burp, burp, burp. Like that. Burp. So, Facebook Reality Labs is responding to my stuff, right? So this is what happened. They said, connect us today, right? And I said, hoping for plenty of this, right? And then they said, as long as you can put your brain in back afterwards.
Zim, you are a boomer that's eating a Sue's bussin' chicken.
A sus bussin' chicken. It's not a chicken. I've got a burrito here, man. It's a burrito and some koftas. I don't even know what a kofta is, but I think it's what it's called. But this is going to take away like your appetite, right? So it said that, Facebook said, I'm just going to put your brain in backwards. And I was like, after Halloween deal, because, you know, your brain's out for Halloween and all that stuff. Anyway, this is about to start. Let's get on. Let's get on with it. Let's do this thing. All right, back here. Facebook. Not this one. Where are we? It's supposed to unlock. Like, did you unlock? Boom. Unlock it. It is that time. That can unlock already. Subscribe and watch in VR. See, I don't want to back and watch in VR. I want to watch it. Come on. Let me click the button. All right, just check Facebook maybe. Facebook Reality Labs. Are you gonna stream it now? Now streaming Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, see that was the event that we had. Okay. That's what that was. That's all right. That's what that was. All that. We're gonna like happening now. Developer State of the Union. Yay! All right, here we go. Everybody ready? Good. Here we go. Bit of noise in the background. What does it say? What do you mean when they go live? We're back. No?
Welcome back, everyone, to Connect 2021. I'm Melinda Davenport. Today, we have a fantastic lineup of experiences and information, so let's jump right in. Whether it's at work or at play or just spending quality time with friends in the metaverse, our team is busy creating virtual experiences of tomorrow. So here with our developer State of the Union are a few folks who kinda sorta know a thing or two about developing. VR Director of Ecosystems Chris Pruitt and his superstar VR teammates Tom Langan, Allison Lee, and Mari Kyle. Take it away, team.
Here we go. I boosted the audio for you. I remembered for once. Let's go.
Welcome to the Oculus Developer State of the Union for 2021. My name is Chris Pruitt, and I'm the director of the Content Ecosystem team here at Facebook. Now, Content Ecosystem is a fancy word for a team that basically works with third-party developers like yourselves. We work with devs of all shapes and sizes, and our goal is to make sure that you are successful in VR. This is my 8th Connect, and I'm sure many of you have been doing this as long as I have.
Try Sky says, wow, he looks close to death.
What we're going to do today in this session is try to give you a sort of holistic overview of all the things we've been working on for the last year and an idea of sort of where we're going, both from a strategic perspective and from a technology and tools perspective. We call this a State of the Union, as we're trying to get as much information for developers in one place as possible. I'm going to talk about our ecosystem. I'm going to talk about how it's matured and how it's grown and where we think it's going. And then I'm going to have Tom Langan come in a little bit and talk about tools and tech and features and other investments we've been building to make your lives easier. Let's start with how we got here. Now, Quest 2 is very successful in market today, but if you roll back to 2019 when we were launching Quest 1, that moment represented a big change in our ecosystem strategy. In particular, we moved to a curated store model. And what that meant was that we were not going to take everything that was proposed to us to ship on our platform. In fact, we only worked with a certain number of developers per year, and we only shipped a certain number of titles per year. And the reason we adopted this strategy is that we decided to go really deep with focus on quality. We wanted to make sure that everything that a customer sees in our store is a really high quality product. We had a lot of data telling us this was the right thing to do. We saw on our previous VR devices that a customer's behavior in our ecosystem was very strongly correlated to the quality of the early experiences that they had in VR. So a customer that came in and experienced something really great, played with a great game, or had another really good experience, those people were more likely to go on to retain better, to spend more money in our store, and generally be a more engaged user. And we felt that for Quest in particular, it was really important that everything we put in front of our customer base be really high quality. And this has turned out to be very important because the vast majority of Quest customers are new to VR. Almost all of them, this is their very first headset.
I have to agree.
We focused on quality, and I can tell you that strategy has been massively successful. The developers that we've worked with have experienced success unlike any other VR platform that we've seen. Back in February, we told you that 1 in 3 of our developers had actually produced over $1 million in revenue on the Quest store. And of course, now that number has grown. But that was a really key moment for us because it was proof that we were doing what we set out to do, which was to create an economic platform that developers could build businesses on top of. So this strategy has been very successful, and we know that we need to continue it, but we also need to expand the types of developers we work with and the types of products that we work on. So this year we've invested in new ways for you to monetize your applications. We shipped subscriptions, which is particularly valuable to certain classes of apps and games. We've been experimenting, although I think it's still pretty early, with what advertisements might look like in VR someday. And we have new features such as developer notifications, which are designed to help you reach your customers directly.
He said ads.
We've been very happy with this strategy. Our developer partners have been very happy with our approach, and our customers have told us that they appreciate it too, that our focus on quality has been very well merited. But that strategy's also produced an interesting dichotomy. We have, those developers that are in our store and they're doing really well, they're making really high quality stuff, and then we have sort of everybody else. And when we looked at who was in that group of everybody else developers, we found that there's like a lot of really good stuff in there. There's developers who are doing innovative things. They're pushing boundaries and trying things that
you should be
nobody's
wearing
tried before in
glasses.
VR. There's also developers that are making really high-polished, high-quality stuff that isn't a fit for what our store is doing, but is still valuable and should have a way to get out to customers. So earlier this year, we launched a product called AppLab. AppLab is a distribution platform for developers who are not in our store. The way it works is you upload your application, you pass our criteria for technical and content. And once you've done those things, you get a link that you can then send to your communities. You can put it on SideQuest or put it in a Discord channel or do whatever you like to get it out to the community of folks that is the right target audience for your app. And this was important to us because we realized that there was a lot of innovation going on in a space that was, pre-market fit, or it might be rough around the edges, it might be experimental, it might be early phase. It's not exactly what our customers are expecting out of our store, but it still needs a way to stretch and grow. And that's what AppLab provides. This has been pretty successful. I mean, we partnered with SideQuest on day one of AppLab to make sure that it would, enable the existing SideQuest community to use this feature. But we were frankly overwhelmed with the amount of interest that we got. If you were one of the developers who submitted in the first couple of months to AppLab, you may have found yourself waiting in a queue that was weeks or even months long. To tell you the truth, we've received over 1,400 submissions to date, and that's a lot larger number than we anticipated. So the good news is we put a lot of effort into improving the review time for AppLab reviews, and now the average from like initial submission all the way to launching on AppLab, the average is about 10 days. We think we can get that number down even a little bit smaller. But if you're one of those developers that jumped in early and ended up waiting in a queue for a long time, I just want to thank you for your patience. This is something we've worked really hard on.
I'm worried they're gating.
So now we kind of have
SideQuest
two
now.
platforms, right? We have the store platform where our high-end stuff is happening. And frankly, the bar for what goes into the store is moving up. Last year, we shipped Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, which is a really high-end video game. It's a AAA VR video game. This year, we're shipping Resident Evil 4, which is also an incredibly high-end video game. And it's not limited to video games. Like if you look at Supernatural, I think Supernatural sets a bar for polish and quality of what a Quest 2 app can be. But we're also trying to enable developers who are building interesting, innovative, experimental stuff to find an audience and be successful in AppLab. And we've been very happy with that success. If you have not played Gorilla Tag, you're missing out and you should go try it.
Oh, yeah, baby.
So let's talk about where we're going.
Bananas in chat, please.
Quest 2 is selling really well, and it's going to continue to sell. I think that what we'll see is Quest software, particularly Quest 2 focused software, is going to experience a step change improvement in visual quality and also application complexity. And the reason for that is mostly that the catalog of applications we have today weren't written with Quest 2's extra power in mind. A lot of them were written to target Quest 1, or actually some of them were written to target Rift and then ported to Quest 1. And as developers focus on Quest 2 as their primary target, I think we'll see them start to actually exercise some of the extra power and memory that that device provides. And that is going to produce, I think, a pretty material change in the sort of overall presentation and visual quality that's possible on the device. We also have a number of investments in tech and tools and APIs, which Tom's going to come and tell you about in just a few minutes. But here at Facebook Connect, we also have a whole bunch of sessions designed for you. In fact, there's 27 developer sessions available right now. These are video on demand. You can go to the webpage and scroll through them and find
I used
the
to
ones
play
that
this game as a
are
kid.
most valuable for you.
You flick their faces over.
We've tried to make sure that in addition to this session, we have a lot of information out there, both from us and
Don't
from
go for this guy.
developers that we've worked with about what it takes to be successful on our platform. The final point I want to make here is that as Quest is expanding, so is our audience. As we grow the audience, that audience is diversifying. And it's really important that our Quest developer community also grow and diversify in order to meet the needs of these new people. I'm going to give you an example. Last December, we shipped publicly for the first time the results of a long, multi-year segmentation study. A segmentation study is like research where we go out and we try to find out who the audience for VR really is and what they want. And we did this huge amount of research which helped inform us about how to position Quest and Quest 2 and where we should put our investments. And we've released that information so that you can read it as well. And I highly recommend you do. It's very valuable information for any VR developer. But one of the things you'll find in there is that one of the segments, one of the groups that we identified of gamers who are looking for VR experiences is called story seekers. And that group is specifically interested in narrative. They want to play video games where there are stories. That's their reason for playing games. They're not early adopters.
That's rowdy
They're
guy.
folks that tend to come in a couple of years into the cycle of new hardware. But guess what? That group is bigger than our core gamer groups. It's bigger than the competitive multiplayer groups. It's even bigger than the groups of people who play with their kids. It's a massive collection of gamers.
They are mostly
and 53%
female.
of them are women. This audience is starting to arrive on Quest 2 now, and they're going to continue to arrive in mass, I think.
That's you, Buck?
over
You're
the next
female?
couple of years. And it's really
I didn't know you
important that we have
identified as
software that they want to consume. And so I would encourage you to go out and look at that data and try to see how your development fits with this audience that's coming down the pipeline. Another example is Quest 2, for the first time, is the first device that we've shipped in retail in both Korea and Japan. And those regions are new for us, they're young, but the device is selling really well. We're working with developers in those regions to produce both content for their local markets and for the rest of the world. But there's a lot you can do, even if you're not living in either of those two countries, to make sure your content is accessible for those audiences, because they're absolutely hungry for it.
Learn Japanese.
And finally, there's a bunch you can do to make the content you're building today more accessible to the audience we already have today. And rather than me talk about it, I'm going to have two experts, Allison and Muddy, come in and talk to you, just give you a little preview about the sessions that they're going to give about this particular topic. And then after that, Tom will step up and give you all the information about tech, tools, and features. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. It's amazing to see how far we've come in such a short amount of time. And that's due to, in large part, our diverse community of creators. My name is Allison Lee, and I'm a developer program manager here at Facebook Reality Labs. My role focuses on providing equitable opportunities for developers to learn, create, and launch applications on the Oculus platform. Chris already touched on a couple of different types of creators, and now I'd like to share a little bit more about how we're supporting these groups through our Oculus programs. Now, to give you a lay of the land, we have a few different programs available to content creators looking to create for Oculus. This includes Oculus Start, VR for Good, and the program that I lead, Oculus Launchpad. These programs are designed to provide support, access, and resources to creators no matter their development stage or the type of VR content they're looking to create.
Yeah.
Oculus Start, for instance,
It's one of the most
is one of
important
our largest
pieces.
programs,
Students,
providing
indie devs.
ongoing support to existing creators.
It's really good.
If you have an application in development or launched, are looking for that extra guidance, need additional resources, or are just looking to tap into a supportive community of creators, Start has you covered. VR for Good provides opportunities for content that has potential to transform, educate, advance social movements, and expand our understanding of people and cultures around the world. This program supports amazing content creators looking to harness the power VR has to inspire change. Oculus Launchpad is one of our longest running developer programs and is designed to support diverse voices creating VR content. Launchpad onboards a small number of creators each year and provides hands-on learning, resources, and potential funding to qualifying creators. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and representation are the core pillars for Oculus Launchpad. The goal of the program is to not only open up more seats at the virtual table, but also make sure creators from all backgrounds have the opportunity to take a seat. Now that you have an overview of what our programs do, let's talk a little bit about why we have them in the first place. These programs were created to address gaps we saw in our community and on the platform. Early on during the launch of Oculus Rift, and later with the Oculus Quest line, we saw the need to ensure community representation in the development teams and content we
Oh my
support.
god, she said Quest
Each
line
program
like it's
is
a line of
designed to
clothing.
provide you, our creators, with the type of support you need to succeed, whether you have been creating for years or just about to dive into VR for the first time. Our hope is that these programs will help to create a more inclusive ecosystem of developers and inspire new, innovative VR experiences. At FRL, our programs are a core part of how we share insights, best practices, and offer support to our developer community. By participating in some of our programs, you'll have the opportunity to connect with Oculus and industry leads and ask them about what's most important to you. FRL game producer Madi Kyle should be a familiar face to any of our current or previous program members. She is a mainstay expert for accessibility best practices as well as app testing.
How did she pronounce that?
And has popped in to share her top tips to help make content more accessible to all.
Is that Matty?
But rather than me just telling you about it, Madi's here to share a little bit more about what you can expect from some of our programs and also what she's up to at this year's Connect.
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for the intro, Allison. I'm Madi Kyle, game producer at Facebook Reality Labs, and I've been a big fan of the Oculus programs since well before my time here at Facebook, back when I was an indie dev myself. In the past years, these programs have surfaced and supported some of my favorite VR apps and developers, and this year, I can't wait to be inspired by all the new innovative work these programs will shine a light on. Our Oculus programs have always upheld values of inclusivity and accessibility. If you're interested in topics like these, I'm excited to invite you all to
with the blue
my
tea?
developer session, Building an Accessible Future in VR. In my session, I'll be going over some of Oculus's biggest updates in building features for accessibility and provide some tips on how you can make your application more inclusive. Throughout Connect, you'll be hearing more from me, our Oculus program leads, and even previous program members. To deep dive into what to expect in today's sessions and tell you more about our Oculus developer tools, I'm going to hand over the virtual mic to Tom Langen, product management lead for the Oculus developer platform. Take it away, Tom.
Thanks, Madi. I love how as we're all building the future of VR together, our programs and our developers are prioritizing inclusivity and accessibility. Hi, I'm Tom Langen, product management lead for the Oculus developer platform. Our team here at Facebook is responsible for building developer products, the tools and features that help developers like you be more efficient, push the boundaries of what VR can do, and ultimately be more successful. Today, I'm excited to talk about how we're providing better ways to get things done, adding new capabilities to the Quest platform, and expanding the ecosystem for Quest as a concrete step towards our vision of creating a general purpose compute platform. We love feedback from the developer community, and we know you want better ways to get things done, so let's start there. Last year at Connect 2020, we launched the Oculus Developer Hub, or ODH for short. It's our standalone tool for things like device management, package management, news, and more. We are thrilled with the reception from the developer community, many of whom have told us that ODH is now an indispensable part of their workflow, and then told us a bunch of features they want to see next. The team has been adding frequent updates, and soon we'll launch a major update, the ODH 2.0. There's a session on ODH where you can learn more about what the tool does and get a preview of the new version. Quest 2 is powerful, but it's still built on a mobile chipset, and performance tuning is a must for basically everyone, which is why performance is a big priority for us. Over the past year, we improved RenderDoc for Oculus based on your feedback. The tool is more stable with new features like Vulkan validation layers
I have not seen
and
this.
heat maps. We've added access to more GPU performance data across all of our tools. And we've added support for Perfetto, Android's system-wide profiling tool, which can be accessed via one click in the ODH. For more on all these topics related to performance, check out the talk on graphics, as well as the session on how Big Box optimized Population 1 for Quest. Now, since the release of Quest 2, we've been providing developers with ways to use the increased CPU and GPU to achieve high performance with minimal perceived latency. This is really important if you have fast-moving action in your app. Quest 2 now has support for 90 Hz and 120 Hz refresh rates, and 2 technologies for reducing frame latency, phase sync and late latching. All of this can make your app more responsive to things like user movement. Teams of all sizes are implementing these features. 120 Hz support is now supported by Echo VR by the studio Ready at Dawn, and also Cubism by solo developer Thomas Van Baal. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, some apps are more resilient to latency, and instead, they want to maximize processing time per frame. Usually this is done to maximize graphics fidelity. For these apps, we're introducing Application Space Warp. This is a new feature that adds a major leap in compute power by allowing apps to run at half frame rate. On Quest 2, an app would run at 36 FPS instead of the usual 72. This technique can increase per frame compute by up to 70%. The Quest 2 displays still refresh at 72 Hz, and the Space Warp system extrapolates new frames for head movement and object animation to compensate. We recommend checking out the dedicated session on this topic, which also includes late latching and phasing. The Quest ecosystem is already a diverse place, and we believe that as VR evolves, new audiences and opportunities are going to emerge. We believe building an inclusive app is important and can result in better experiences, better reviews, and ultimately it's going to grow your audience. To help with this, we launched the User Demographics Analytics tool. You can use this tool to better understand your audience with aggregated insights into the genders, ages, and countries that your app is reaching. By keeping an eye on this dashboard, you can ensure that you have healthy engagement and gauge the impact of new content or new marketing on your trends. Check out our session on bringing diversity to your app to learn more and hear examples of how developers adjusted their strategies based on demographics. Now for our second topic, new capabilities being added to the Quest platform. We envision the metaverse as a place where people will be able to gather and travel together between apps. The Oculus multiplayer system is an important building block in that vision. Multiplayer apps and games are super compelling, especially with people you know. But all too often, the fun is cut short by complicated invite systems, microphone issues, difficulty keeping everyone together in a lobby, or online abuse. We've launched the first in a suite of new multiplayer features to make it easier for people to get together, stay together, and have fun. Recently, we introduced game invites that reach friends on any surface, including VR, smartphones, and even the web. We've also added an in-app roster to see which friends are available. In addition, we've improved several existing multiplayer APIs such as destinations and mic switcher to improve pain points in the user experience. For your app to take advantage of these major improvements, all you need to do is make some minor additions to the existing multiplayer system in your app. Check out the multiplayer talk when we'll share more information on these new additions as well as our multiplayer roadmap. Cloud backups. Without them, your customers can lose all their state, including save games and settings, anytime they upgrade headsets or delete and reinstall your app, which can happen because people need to juggle storage space on their device. This loss of data can be frustrating and result in one-star reviews. We've heard the feedback that our previous cloud storage solutions were overly complicated. I'm pleased to share that the new cloud backup system is launching later this year. It works at the file system level with no coding required. Apps are opted in by default, but you can make adjustments to this on our developer site. If you're using the existing Cloud Saves product, we recommend switching to the new system when it launches by changing settings on our developer site. Again, no coding changes required. One area of innovation that is core to us here at Oculus is improving the way apps understand the real world. This includes how accurately they can model motion of the user, as well as their understanding of the space around them. During the keynote, we announced the Presence Platform, a broad range of capabilities that will enable developers to build mixed reality, interaction, and voice experiences. These innovations will unlock new experiences, including enhanced social presence, that will make interactions in the metaverse more authentic. Presence Platform features like pass-through, spatial anchors, and scene can be used to enable people to be aware of their physical environment and have experiences where virtual objects can be positioned relative to surfaces in the real world. This is an area of long-term investment for us, and you can jump in now to be among the first to try Presence Platform and give us early feedback. Check out the session on the Insight SDK to learn more about building mixed reality experiences using the Presence Platform. Now, hand tracking is also part of the Presence Platform, and it is improving this year with the launch of the Oculus Interaction SDK, which provides a library of refined, standardized interactions for things such as grab, poke, raycast, and more. It also includes techniques to create a more authentic sense of presence. To learn more, check out the session on the Interaction SDK. A basic need of the metaverse and all social VR apps is a sense of social presence. In other words, the way people move and act needs to feel authentic to convey the subtle social cues that give gatherings in VR a distinct advantage over 2D video chat. Earlier this year, we began rolling out our new avatars, starting with a handful of apps. And today, we're excited to announce that the new Avatar SDK is launching in December for Unity, with Unreal Engine coming in the first half of next year. These new avatars are more expressive, more customizable, and more diverse than what we've offered before. The SDK combines animation, rendering, lip sync, and networking with high-quality, low-latency spatial audio. Together, the SDK delivers smooth, consistent, authentic motion for avatars out of the box on a variety of network conditions. On Quest devices, the avatars also integrate with hand tracking and a machine learning-based motion prediction technology that gives the upper body smoother and more accurate movement. Now, if you choose to use the complete avatar system, people will be able to jump into your app instantly with the avatar they've already created and are using on other apps. You'll also save dev effort because you'll be able to get avatars working really quickly and you won't need to build your own editor. However, we know there are reasons why the full Avatar SDK won't be right for many of you. You may want a different visual style, or you want your code to be portable to non-Oculus platforms. Our new avatars are powered by a modular native libraries built for maximum portability to other platforms. You can use the built-in visual style or wire up the underlying skeletal and motion data to your own character system. We're looking forward to getting the new Avatar SDK into your hands in December, and we'll share more information closer to release. For our third and final topic, let's talk about how we're expanding the Oculus ecosystem. We aspire for Oculus to be a compute platform that's useful to all people. We want it to be entertaining, yes, but we also want to make people productive and help them connect with people they care about. We can't achieve this alone. Our goal is to greatly expand the breadth of our app ecosystem. And over the coming years, you can expect our dev platform to expand to new use cases, new technologies, and entirely new dev communities. We're just getting started, but we've already taken a few steps on this journey. We're working with partners building productivity, design, and collaboration apps, and adapting the store to accommodate these new categories. We also launched App Lab this year, which gives more developers access to Quest, including those with new ideas. Developers responded quickly, and we're inspired by the pace of experimentation that we're seeing. On the web, we've been long-standing proponents of open standards for building VR experiences. WebXR is the W3C standard that taps into AR/VR capabilities. WebXR is ubiquitous. Yes, it works in VR, but it also supports devices like phones, tablets, and laptops with a mode that kind of looks like a 3D video game. Developers are using WebXR to create write once, run anywhere experiences that are social, engaging, and they're instantly on because they don't require an app download. WebXR also enables high-quality video streaming with minimal battery life impact. Massively multiplayer streamed live events last year reached hundreds of thousands of people. A great example was Porter Robinson's Secret Sky Festival, which I attended. Standing side by side in a virtual crowd during the middle of the isolation of COVID-19 was a surprisingly moving experience. We're excited to see the uptake of WebXR for live events and a variety of other use cases. You can learn more at the talk on WebXR. You might have noticed in the keynote that we demonstrated the ability to run multiple 2D applications in Horizon Home, which is the home environment on Quest 1 and 2. We're evolving Horizon Home to be a platform where people can multitask to be entertained, productive, and social. And we're inviting developers to be part of it. We are excited to announce today that we are opening up the Horizon Home environment to third-party developers. 2D app customers will be able to obtain apps from the Oculus Store as well as App Lab, just like immersive apps. And they'll show up right in the Oculus library. These apps will launch into Horizon Home, where they can be resized, rearranged in space, and multitasked side by side with other apps. As a first step towards opening up Horizon Home to developers, we will be supporting progressive web apps, or PWAs for short. PWAs allow a developer's web app to have the look and feel of a native app. They also gain access to system features like notifications. PWA developers will be able to submit app packages to Oculus, where their apps will show up in either the Oculus Store or App Lab. PW apps stay up to date without requiring app package updates, since they simply display the live content from the developer site. All of this means that it's easy to take the 2D experience of your site and launch it as an app on Oculus. Now, we expect most apps in Horizon Home to be traditional 2D apps at first. However, WebXR is supported in PWAs. This means it will be possible for apps to seamlessly transition back and forth between 2D and VR modes. For example, a 2D launcher app could be an entry point into a virtual world, or a 2D travel app could host 360 photos and videos. We're excited to see what developers are going to do with these possibilities. At the keynote, we announced the first PWA apps that are launching in the store. Today, we're rolling out the tools to allow any developer to start creating and testing PWA apps on Quest devices. In the near future, developers will be able to ship their PWAs to App Lab. To learn more, check out our session on 2D app development. That's it. Everything you just heard today was inspired by conversations we've had with developers. We want to hear from you. Talk to the team here at Oculus, participate in research and surveys, and head to the forums to discuss your ideas with other developers. One thing we've heard loud and clear is you don't want to hear about all this new stuff like APIs, tools, policies, and best practices only once a year here at Connect. The best way to stay informed is to install the Oculus Developer Hub. It includes a recap of all the latest news as well as informational videos. Thanks so much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions here at Facebook Connect 2021.
Yeah. Cool. I love that. Look at that fucking graphic.
Just wow. I think we can all agree that the State of the Developers Union is super exciting. So special thanks to Chris, Allison, Mari, and Tom for that thorough dive into where we are and where we're going. Now, if you have any thoughts on any of the topics covered, be sure to share them right here in the live chat because we want to hear your take. Some of the high points have to include the mind-blowing developments regarding Presence Platform, WebXR, and so much more.
Yep.
Now, don't forget, there's even more info on all of these topics in our phenomenal sessions that are unlocked right now and can be found via our Connect 2021 playlists, including Mari's Building an Accessible Future in VR session, which is such an important topic. Check out that along with many of our other sessions with just fantastic speakers and dive even deeper into all of the topics you are excited about.
Hey, okay.
Okay, now it's time to take a time out, but just because our stream will be inactive for a beat doesn't mean you have to be. Quite the opposite, my friends. Our friends at FitXR have put together a customized Connect 2021 FitXR workout designed just for these breaks in our program. So maybe get those endorphins pumping, hydrate, have a little snack, and check out some of the illuminating sessions. There are so many cool sessions with insight on topics like
I'm not a fan
mixed
of FitXR.
reality with Presence Platform, a deep dive
tell you
into
why in
the
a minute.
future of social and world AR experiences, and even a fascinating look at application Space Warp. There are literally dozens to choose from. And also just a quick schedule update after our stream break. Woo! Daytona Beach, let's go! Okay, sorry.
What the hell is she
Coming up,
talking about?
we'll be live right back here at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern with none other than Mr. John Carmack, followed with a live in VR Q&A. And then we'll go for a little walk. Oh, and also it's in space. It's a space walk. in VR.
Okay.
No big deal or anything. But before our break, our team has put together a look at some of the vitally important diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives here at the company, which is one of the ways we get ideas and perspectives from people that come from a range of backgrounds, identities, and interests. It allows us to all build the best, most inclusive products possible. So please enjoy, and we'll see you right back here at 2 p.m. Pacific.
And welcome to the Build for Inclusion Developer Series. Today you will meet 4 of the amazing creators behind In Protest, Grassroots Stories from the Frontline. A gripping 4-part series of 360-degree video telling or detailing heroic Black voices in America. What sparked the idea to come up with In Protest? What made you feel like this is the thing I gotta do right now?
We recognized that we wanted to share these grassroots stories from the front line. So we wanted to put a spotlight on our unsung heroes. We wanted to put a spotlight on the people that were doing the work.
Why VR? Why did it feel like immersive storytelling?
Yeah, you had to tap out.
Right way to capture.
I'll do a quick recap here if you want.
Using VR,
probably caught up
immersive,
already.
The medium
we decided
was the best way to really put a person exactly there.
So we want you to be able to see the power behind the people that are here, and you're side by side with these unsung heroes. And I think VR is a perfect tool for that.
How are Black people now using or hacking the technologies that they have to tell these very important stories? And so whereas smartphones is where the book ends, the VR is where it picks up.
We have Tish Jones, who is a poet, educator, cultural strategist, and cultural producer from St. Paul.
See, I represent broken histories, missing texts from textbooks, kinesthetic learners that don't test good, products of society, 24 hours of good, clean sobriety, a language that I play with because mine was taken, and a country that shunned me, and I have so much stake in it.
It's really awesome to see how we're leveraging.
She spoke really well, but had a terrible microphone. Why did they give her a bad mic?
And that's connecting and bridging gaps, most importantly, between the elders and the youth.
There could have been a lot of people who could have witnessed those moments and not seen protest, right? But you guys did, and for me, that is the importance of having storytellers who get the culture, come from the culture, and can see the culture. I have a fundamental belief that I just believe the world should listen to Black women, and so I'm going to ask Dr. Richardson to kind of close this out with your closing thoughts.
Creating this spiritual archive for our people was very important work, and making sure that we save for the next generation is essential because they will build upon this work.
I love these. I have to say, whoever did those, it's like Georgia O'Keeffe, man. Okay, she was more for another kind of flowery stuff, but like it just does this blossom and then it absorbs and then it just disappears and dissipates, and that's just really cool. I like that a lot. So this is pretty nifty. I'm really enjoying this session so far. I think really, I mean, for people who know what broadcast is like, I mean, this is really masterful broadcast. This is fantastic. I think they're really doing a great job. So what I was going to do, I know I said before I might take a break or whatever, but they've mentioned that there are now, some of these are unlocked. So I would actually like to try some of them and see all your Oculus Quest development needs in one place. Like, what of these are unlocked now? So which ones? Speakers you might like, but wait, where is the total of the sessions? Hang on. I guess it's you might like. Building an accessible future in VR. All right, chat, tell me what you would like to see. I'm going to just hop back here, and we're going to see. Let me take away chat for a second. I can still see chat. You just can't. I'll put that back in a moment. Maybe I should tell you my quick story. Why I don't like FitXR. I met the FitXR guys, actually, who built it in London. I went to their office and I tried the app. I've met them at Facebook Connect in previous years, and I really believed in their game, their app, like as a workout thing. But then when it transitioned into FitXR, they tried to like shoehorn all their existing members into this new thing and took away the original experience that we liked with Box VR. And it totally, no fucking workout for me. And it just totally scuppered what was a beautiful app. It was a great working app. You could play with your songs, you could play with other songs, and they just forced it over for money. They just did it for money. I hate when a dev does that. You sold your soul. You've done it for no other reason. They didn't even like make it a better experience. Oh, and it's all this like curated like nonsense with like, you know, the super happy, sorry California people, but the super happy California Smiles people for every single one. Everyone's ripped, everyone's, you know, it's like, now you get your personal trainer and all this kind of stuff. Like, I would far rather go to any other fitness app. Literally anything else now. And that used to be like my favorite. And I hate it when you have a relationship that just gets completely thrown in the fire and there's almost no response to the community. I've seen nothing from them in terms of apologizing for the forced hand move. Just like Beckham. So sorry, FitXR. I'm going to use this platform to say, don't give them a penny. They like turned to us and said, fuck you guys, I want your wallet. And it's like, no, go away. So anyway, that's enough of my 2 cents on FitXR and why you shouldn't back them. There's plenty of other great games, you know, that you can go and back and put money into. I mean, Beat Saber, if you buy all the DLC, is like 110 quid. There's all kinds of things. Audica. Trying to think. Audio Shield, unfortunately, kind of collapsed on itself. It's not a very good game anymore. It used to be. Unfortunately, it isn't at the minute, but it is what it is. Okay, it's what it is. Anyway, let's continue on. I'm gonna go ahead and try a few other things. You must be a genetic California failure then. How did you like that? Did you like it all right? How disappointing it is. You think, Mike? Yeah, I thought it was all right. Do you even have a phone? You're being sent to timeout. Vax, were you timed out or something? That's funny. Maybe the bot timed you out. Synth Riders, thank you, Patch. I was struggling. You might have seen it there. I was struggling. I'm like, Feck's sake, on the podcast, we have him as a sponsor. Don't forget Synth Riders. But I even played Synth Riders with my dad last Wednesday. We had a blast. It was really good. So yes, Synth Riders is great. I'm not just saying that because they're sponsoring the podcast. I really genuinely think Synth Riders is one of the best. Like Audica, Synth Riders, Beat Saber, Box VR, the original, which I think you can still get on Steam, but FitXR. But again, I wouldn't put your money there because I think you're going to get shafted. Anyway, let's keep going. I'm gonna look at some more of these. We're gonna keep watching these. I do think that they're interesting. You can watch them on demand, so decide what you want. Build meaningful connections with Oculus user notifications. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna check these out. Okay, so those building diverse communities in Horizon Worlds sounds like that one. Oh, Lisa Katecki, love her. She's awesome. She's really cool. I like her. She was from Altspace VR. I got to know her. She's freaking awesome. Had lunch with her and brain not working. Let's watch this. All right. I love how everything's hosted on Facebook, but hey, we'll let them off. It is their thing. How do I make this larger?
Hello, and welcome to the panel Building Diverse Communities Inside Horizon. I'm your moderator, Lisa Kotecki, and I've been here at Facebook since 2017 and have been working in social VR in some way, shape, or form since 2015. I'm excited to meet with our panelists today, who you'll meet in a minute. In today's exploration, we'll meet with 3 community builders from different backgrounds and skill sets building community inside Facebook Horizon. We'll hear their inspiration, their motivations, some of their takeaways for the listeners. It's our hope that you listen to them, hear their stories and background, and it sparks ideas for your own community building efforts and helps up-level you as a creator.
It's terrible. How do I freaking make it full screen? Jesus. Is there no full screen for this? Anyone? Do you think she's using the new headset with the face tracking? Oh, that's a good point. She might be. Although it's probably not available outside the lab.
Be a community builder, an event creator, a game creator, a storyteller, or a world builder. And while this isn't a live participatory session, we'd love for you to participate in the comments and hear your stories and best practices after listening to some of these panelists for inspiration. So before we turn it over to meet some of them, I want to talk table stakes that inspired us to come together today. The next computing platform will be powered by AR and VR to revolutionize the way we collaborate in the workplace, socialize, or engage in recreational activities, to name a few. And to help that, community is really a principal cornerstone, whether it be through workplace collaboration, such as using Horizon Workrooms, gameplay, such as using Echo VR or Beat Saber, or socializing in Horizon. It's the ability to come together with others that brings meaning, as well as fuels the ecosystem. So this brings us to the heart of our talk, building communities inside Horizon. We've been building communities for quite some time, and we're going to continue to roll out. So I wanted to sit and talk with a few folks behind the experience. So now I turn it over to you, the panelists. Do you mind introducing yourself, who you are, and what kind of a creator you are inside Horizon?
Hello, my name is Ashley. I go by Ashes2 in Horizon. I'm a creator, collaborator, and community builder in Horizon with the mission of creating a...
Yeah, this is, I'm sorry, this is just, if you want to watch that, go watch it. But this window browser thing is a real pain in the ass, and I don't know why they would do that. It's just, sorry, Lisa. I wanted to support your stuff, but this is kind of rubbish. Like, and this four-way, like I want to see human faces. Definitely want to see human faces when we're doing this. Connect with Carmack. That's going to come up soon. But what is connect with Carmack? That's got to be, look, if I go discover, it's going to say, yeah, unlocks at unscripted and direct. Unscripted and direct, but pre-recorded. Is it? Hopefully it's going to be live. If that's not live, then no. I don't know that I want any of these. Maybe we'll just talk. You know, maybe we'll just talk. The spacewalk I definitely want to be around for. How much time we got? An hour and a half. We could do some VRing. I mean, if you want me to, I could do that. If you pop it out of the Facebook window, can you go full screen? No, it didn't work. It's their platform is not as good as, like, yeah, Q&A with Carmack after his speech. There was a Q&A with Carmack after his speech. Oh, right, very good. Very good. I'm looking forward to that. So Carmack we definitely want to do. Full screen works for you, Adam? All right, one sec. I'll try. Let me see if I can. Full screen works for you. How? Are you on Chrome? But the thing is, I don't think I even want... All I get is enlarge. And it doesn't do anything. Is that... So if you click enlarge, it works? Because for me, it doesn't. And I've not got any sound on this at the minute. Yeah, it's weird. It's a very brave thing to have unscripted Carmack. Yeah, they do that a lot. FitXR for an hour and a half? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to do that. But yeah, this is... I don't know. This is like... What do we do next? Do you guys want to get together on Discord and have a chat? Just kind of like a download, and we could do that. I'm happy to do that, but you're going to be broadcast. So, anybody want one in chat for yes? Just as a show of hands. If anyone wants to get, I can jump on Discord, we can do that. It's discord.zimtalk5.com. Okay. If you would like to come along, and we can have a chit chat. Yeah. Check the Discord DMs about the chat thing. Okay. Just gonna do something here now and see if we can do that. That seems like a good idea. Here's some live studio audience members. Okay, what's he saying? Stages. Oh, right. Okay, that's cool. Thanks. Adam has advised me how to do this. Okay. Yeah, but I'm just going to leave it open for now, so I will just go ahead and jump in and we'll go stream. Okay. Stream chat it is. Cool. All right, well, I'm in. Hopefully I will be able to hear other people who decide to pop in as well. Very good. Okie dokie. I'm going to jump back to the Connect thing here because I think we're going to do that. All right, go play a game. It's all good. For Carmack's bit, I think we're just going to have to watch him and see what he says. They've distanced it out so much that it's going to be like a separate thing altogether, huh? So what I'll do is we will do this thing. Venues Hangout? I would love to Venues Hangout, but I had tried that earlier and it didn't really work. We could try a venues hangout. I'd be cool with that. That'd be fun. But the thing is, like, trying to do it now and get people in and have them update their apps, and it's just going to be a mess. So maybe it's better if we cut it here and come back for the Carmack talk in an hour and a half. If you guys want to do that, that seems like a good idea. So.
Hey.
Hey, Adam. How you doing, man?
Hello. I'm good.
Hey, why don't we at least, you know, as a moderation team, we can talk about this just for a little bit. You seem loud and clear anyway. Chat, can you guys hear Adam all right?
Well, especially with the GTA thing.
Holy cow! Wait, one sec. I'm blowing your voice to like kagaboom. I forgot I had gain on that. Okay, now talk. I was blowing people up.
Since you said it was GTA San Andreas was a good thing for them to experiment with.
Yep.
They've already made VR games before with LA Noire, so I wonder if they're dipping the toes a bit more experimental with a bigger brand.
Well, they had actually, Rockstar had announced in their, I think it's Australia or New Zealand studio, that they were working a VR project about 2 years ago, and we were guessing that it was the Red Dead Redemption, like for VR, or something like that. So I think this is probably not the only thing that they're doing, but it's a port is certainly easier than a built for VR stream, you know? So
definitely.
Yeah, and I think it would be a little bit overzealous to say would they go for GTA 5 just because of what it was. But I'm actually surprised they didn't pick either San Andreas or GTA 4. Like, I thought that those would... GTA 4 might be a bit too much for VR just in terms of the platform at the moment, but I was kind of hopeful that we would get something. But it doesn't seem we have. You know, not that way anyway.
Well, yet anyway, but, like, with a big studio like that, it's the first we're hearing officially, well, but you also mentioned that thing 2 years ago, but a big company like Rockstar is always going to be investigating. They've probably tried all their titles in VR before, you know, behind closed doors.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they're probably just experimenting, see what works, and hopefully we'll get something more recent than San Andreas. But I still enjoy San Andreas.
And what else excited you about that? Like anything else on the that was listed there?
It was
not really
interesting. But
yeah.
It's like when someone tells you about something, but like in the future we could do this. In the future, I'm like, Zuckerberg, I want to know about now.
I know.
I like when I started that stream, I was like, okay, I'm ready to spend money. Give me something to spend. Like,
I imagine you there, like holding like two stacks of just, you know, the Queen's face in bills, and you're just like ready to spend. I was ready to spend. I was absolutely ready to spend today, but there's nothing there for us. One of the things I really liked was like that they're finally going for some accessories. You know what I mean? Like they've actually got Oculus strap accessories. Like that's cool because it's nice to have something first party in that space that others, you know, that if you're not willing to go for third party kit, that you've got something now to kind of look for, to buy, you know, all that. And that's cool. There was a second peripheral. So there was the hand straps. Can you remind me what the other one was? Do you remember?
No, not really.
I'm trying to think. Chat, you guys help us out? Oh, and Cedric was saying you'll always be Mini to him. Adam's earlier name was Mini Diamond Miner from Minecraft, which I was toying with Minecraft even today. Behind these lovely green screens behind me is hidden computer hardware. You know what happened to my computer today? After, I don't know how many years, probably 12 years or something of having a motherboard with a CPU on it and a fused copper cooler, it finally gave out and the thing broke today. It fell off. This is like horrendous. You would never want this to happen to your setup. It fell off the CPU, crashed into the graphics card below it on the PCB on the backside, and I pulled it out. I mean, this thing is fucking heavy. Like it's I'd love to fetch it. Maybe it doesn't matter, but I'll show you. I'll be right.
Oh, Jesus. That does not sound good.
All right, now it's an old one, Did you say anything naughty while I was away?
Oh, everything.
Quick. This is really nasty because it's from a very old computer that has been cleaned out several times, but this one hasn't. But this was standing. Wow, that cable is like got its own mind. But it's like this thing is pure copper. It's a copper block. It is very heavy, and this thing just fell off like a stone onto the back of the graphics card, and now the PC won't start. So that happened like half an hour before my first stream today, which we did a Subnautica stream a bit earlier, which was really, really good. Subnautica Below Zero. But I couldn't believe it. Like, I've never had an object that heavy fall into a graphics card, and as far as I can tell, not break it. I don't think it broke it, but we'll see. So, oh, the sport interface. Yeah, I didn't understand because they just sent out this this wipeable headset thing on the foam recovery. So I don't get it. It's like it's basically this that they're going to be selling, but in a hard plastic form or a soft plastic form. What's up? Hey, Tri-Sky, welcome back. I'm just chilling with Adam. If you guys want to jump into Discord, discord.zimtalk5.com, you can come and join the conversation. We're having a chat. Carmack's another hour and 15 minutes away, so we're just kind of killing some time, but just having some fun and talking about the event and what we're excited about. Adam was talking about what was exciting him in this. I mean, are you excited for example, AR pets? Do you want a pet to greet you in your VR home? Like Nintendogs, but for VR?
It's quite niche, but I mean, I suppose it's a thing like when you go into your home and they're trying to feel like you're more at home in home. That's why it's called that. I suppose having a little pet or something around makes it feel more homely.
Yeah, I just want to mention that that's been called home since the beginning. Like since I was in like an alpha launch of before Oculus had a desktop app. Then they launched the desktop app, and with that came Home. And I've always referred to it as Oculus Home. And it's Horizon Home. Then you've got Horizon Workspace or Workspaces, and then Horizon Worlds. And I think that's neat because the idea that they're showing is they're like, we're going to build these different things with separate capabilities, but then we're going to plug them together later. I just don't know. I mean, the developers who are in chat now, the developers who are friends of mine, I suspect they'd be gritting their teeth and saying, that's just not a good design decision.
They're really moving off from the Oculus name.
It's like they're not even talking about it anymore. You know what I mean? They just...
Did they even mention the name? I've heard like the developers on the talk saying, I work for this Oculus department, but in the actual keynote,
yeah,
I think I heard it. I think I heard Quest this, Quest that,
Quest.
Or Horizons.
But as I said before, I think they're celebrating. They're definitely celebrating Quest as a success. You know what I mean? Quest and Quest 2 have done a great job. Ooh, can I get on this? Yeah, come on, Buck. Yeah, please. Please.
The whole Meta thing as well.
What about Meta?
I should have heard that name coming, because like Metaverse, it didn't stop saying Metaverse. I should have probably guessed that's what the new name would be.
273 times it was said.
Are you kidding? No way.
Nope. Yep.
Oh my god. I didn't even notice it was said that much. I personally...
Someone told it up and stuck it on Twitter.
I personally hate... I don't like the word metaverse. I just never have.
I don't. I've said this several times.
Yeah, I think it's just... I don't know. It's too geeky or something. I don't know. And I like nerdy stuff, but no. Meta as a name for the company I think is fine. It's safe, and it really feels like Alphabet. It really feels like Google's wrapper. So
it is definitely the Google move.
AB. Oh man, I'm gonna hide now. Sorry, Borin's in chat. I was just staring at my lump of ProTube equipment in the corner there. It's all like ProTube Pro, which I haven't touched in months. I was like, shit. And now we see it.
I know a lot of VR people have been very disappointed with what was shown so far. But this isn't about VR. That's not what this presentation has been.
Did you watch the whole thing back then?
I watched the whole first one where the cold, dead eyes of Zuckerberg looked at everyone, and he tried to look like he was human by moving his hands when he talked.
See, the funny thing is, I'll poke fun at Zuckerberg, but I also have a small heart for the guy, and just because I think he has done I just don't understand how people can be that consistent, showing up to every single show, always doing the lead role, always looking pretty darn good, you know what I mean, and running it. Even the lady they had doing the live intermixings just didn't hack it. And the thing is, even when he was on stage and there was a problem with power or lighting in the venue, he was able to crack a joke and move on. He's not got bad stage presence. Not to say he hasn't had practice, but
he was terrible in this though.
As inhuman as he comes across, I wouldn't say this was his worst performance. He certainly had worse than this.
I'm not even convinced all the people he was talking to were in the same room as him when they were doing that.
No, they weren't. I think they blue screened almost all of it, because a lot of them had this very weird reflection in their eyes, reflection in their teeth, blue. And I think it's because the entire room.
The eye lines where they were looking at each other just seemed off.
It was definitely all comped.
Yeah, Zuckerberg and that other woman that were talking at GTA, they were not in the same room, definitely.
No. Same with the guy. Oh, you mean the girl who's clearly a gamer because she wears a leather jacket?
I love the jacket. I love the jacket. All right,
I'm the cool one.
I'm gonna put you guys up here so that people can hopefully see. Is this gonna work? That's not working.
I was actually interesting. Baxon in chat has just said they were CGI. I was wondering if are these all actually incredibly powerful avatars that they can do now. But
that would be cool. But no,
that they will have the public in many, many years to come. I did wonder that at some point.
Yeah, but I have to say that tech was pretty cool. Sorry, V, go ahead. V Vandos, was it speaking?
Yeah, that was me.
You're
when I saw that, I immediately didn't believe that was real time. There's no. I'm studying visual effects myself at the moment, and there's no software at the moment that can even come close to that, and probably not anything that can come close to that in the next 5 years. So I just don't believe they can run that in real time.
No. Just to answer in chat, someone has asked, T-Dub has asked, when can I run a Meta HMD without requiring a Facebook account? No dates have been confirmed. They've just said it's something that's coming.
Exactly. The thing is, this was like a status report that you'd have in your work environment. Someone's like, oh yeah, we've got, but with no dates. No dates.
This entire event,
not even years.
It's a former Oculus Connect event. But I'm in the belief that this entire event was just a press move for their investors.
Oh yeah.
Because there's nothing for the consumer in there. Apart from a few game titles named. It was literally, we're changing our name to Meta, we're moving it from Facebook.
Yeah.
So it takes a bad taste of Facebook out of your mouth.
We're going to take an hour and a half to tell you we're doing that.
Absolutely, like an hour and a half.
So, and then it's like saying, we're taking the Facebook name away, that's only the platform. The parent company is called Meta now. And it's just a press move saying, we're working on this, this is what the future holds. It is definitely talking to investors that want to invest. There's nothing in the consumer there.
In the next year, nothing is changing.
The only thing that I really liked was the fact that they showed us, I'm trying to remember the name, Cambria. I really did like the look of Cambria. I like the fact that this is kind of a shot towards the Valve/Index scene, which is we're going to go for a headset. It's not going to be cheap. And it's going to be trying to do the aggressive things that we want to do in this space, which I think is really good to see another headset so that they don't just have one line, they've got two. Cambria, however, as a name, I immediately thought of Cambridge Analytica, and I don't know if they meant to do that, but that was stupid.
Oh, no.
The thing is, Cambria is it's not the final name of the product, it's the code name they're using for it at the moment.
Yeah, you know what happened? They were in Word, and they were scrolling through the font list, and oh, Cambria, there you go. That's what we can call it.
It's entirely possible.
No.
The next headset will be called New Times Roman.
No, what they normally do is they name them after beaches, right? So all of their headsets and products have been named like what was it, Manta Ray? Although Nazer I didn't recognize, and Area I didn't recognize, but all of their HMDs anyway have been named after like beaches around California. So I don't know if they need more beaches or how that works.
They've run out. That's what it is.
They're going to eventually run out, right? You can't do that for years. What did you think generally, Buck? Anything else like that you thought was shockingly good or shockingly bad?
Pancake lenses is something that I've thought about for quite a while. I think that's something that can actually drastically reduce the weight of a headset and actually improve the optics quite a lot.
Yeah.
So that was an interesting idea, and it's nice to see that they are looking at the tech side of stuff.
Yeah. Vario are doing that as well in their headset, aren't they? Pancake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is this is not an event for the VR community. That's what everyone was expecting. Like, oh, this is the new Oculus Connect. It's like, no, it's not. This is we're now this company, and we're spending our money in these areas, and that's what it is. And it's not. We wanted a big gaming event. We wanted the E3 of VR.
Yeah,
and that's what they were there to tell us.
Yeah, but
that's not what they wanted to tell us.
But this has been the evolution since even two of the physical Oculus Connects that I intended. Facebook and Oculus have been pretty open about the fact that they wanted to move it less so from gaming, and they wanted their gaming side to be a bit like what Sony does. So Sony does these gorgeous, very well thought out booths and presentations at major gaming conventions. So it's not just their convention. The only disappointing part about that is Facebook Connect, or Oculus Connect, I should say, the original, was a gathering of like-minded VR people, which you don't get if you go to a normal gaming convention. It's not all VR people. It's a bunch of people, and then there's 10% VR nerds, right? And it's like, it's not the same feel. When you go to a VR conference, and there aren't too many of these, actually a few of them have blown up, like VRLA, and blown up in the negative sense, not in the expanded, and now they're making loads of money. I mean, non-existent, no longer running. It's great to have that group together, because you can just walk up to someone in the corridor and start talking VR, and you know that they're going to get what you're on about. So
the other thing, the reason I believe they've gone in this direction, the way it was done in this way, is Facebook is all about what data it can take from you. Yeah? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's how you behave, okay? When you're playing a game, you are behaving in the way the game needs you to behave, okay? When you're doing normal day-to-day mundane tasks, as you would within AR, which is what they're talking about, that's the more important data for them, because that shows how the human animal actually behaves in the real world.
Well, also,
and that is more important to them than I'm a really good shot in this game.
But there's another point there. So I know the thing that I caught out of all of it that I felt was kind of, I won't say evil, but I'll just say is Facebook, is the Presence platform when they said content placement. Because I think gelling with what you're saying, Buck, if you're talking about, okay, now I know the context of your home environment. I know the context of your workspace. Where can I put an ad? Where can I sell real estate in that virtualized environment that's going to make us money and that you aren't going to rebuke because it's not in the middle of your game, or it's not in the middle of your media that you're consuming?
It's not even about selling real estate within the virtual world for that. It's, okay, now that we know what you have,
hoovering the data,
what other products can we advertise and sell you that fit those locations and the way that you live your life? That's what it is. That
is a very smart thread. So I agree with you completely. So what you're saying is, if I was to sum up the totality of Zim in Zim's house, and I know all of the products that he's got, I know the competitors and all that, I know when I successfully sell him a pair of Bluetooth speakers and what he's binned as a result. You know what I mean? The amount of data that they can capture, like steamroller and vacuum up, is enormous. Absolutely enormous.
They want you to use the AR stuff to bring that into their world so that they have that information.
God.
It's deceptively simple.
Yeah, I know.
The thing is, again, people aren't thinking. The one thing I was surprised, I was waiting for them to mention a subscription service for something. Yeah. Because that's the way everyone's going.
We'll see. I'm not going to say it's coming or it's not coming. I mean, the apps there are plenty of apps that are sub services, but if you think on the macro level, you wouldn't have a subscription to the whole thing. You want everyone at the watering well so that you can monetize off the back of it. Because like
you want a secure workspace where you and your colleagues can go and work? Oh, that's going to cost you X a month. The same way that using Office 365 is X a month.
Okay. And they can do that for features, though. What I'm saying is the watering hole model, you know, where you're like you attract everyone to the hole, and then as a lion you pick a few off. And I think
the reason for the disconnect on the Facebook account is so that they can use company accounts. So
100%.
they can get into that network.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the gamer pushback. Absolutely not. No, they would have held their line forever.
Everyone's screaming ahead about. Yeah. It's a case of we want people in the workplace to be using this. And the only way we can do that, we can't turn around and say you must have a Facebook account to use our business platform. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So what we want to be able to do is we want to integrate with, let's say, Microsoft accounts or your own AD and things like that. Active Directory, if people don't know what that is. But the thing is as well, it's like a lot of businesses that I've worked for, there is no way in hell they would let you connect it to a Facebook account.
No way. Yeah, no way. Well, even at the beginning of it, companies do not want to incentivize their people to be distracting themselves with social media in the middle of their workday. Like, especially when you're in a remote working environment, right? Most companies have a, like, 1 second, I'm getting echo from somebody.
Not me.
Yeah, it's all right. No big deal, but let's keep going. So Vandos, what was your favorite news and least favorite news out of all of that?
I was quite interested in the NFTs. Like for me as a person I'm studying modeling and visual effects, like I do see a lot of opportunity for myself in that space and potentially monetizing my own content. So it could be lucrative in that way, but at the same time, I don't know how I feel about you paying to, like the virtual clothes and stuff. Like, it kind of restricts the freedom in VR. I feel like almost. Like,
they're very. So if everything gets monetized, in other words, every scrap that you own in the digital space or use in the digital space has to be purchased, then yeah, I agree. But if it's weird. Like, how do you draw that boundary between real life? Real life, you have to purchase everything you own, and where you kind of you buy a product or the platform gives you something as a base layer, and you upgrade from that base position. And it's more like the Oasis as described in Ready Player One. And I think that the NFT space right now, I mean, if you look at where Facebook is positioned with the Oculus acquisition, which let's be honest, when they bought it was very forward thinking, and it has matured for them in a way that I'm sure they're happy about. While their own ship, their main vessels are kind of on the decline with kids anyway, and younger generations. I really think they're very well positioned to capitalize on this whole NFT surge and transformation. Is it going to be a good or a bad thing? Yet to see. But what they described today reminded me really strongly of an app called Janus VR that a lot of people won't know, but was basically like a middle layer between the normal internet, and it was kind of a markup language for VRifying your website. So you could go to zimtalk5.com and you'd see the website, or in VR you could go to zimtalk5.com and it would transform that into a 3D environment. Pictures on the walls, links were like portals. It was very cool. But it died, or it might still be functional, but it for the most part died. Like it was there in the times of like Altspace and stuff like that. So there you go.
The main thing that went through my mind with every single thing they were saying is, how are they using this to make money? That was my thing. Because at the end of the day, that's all they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. I want this. I want this upgraded headset.
They're also giving you the opportunity to make money though, so it's not completely one-sided, right? Like it's.
And you don't think they're going to take a cut of that?
But yeah, I want to know what's their split, right? Because most platforms, thank you, Apple, are going 70-30. And I'm just like, how are you monetizing? I mean, Zuckerberg talked about a lot of things. The thing is, when he uses adjectives like they sell ice cream to people who don't need ice cream. You know, it's like 99% fat free. Like, you know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. It feels like when they have quality on the label or something like that. Like whenever he's branding what they're doing and their intentions, it's always from a starting point, although it's not maybe clear from what he's saying, of like really being on the back foot, like privacy and data protection and caring about the individual and reducing the cost for, you know, developers to get their apps sold and all that stuff. Mad.
I don't think Facebook companies should be using privacy as a selling point. It doesn't work.
So, just to bring something up, Arcanian has said in chat, is there any chance that they are trying to provide services they think users want and lead into a world with an inevitable digital future? I don't think any of us are disagreeing that that's what they're doing. But you going by, you know, experience of using Facebook and seeing what they've done, you can't look at this without a cynical eye.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's not like they've fallen down in one instance. It has been a string of litigations and this is multi-company. Remember, Facebook owns so many different commodities. It's kind of silly.
Owns so many companies. Well, the interesting thing at the minute as well, if you go to Twitter and go to the Meta account that they've opened on Twitter, it's protected. You can't view any of its tweets.
But they're just probably holding it until they launch it. I wouldn't worry about that.
But I'm just saying, it's a very strange thing to do on the release of a brand new name. Why not people follow you straight away? So if I try and follow it, I have to wait for them to approve that.
I think they're probably just gating it for the trip today. I think you'll probably see within 24 hours that change. I would suspect.
One thing that I thought was weird was on the about Facebook.com.
Yeah.
That launched with the new Meta logo and everything before they even announced it. That's why everyone going crazy.
Did it? Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, see, I was too involved in the stream to check. But this is the thing that really gets me, is because they want everything to be kind of to flourish and blossom like while the presenter is lining it out. Oftentimes news sites and stuff will be able to spill the beans on a specific time. And that's why, you know, like when Zuckerberg's session was coming up to the hour, like I think they probably would have agreed the hour for news sites, and like just like 3 minutes before, obviously they timed it. It wasn't live in this pre-recorded session, but they did that on purpose. And having been on the other side of the fence for other kind of news releases, that's just a convenience, right? But then usually your socials will open up and this new account, all the new accounts will start appearing. The website will appear, meta.com or whatever. Does meta.com exist? Should we check?
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to go. It's going to be a porn site. Just watch.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It said Facebook and then it flashed to Meta. That's funny. Who are we? That's funny. If you load, let me see. If I do that again. Yeah, go load meta.com. You can't see it on this view, but I'll try the other view.
Maybe that's your cache, though.
No. Watch. Every time. They're doing it purposefully. Watch this.
Oh.
Every time I load it, it goes Facebook, then Meta. Right? I can F5 that as much as I want. Facebook Meta.
Do Control F5?
Do Control F5 to clear cache?
Yeah.
Fresh launch? Yep, same.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely on purpose.
They're definitely doing that on purpose. Like it's. I just watched Face Club. It's like the Face Club. Oh God, what did I just say? I just said Face Club.
What people in chat saying? So T-Dub saying he was impressed by the real-time interior rendering demo, and he'd be interested to see where that goes. I think that was quite impressive what they had to do.
Yeah.
She looked really happy wandering around. I don't know if anyone noticed how much she was smiling.
She'd taken her happy pills. No, but similar to that, Buck, the avatars. The avatar progress is astounding, actually. It's really, really eerie to some extent. Although I think they know what people are going to jump down their throats about. And it was pretty clear to me that, like, shortly after they showed these incredibly lifelike looking avatars, they talked about privatizing your own avatar and how important that would be. I don't think that's going to be something they're going to be able to find a way to control. I think there's no way. How are you going to do it?
They admitted that as well. I think one of the things they admit is, like, we don't know how to do it yet.
But what do you think? Like extrapolate from now till 20 years from now, right? They've got a fully fledged digital image of you or Brad Pitt or whoever else. Like, what is it? They're gonna copyright protect that image, and it's gonna be only digitally attributable to that person? Like, how do you do that? And then someone goes and has surgery and changes their look. Like, they could just look like that person, and then surely they have the right to look that way.
I don't know if you saw the other day. I put a tweet out on Twitter where I literally found another person who looks exactly the same as me on Twitter. Did you see that?
No,
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't. Yeah,
I'll send you a link. But literally, I think it was Crossdale found it, and I was like, I literally had to check I hadn't blacked out and created another account because it is that similar. It's bizarre. But again, as like Jawa says in the chat at the moment, it goes, it's the same problem as deep fakes, really. And it is, but one of the things is, the whole point of the metaverse for a lot of people was you can be whoever you want to be. If you look at how people use Neos and how people use VR chat, they create their own self of who they want to be seen as.
Sure.
So does that fit with what Facebook are trying to do?
Yeah, it seemed to be, and in the way that they portrayed it at that round table with Boz and all the other Oculus, the Facebook, I'll call them devs or managers. I don't know what you want to call them, leaders. Because Boz was a robot, and so they're kind of like showing if you don't want to be a person, if you don't want to be just a face avatar, you can be what you want.
The parts where they just tried to make themselves seem more human just came off so bad and cheesy in it. Like when they go, the VR, was it a fit VR? And they're like, oh yeah, I've done that one. It's really tough. And it was like, so have I. And I was literally like, no, you haven't.
Yeah, I love.
No way in hell you've done that.
I love getting my bananas in Pop 1. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly. No, you've never done that. Like, just watching this.
I tend to believe that Zuck has played some of that stuff, but the exchanges between him and the biker jacket woman were just not human.
Yeah.
That was very forced.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know. What are you gonna do? You can't get better. You can't. But it's American stuff. I mean, it's like.
I was gonna say, I think that's more of a cultural thing.
It's a cultural thing, I think. Yeah, I'm saying it because I'm allowed to.
Accidentally turning up to work VR meeting in your furry avatar and not your work avatar. Someone's not naughty Jawas put in there.
The equivalent of that happens today, right? So people are there on they're working from home and they forget that they don't have any pants on or whatever, and get up, go answer the door.
So again, in chat, Cold says it's sad to see the Oculus brand being killed off because they have said that it's going.
Did they?
Yeah, there's a statement that I found online. Let me just find that for you. It says, we're bringing our brands and products closer to Meta, which is the umbrella for all of our products and services. So they said, for this reason, we're simplifying our brand architecture and shifting away from the Oculus brand. Starting early 2022, you will start to see the shift from Oculus Quest from Facebook to Meta Quest and the Oculus app to Meta Quest app over time.
Fuck.
That's why they never said Oculus.
That's what I was saying. It was very odd that they weren't saying Oculus in the keynote. So that is absolutely terrible.
Actually, Cold brings up a really good point.
I know.
Oculus ambassadors.
They'll be Meta ambassadors.
They'll be changed to Meta ambassadors, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so they said, early 2022. That's 2 months away.
They always go on.
Some of that stuff must have been pushed, ready to go, because someone on Wikipedia took up Oculus, and now it says owner, Meta Incorporated.
Explains what's in the boxes, by the way, at Target. They're going to be changing. They're going to be changing away from
branding. That's what all the brand.
Yeah, but what they're going to do is immediately. Yeah, and that's what I thought they were. They're going to immediately just change to Meta, and it's just going to be Meta. There's not going to be Oculus showing. As soon as they can, they're going to be moving away from it. So
yeah, but they need to get the brand recognition out there as soon as they can.
Well,
they need to get people to stop saying Facebook. So notice they say in your picture there it says Facebook app. Doesn't say Facebook. It says Facebook app. Doesn't put an app on anything else because they're all known as separate companies.
Yeah. Exactly. What we build, Facebook app. It's interesting.
But the move away from Facebook, it's got to be the backlash that the name Facebook holds. That's got to be why. I know Meta's kind of like, they've got pushed for the Metaverse, but to say Oculus is owned by Meta sounds better than Oculus owned by Facebook. Even though it's the same thing.
But it's not even going to be that.
It's the same company, it's just a different name. It doesn't actually mean anything.
It means
I know
nothing.
it doesn't mean anything, but like we know, all this is a branding push, and Meta is a better branding name than Facebook.
Man,
I mean, that might change very quickly, though. Like, in a year or two, if they consistently are the same as they were as Facebook, it's not going to matter, is it?
I'm gonna. Let's see here.
No, I'd agree with that. If they keep doing the same things that they've done, people are going to go, well, Meta's just Facebook under a different name, which it is, essentially.
Well, seeing as this is history now, I'm going to show some things on stream. So, Oculus Connect 4, they gave us this little glass water thing with the stadium icon. I'm going to miss this now. I mean, it's all over the feckin' place. Does that mean on any new hardware it's going to have not an Oculus button, it's going to have a Meta icon? Feck that,
I suspect they will start rebranding everything with a different icon. And yeah.
Ugh. Anyway, so that was 4. That was 5. This is my favorite because I'm ZimTalk 5. I have literally never used it, but this was metal. That was kind of cool. And then 6 was, they went for that. So that was the last Oculus Connect 6 that they did have from Facebook and all the stuff there. And that was a sweatband that they gave us. I'm gonna fucking cry now, man. I'm really sad that Oculus as a brand is going. Like the fact that they're shafting that, I'm quite sad about that. That is the worst news I've heard.
So it's still, instead of Oculus by Facebook, it's Meta Oculus is what they're calling it.
Are you sure?
Well, that's what they said. Let me see. Let me look
Check.
at that thing again.
If Oculus as a name is still there, I don't care what's attached to it.
I know they're going Meta Quest and Meta Quest app.
Yeah, see, they're fucking it off. They're saying
away from. So they want to make it clear that the Quest is a Meta product, and they're shifting away from the Oculus brand.
Where did you find this? Where is this post?
If you just search Oculus, it's all over the place.
Yeah, it's all over the show. People have been retweeting it left, right, and center.
Oculus.
I don't get it. I know it's a Metaverse branding, but Oculus over the last 9 years, so especially the Palm Lucky days, it's built up such a big VR name in the Oculus brand.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm quite miffed about this change. So this is The Verge. Facebook's Oculus Quest will soon be called the Meta Quest. That just sounds so dumb.
The whole Meta name is not catching on for me.
I'm not a fan of it. Look, whatever. Meta, formerly known as Facebook, is rebranding its hardware to match its new name. I mean, Shakespeare would say this whole thing about the rose and different names and, thinking Juliet's hot and all that, but yeah. Meta Portal, Meta Quest. This was a very difficult decision, was it? Was it?
I do have one question. Out of all of the Grand Theft Auto games in that generation, is San Andreas really the one that you want in VR?
No. No. You know what everyone wants. Who doesn't want Vice City? Come on.
Exactly.
I think San Andreas is more popular than
Vice City.
That's the thing. It is more popular then because it came in later.
As I tweeted out, I said, since they removed some of the risque content from Resident Evil 4 VR, he goes, is GTA San Andreas VR going to be a community simulator after they remove everything?
That's a very good point, Buck.
I don't think Rockstar tends to shy away from stuff like that, do they?
I'm not saying Rockstar do. I'm
exactly.
saying Meta will.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It won't be their call because they'll be funding the development, no doubt. Or at least part of it. Like if they went 50-50, I wouldn't be surprised. But
I don't even know if it is Rockstar Games developing it because Mark said the Rockstar Games Classic. It could be like the you know, the trilogy that's coming out next month, the remasters. That's not by Rockstar. That's outsourced. Same as the mobile parts were, but not by the original studio. So I'm not sure if this one is or not. It isn't specified.
Fucking hell.
They just said it's coming and didn't show anything about it and didn't really say anything apart from it exists.
This is
yeah.
This is absolutely gutting. This is gutting. I hate this. This is not.
But again, this is not done for us as VR.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who it's done for. They're shafting a company that, like, for the since 2013, I've like had a heartthrob for. They're just killing that brand. I mean, Quest is fine. Quest is a fine name, but it's not.
The company is still there. It's just the brand is a different name.
Yeah, you say that. No founders are still there. There's literally nobody. Nobody's left. Nobody's left.
No,
the closest one is
they haven't been there for like the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the founders and just the founders and just the ethos and all that kind of stuff. I know it was scuppered from the inside out. I know because all of my contacts with Oculus changed 3 times over. And that's what happens when you have something like Facebook.
You.
Oh, it was fucking. Perhaps the logo will stay with the Oculus, with the Quest brand. I don't think it will. I think they will take care of the logo. I think the logo will go.
Which company do you guys think is the most likely to do the other Metaverse? Or
you mean a competing platform?
Yeah, a competing platform.
Apple. I think if anyone is going to go for a social competitor, who else is there?
Microsoft, maybe?
I think we've already got it, and it's VR chat.
Microsoft. That's not a platform. I mean,
it's not a platform, but they essentially do what they're trying to do.
No. But we're not talking about. You're talking about Horizon Worlds. The closest parallel to what Worlds is Rec Room. And Rec Room is incredibly successful. More so than VR Chat is. VR Chat's popular, but in terms of money, money's in Rec Room. Rec Room is crazy. And it'll keep growing. And it's huge. Like the amount of platforms they're on now. Is it 11? Insane.
I feel like the tech giants are gonna get in on this at some point.
At some point, maybe, but I think you're good with Microsoft, but Microsoft just aren't invested in this space enough. Like they're not ready, Maybe and I don't feel like PlayStation is going to go build a social, metaverse.
No. PlayStation have no interest in that.
They don't even have. Sony don't even have the access that Meta do, because they're building an everything platform. You can game on it, you can do this. With a PlayStation, you're stuck on a gaming console. You're not going to fill out Excel spreadsheets on a PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5.
No. I'm going to try something in a second here. Something that's pretty cool that I like doing every so often is there's an app. There's a site called Twitterfall, and Twitterfall, once you log into it, will show you certain things that people are tweeting, like live, and it just keeps falling down the screen. It's really cool. So I'm going to go ahead and set one of those up. Any other talking topics you guys want to bring up? Fire away, man. I'm just going to busy myself with...
They did announce that they're working with video games. And they said that they're making 5 new VR games.
5 new VR games?
Yep.
Yep.
So we've got After the Fall, which is coming first. But they haven't announced anything else. Oh, we've got a release date for After the Fall, which is the 5th of December, I think.
Yep. Let's see here.
It definitely is as well. They're moving away from. I know the Quest 1 isn't supported anymore. It's been it's supported but discontinued. But like everything used to be on both, but now you've heard, oh, it's coming to only Quest 2. Only Quest 2.
Yep. Resident Evil VR was one of those.
And now I wonder how long the Quest 2's got left on it, because the original Quest was only available and an official product for about a year, maybe a year and a half.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Sorry. Brandy Jensen says this all happened because Zuckerberg never met a girl until college.
That girl gets a follow now. I'm sorry. That's brilliant.
Amazing.
Right. Where are you, love?
That's fucking amazing. That's great. I love this, by the way. This is just, I don't know. This kind of stuff is just funny. Like, oh God, everyone's retweeting that. That's amazing. Okay, I would retweet it, but I'll just wait. It's fine. This is great, man.
That's good. I'm impressed.
Yeah, but like, I really do. I get such a kick out of just watching the news. Like, this works very well in two situations: when big news bombs drop, and when there's global disasters. Like, this is a horrible thing to say, but like when the Japanese floods and that were happening with the tsunamis and stuff, this was a really good source of information, and you would get local video and all that kind of stuff. You could tell what was going on. Same thing is true for any large event. So when something's going down, I always go to Twitterfall and I just watch this. So recommend that to others. Thanks, Cold, for the donation, by the way. F in chat for obviously this. This is crazy. Microsoft only has a device to be in the market, but I don't think they're too interested. They're not. Yeah, they're definitely not dairy. Does Medal of Honor have a release date? I believe it's early November. Did anyone else hear?
Medal of Honor?
Medal of Honor, yeah. You know Medal of Honor's... Yeah, it's coming to Quest 2.
Okay.
Quest 2. Quest...
I'm great. I've got an index. I'll play it on that. It's fine.
Wait, you're going to play? Yeah, that's fine. No, but it's good that they're bringing it to the platform. I think that's a challenge. Like,
the thing is now that the Quest 2 has been around for a while, the developers are really starting to be able to see what they can do with the hardware and open it up a bit more. So that's why.
Ben Sandusky says Oculus is the BlackBerry of VR. Being first won't save you from a lack of vision.
Well, I think that's a really weird statement to say.
It's weird.
They've actually got some vision of what they want it to be.
I actually think their vision is probably their strongest part. The problem is that they don't, aside from Quest 2 and Quest 1, those are both like product in hand for good money with lots of value that you can get out of them. So right now, I'll tell you how I'm feeling though. With the changes that they've announced as a package today, I'm a bit nervous about I don't feel like I've gone from Facebook, like uncomfortable with Facebook, to comfortable and trusting in Meta. I feel the opposite. I feel worse. I feel worse with the Meta brand than I do Facebook right now. And I'm just being honest. Like, if it was better, if I felt warmer about it, but certainly them killing off Oculus is, in my opinion, a mistake. I think it's a mistake because it's got such clout in the industry, no matter how they measured it or whatever, and whoever decided they wanted to aggregate and kind of streamline, I think it's a mistake to kill the Oculus branding. I really do. And that's not just a personal thing. I think that from a marketing perspective, where it is in VR, it's one of the strongest brands, and they're throwing it out the window. That's silly.
Yeah.
Silly. Absolutely silly. What do they call everything Quest from now on? Meta this and Meta that?
Quest.
I mean...
Meta Quest.
Yeah, but that means what's their next product going to be called?
Sounds like some indie game, doesn't it? It's
sounds like
it's like Meta Quest sounds like an indie game that would be released on Switch.
It does. I hope a developer releases Meta Quest. You know?
Yeah, and then gets sued out the arsehole because they're using a name that's been. Yeah.
I'd be totally fine with that. I really would. Let's see. Yeah, I like the chat is reflecting on the fact T's saying there was no Valve mic drop, unfortunately. Yeah, I was hoping for that because it would have kind of saved this year. Is there anything now that you want for Christmas?
Peace on earth and goodwill toward men. There you go.
Sexist still, Buck, huh? You got to put you in class.
One thing that I'd thought there'd be more push on, I suppose, since all the videos were pre-recorded before the show.
Yeah.
And I suppose keeping the Meta name under wraps until it went out. But I thought all the videos we saw after, when it said Facebook, I thought to say, I'm with Meta Reality Labs, I'm with Meta this, instead of Facebook. I suppose we're keeping that name under wraps until it was announced.
Hang on. Guys, we're cool. Okay. Parasite T82 Green has said that they've told their wife and she thinks that MetaQuest doesn't sound that bad. So we're all good. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Thanks, Parasite. No, look, everyone's going to have their own opinion of this, and that's fine. I don't think Meta is a bad name. I don't think Quest is a bad name. I think Quest is a great name.
You just don't want to lose the Oculus name.
Personally, I don't want to. And I think as a company decision, they shouldn't. Those are two separate opinions.
Parasite is just that I will be asking for a device in the morning.
Right move.
Wait, do it now.
Go to Vegas.com, man. They'll sort you right out. They'll file the papers. You can just get in the car.
I done it myself years ago. Best thing I ever did. Do it. Go for it.
Yeah. Like, I remember when they launched, do you remember the eye logo for Oculus? And then they came up with the stadium logo. And I was like, oh, this is a terrible logo. I love that logo now. So maybe this is a matter of I need to sleep on it. But I don't feel bad about Meta, the name on its own.
The Meta logo
is fine.
Designed to look like an M, but it looks like one of those Ouroboros that's eating itself.
Like an M. Like an M.
Yeah, for Meta. Isn't it?
And you think it looks like a what eating itself?
It looks like an Ouroboros. Do you remember the figure of 8 snake that's eating itself?
Oh, yes.
I would have like one of those.
If you had me at gunpoint, I would not have been able to name that. I would definitely have not a clue.
And that's why I'm here. So.
That's exactly why you're here. My. Where was I? Connect. We've got another half hour.
A lot of people are saying they're disappointed that no headset was released.
That no headset was released.
And to be honest, I didn't think there was going to be one.
I thought they would
announce. What I'm now waiting for is the 5 million YouTube videos from content creators talking about how it's called Meta now for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad we're getting it off our chests tonight, because after this I will run out of interest in talking about it. Says the guy who's got a podcast on Saturday.
I was going to say, you ain't done anywhere near yet, mate.
I need to talk about this shit for 2 hours.
No, do that. When you go, no, I refuse to talk about this, and just sit back.
Yeah. I could, but I wouldn't. You know me, I'm a talker, so we'll see how that goes. Anyway, I saw some off the cuff tweets, so I don't know if we're having a show or not or whatever. So we'll see. We'll see.
But I think the main thing to take away for this was not for us. It was not put out for the VR community.
But you're calling it from a VR gamer point of view. Like when I go to Connect, I go to understand what their roadmap is, because Oculus is very poor, or has been to date, to actually communicate what their pipeline is. Like, where are they going? And ever since I saw that 6-stack, how we're going to conquer the world through data roadmap from, I think it was Abrash, I've been very keen on all of that extra detail. But I only need it once a year. I don't need it every 6 months or every 3 months. I mean, God forbid they turn it into a state of play like PlayStation's latest offering, because that was just so not fun. I think they need to ratchet that stuff back and curate it a little bit better, honestly. But
at least you understand that now, because they literally said they're speaking more, like they were definitely speaking to more to an investor, or it was definitely more of a business talk, but it was also like dumbing it down a bit more for the consumer as well. Like I said, we know you only want to hear about this on the mainstream once a year. If you want to learn more, join the developer channel. All the information's updated there for you. So I guess it's kind of... But for consumer talk, you want to hear, here's your tech, here's your games, but I don't know.
Yeah, and someone else has said, like, fast forwarding to the next year, it's going to be called Meta Connect. Which is...
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah. I'm just kind of running through it all, digesting it. You know, I actually like this part of.
Oh, that must have hurt Arcanian. He's just typed in the chat that I was right.
Yeah.
Oh, but he felt that.
That'll. One second here. I'm going to see if I can.
Oh, he's had to go and have a shower now and wash himself clean after doing.
How's this working? I think I can exit that. It's what I
At
wanted.
the end of the day, all they are interested in is getting people's data in the quickest and easiest way they can. And if this is a way to do it, then that's what they're going to go forward with.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to...
The ease of use design application that we're talking about for 3D and 2D design for people who have probably never designed before.
Yeah.
Try to get, you can look at that from a business perspective. Getting more on the platform, more people using it, more people spending money, more people consuming ads.
Yeah.
But for that to get, for just the developer side, getting more people the tools they need to develop more tools, that's all good. But the thing that concerned me is with Facebook, with Meta owning that, which is a Facebook company, with them owning that, there's going to be some weird terms in whatever's created for that app is not going to belong to the developer. It's going to be some weird, you made it, but we own it type of thing.
We have a really interesting question in chat from Kurt Browning that basically says, are you bored of VR yet? And no, I'm not bored of it. There's loads of stuff to do. There's always new stuff coming.
Bored of VR?
Why would you be bored?
Yeah, that's a... Dude, oh my God, like...
Is Kurt bored of VR?
Like, I get it if somebody hasn't found their thing in VR, but like the amount of the amount of layers and pockets where there's content, right? Let's just go for the standard platforms, right? And if I stick with Oculus for a minute, forget PlayStation and stuff like that, but like App Lab, so SideQuest, App Lab, those are separates. The actual Oculus Home, like the Oculus Store, the full content platform. In addition to that, you have WebXR stuff. There are actually games things on there. If anyone's ever checked out moonrider.xyz, that's really neat, the fact that they're able to do that. And there's a bunch of other apps like that. There's social stuff and there's entertainment things like, just Netflix apps and stuff like that that are
I think
something that can soak up a lot of time.
I think Nazer is going to be very happy because it's going to have those social spaces now, which is something I know he's really wanted for a long time.
But they haven't delivered. They've just promised. Then the thing I'm worried about, which honestly, Oculus, Facebook, Meta, whatever you want to call it, this group of people, in terms of delivery, the one thing they have really failed on over the years is integrating multiple platforms with a common backbone. And now they're basically saying you've got workspaces, you've got home, and you've got Horizon Worlds, and we're going to bridge them somehow between each other and actually build the metaverse. And I don't know, I find it a hard pill to swallow. I mean, I think they can do it, but it's not coming next year.
That is interesting. They've unlocked the Meta Twitter account, but they've locked the Facebook one.
Well, they're just transitioning.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. See, so that's what I was saying. I thought it would just not take very long. This is what happens, right? They're setting fireworks off. They're going like that. So
if we go back to the chat, we've got Bastion I Love says my Oculus Quest 2 is boring, which is, I wouldn't say that the device itself is boring. The device itself is actually a very well-made piece of technology. It's what you do with it that makes it boring or not. Cold says, Zim, you need to come over to the Index side. You know you want to.
Look, I'm gonna make my point about Index here, right? If Oculus's value proposition and Quest didn't exist, I'd be an Index user. I'm just not scared enough. Like since I've been in VR, I never used Facebook as a social platform. I don't have pictures of myself on there. I don't have anything. I don't join groups. Like, I am not involved in that app. So when Facebook bought Oculus, my only real concern was, are they going to be slapping ads in and collecting data? And I kind of just said, look, it's worth it. Like, that was worth it for me personally. So it hasn't really deteriorated much. And honestly, the value they've brought in software-wise has been fab. Am I worried about the future? Absolutely. I think the future is pretty grim, honestly, in their hands, but let's see where it goes, There's time.
I think the biggest thing as well that we've completely missed from this is what is Dr. Oculus going to do now?
Yeah. Doctor.
It's just a, you know.
No, but like look at German Rifter. German Rifter's still German Rifter. So all it means is
no, he's Meta Rifter now. If you look at his
are you serious?
Account. Yeah,
that's hilarious. He should be MetaQuester. He should be MetaQuester is what he should be.
Well, that's what I would think. MetaQuester, German Rifter. He's still German. German Meta.
That's mad.
Mr. Meta VR. Oh god, that sounds like a kids show.
It does sound like a kids show.
Sounds
Yeah.
like a Saturday morning cartoon.
The thing is, I really like the thing I like about Twitterfall, because it's live and it's like undoctored, is if you capture it in a live stream or something, you can go back in time and look at this and see what people's thoughts were like live, you know? I find that really cool. Was someone there trying to talk? Because I heard an open mic. Oh,
nope.
No. Did you hear my earlier disaster buck about the CPU fan?
No, what happened?
This giant wad of copper broke the support bar that was holding it up, and it crashed vertically downward into the graphics card, the back of the PCB. And I was like, shit.
Just buy an AIO, please.
It's fucking insane. No, don't worry. It was an old PC, so I'm not too worried. But
still, just buy an AIO like a normal person.
Tom, thanks for joining. I will pronounce your surname. It's Fox. All right, there we go.
Oh, your good lady has appeared in chat and says, "Do you think it would be cool to have a historical name like that with Oculus or Rift in the name?"
Yeah, it is.
So Meta Oculus maybe, but it looks like they want to completely lose the Oculus brand and go with the product name.
Yeah, but no, but she's saying that as a user, her username, like having the historical one to show that you were OG, is cool. That's what she's saying. So
I see.
I agree.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I get it.
Not the company side. You were going the company side, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought she was talking about. But no, I understand what you mean. Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Would you be?
So I'm now going to rename myself Buck Virtual Boy.
Hamilton on Twitch just asked, would you be positive if they only kept the Oculus name? Not needing a Facebook account is good. Yeah, absolutely. If they kept the Oculus name, I think if what you're saying is if they're scrapping Facebook, I think as one of those sub products like WhatsApp, they should keep Oculus too. Like, why are they using this as a reason to get rid of Oculus? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Because then they don't have to keep the promises Oculus said. Because we're not Oculus anymore.
They don't give a damn about that. They've already shown that.
No, they don't, but they know other people do, and this is their get out.
It doesn't. But like, what promise? Tell me a promise that's still being to be upheld. None. We're past all of it.
How is Nazer going to end all of his streams now? Or all of his videos with "Welcome to the Metaverse"? It's going to feel a bit odd for him, isn't it? Say that every time.
Oh boy. Well, I actually think that they've tarnished the word Metaverse just by calling themselves Meta, and I think I would like to find a replacement word. Not that I used it. I didn't really.
I've always hated the term Metaverse anyway. I think
it's dumb. I think it's dumb.
John Hibbins is probably going to get sued by now because he has a podcast called The Metaverse Show.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Sorry, John. Rip, John. Yeah. Companies spend their entire lifetime trying to build brand awareness, leave it to Facebook to be almost there with Oculus and throw it all away. That's exactly how I feel, Skiva. I am so incredibly miffed in this decision. It makes no sense. There is something they're doing. They've got some justification. I don't think it's Bucks run away from some commitment that they've made in past years, like launching a Quest for $350 or whatever. That's not it, in my opinion. There's some other reason, but I don't know. Maybe they just hate Palmer so much that they wanted to burn it. You know, you piss somebody off.
They want to start again.
It seems ridiculous.
They want to start fresh.
Yeah, it's just. But I feel like they're keeping the other names though. They're not changing WhatsApp. They're not changing Instagram, right?
Because those products.
That's not theirs. It was never not theirs.
What do you mean? It was never not theirs. They named
WhatsApp
it.
Was. They bought WhatsApp.
They bought WhatsApp.
Well, they bought WhatsApp. But with Oculus, you think of Carmack, you think they acquired it. But to me, obviously WhatsApp was bought, but I don't think who used to own WhatsApp. I just think
I think Adam's right. I think there's a lot more history and relationship with the Oculus name than there is with WhatsApp or Instagram.
I don't know the backstories of those companies as well, so I won't comment. But in terms of
People don't know the backstories, whereas we do.
People don't know the backstory of Oculus, Buck. If you stop someone on the street, they don't give a fucking clue what fucking Oculus is. All I'm saying is, I think this is going to be study-driven. They're going to have done some study that says Oculus is like unnecessary fat in the middle of a story that I'm trying to tell somebody. And to say, my name is Facebook, or my name is Meta, and here's my product is called Quest, I don't need a third piece of that message. I don't need to say it's Facebook, Oculus, Quest. I can just simplify and streamline.
Lady is saying.
Yeah.
Well, going back to that other point, with like not everyone. Okay, the VR enthusiasts now, but I don't think there's many SMS enthusiasts that looked at the history of WhatsApp.
Wait. What's an SMS enthusiast? Someone who likes text messages?
Yeah. So I don't think there was that
you
much.
say this, there will be a Reddit thread somewhere where they all convene.
That absolutely exists. I want to find that now. I want to find SMS. Hang on, I'm going to Google this. If it comes up porn, it's fine. SMS enthusiast. Adam, you're amazing.
I hope SMS is not slang for something else. Otherwise, you might want to hide that screen.
It's going to be a subreddit.
How SMS works and why you shouldn't use it anymore. What else we got? 14 pranks to play on your unsuspecting friends. All right.
Did you mean miss? Look at the top where it says, did you mean?
Did you mean miss enthusiast? What? Fucking hell. I don't know what this is. Okay. I want to see this. This is the image. The thing is, the question, I think in a lot of people's minds now is, what the heck was leaked?
That headset is the one that we've seen in all those videos that have been leaked.
Absolutely.
Look at the controllers and look at the headset.
So where is that ready to ship or something? Like, huh? What happened?
I wonder if, because it's all pre-recorded, I wonder if something got pulled.
They said next year, didn't they? They
But
didn't say it was coming out now. They said it's next year.
Even when before Quest launched, around about the time that I'll say Mike and Nathan had it secretly hidden and we didn't know that they had them, the leaked videos for health and safety, if I remember,
Yep,
hit the web.
With a little dog running about, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second here. No, I am hearing off of you, Buck. You're echoing.
Really?
Yeah. Are you on loudspeaker?
Maybe.
Yeah. Try to sort that if you can.
Paula.
It's fine. Thanks. So, but this headset and those videos, like they shoot them sometimes ages in advance. So I wonder if they're just leaked out of the middle or something. That is funny.
Well,
Carmack's on in 16 minutes. We're just talking until then. And so that's what we're doing. No rings on the controllers. I expected that there's going to be cameras on the controllers. So they're actually, just like the inside-out headset, you have inside-out controllers, probably to reduce latency. And I hope Carmack talks about that tech.
Well, obviously we saw the leak stuff before, but that screenshot that you've got on screen and that YouTube video, that goes to an unlisted video on Oculus that they've uploaded today.
It goes to an unlisted video on Oculus. What do you mean?
So that little video you see in there
is
on Oculus's YouTube channel, but it's unlisted.
Oh, interesting. Well, that just means that they gave this to developers to use. That's what they did.
So
that's so cool. Hang on. Wait. I need to find this video on replay. There's what's the YouTube replay website?
Just right click on loop.
Right click on loop. Is there a loop function now?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Where?
That's what you mean, anyway.
Right click loop. Oh, you've just taught me something.
Okay, we're back on headphones now. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's you playing with your new phone, yeah? Look at that.
Seriously, man, this thing's incredible.
We will talk Pixel another time. I'm definitely keen to.
I'm just so impressed with
I know you're excited. All right, so tell me what you think about this form factor and design that they're teasing for Cambria. I'm looping it now. Controllers, for example, losing the rings and going to cameras, I'm guessing is a play to A, simplify, B, make it look less alien to newcomers, and C, improve latency, because it will cost them more to have camera tech inside the controllers, but I think it will end up being more versatile, store more easily. Like you can literally have your headset and then 2 controllers sat in some kind of pouch, right?
The headset looks very similar to the new HTC thing that was announced.
Not terribly different, like to the HTC Flow. Yeah.
The fact it does not have a strap across the top makes me think it's going to crush my head.
No, but you've got that bit on the front, which is just like PSVR. So the weight is going.
That's what I'm hoping. It sits on the forehead, like the PSVR, which I still to this day say is the most comfortable headset ever made.
You like that a lot?
Fun fact, it's incredibly light. It doesn't feel stressful in any way, shape, or form on your head. It's brilliant. The fact that you can quickly move it forward out if you need to, love it.
That is definitely
the most comfortable thing.
That's definitely thinner as well. I agree.
I'm glad that the strap is black because white plastic breaks easier than black plastic. That is an actual fact. It's not a stupid thing I'm saying. It's true. Shen actually was telling us about this.
I know. Yeah. So for those who don't know, Shen is part of HTC. He's one of their product managers. Actually, he's global product manager. So when he was telling us about it, and he was talking about the composite mixture and them not engineering it right. That said, I really like the white tech. I don't know why. It just looks clean, and I've kind of like started converting my stuff to that. Yeah, I don't know. I do.
I don't like
because I'm sick of black.
All the time.
I'm sick of black. Devices.
PlayStation 5 looks like an abomination.
But like, I'd rather go for a color. You know, I agree with you on PS5, the form factor of the console. I think it's a silly looking thing, and must be very difficult to dust on a regular basis.
Yeah,
right. It's like but
it's a massive abomination sitting in the corner of your lounge next to the telly.
The Xbox Series X or whatever, the fanciful one. Is pretty neat, and I like that. The fridge. I actually like the kind of the cube. I don't know how big it is. Like, is it?
I'll be honest. I really like the top of that where you have the green on the inside of the holes.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Looks very nice.
Well,
that's not light either. That's painted on the inside.
You know the leaked CV1 promo pic that I shared today. You might have seen it with it had green under the earpieces, like green foam on the ear pads for the CV1. It didn't make it to launch. They launched it black, but I didn't like that for consumer tech. But it's a similar flair where they're like, here it's all black, but there's a flash of neon green, and so it's like that.
Otto in chat is doing a slight flex by saying that the PS5 and the Xbox Series X are both easy to dust. So it's a slight flex. Well, I've got both of them. They're fine.
That's hilarious, Watto. That's a massive flex. Well, I'm gonna flash my fun Switch controllers that I got today. So it doesn't really work because the green screen makes it look like my Switch is broken. But thank you. Those are fun.
So, here we go. Parasite Green is asking, do I take the plunge with the Varjo Aero or do I wait for the Meta Quest Pro? Because I don't think Pimax will hit all of their promises. That's not something anyone, I think, at the minute can answer because we don't know anything about the Meta Quest 2 or the Meta Quest Pro.
The Meta Quest Pro, exactly. If it was me, I really did like what Varjo were showing in their headset, but I would really encourage someone before dropping $2,000 on a headset, see it for yourself, because those merged displays, it can be enough to throw you off. Any inconsistency. It's why I loved the Index, because the Index was the first headset to give you wider field of view, like really 10, 20% wider field of view without cheating.
Oh, yeah.
Every other headset had done it before that, particularly Pimax's like 5KX and that. They just cheated. They cheated and it looked like shit. Like at the peripherals, it was all fecked up and it wasn't right. And any Index, lover will have played probably 144 and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And it's like once you've tried that and you understand what that is, it unlocks something in your brain. And so I think that one of two things will happen if you try the Varjo. Either it will unlock and you'll be like, okay, Index isn't good enough anymore, baby. I'm going to, pay as much money as I would for a car, cheap car, to get a headset. Or instead you'll say, okay, you know what? I don't need that much. I'll just stick with my Index. I'll stay with it. It's still a good headset. Like, I don't see why people are itching for more than that when it's difficult to get graphics cards and the stuff you need to drive it. Like, I think most people are just clambering trying to get a graphics card. Yeah, you were lucky, Buck.
I think that's the biggest thing that a lot of people aren't. I mean, obviously, foveated rendering and stuff like that will reduce the load on the graphics cards because it's not having to render as much. I said, but you know, I find the most interesting comment that Parasite has actually put in that statement is that he doesn't think Pimax will hit any of their promises. And to be honest, that is the same thing I've heard from anyone else I've spoken to about Pimax when they showed off their new thing the other day.
Yeah.
And everyone went, yeah, that looks really nice, but there's no way in hell you're going to be able to produce that at the level that is going to be required.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
So Parasite says he has a 3080. Will the index be a perfect for it? Absolutely.
Yeah, 3080 matches well with that.
Very well.
And the thing is, you also get to play. This is the fun part. If you've got a 3080 or a 3090, you get to play with some of those settings that historically for VR would be kind of off limits. But indexes, if you have the PC in a 30 series graphics card from NVIDIA, an i9, for example, man, index. Oh. Why would you own a Quest? You really, I mean, you can.
To be fair, I ran my index off of a 1080 Ti, and it was fine and acceptable. I am now running it on a much larger system than that, and it's superb.
This is Wattoflexed, so now I can. It's my turn now.
I haven't said I can. Hey, I can dish out numbers if you want to. I don't care. But there's nothing.
Yeah, I know. That's funny. Meta just tweeted announcing Meta. The Facebook company's new name. Meta is helping to build the Metaverse, a place that most humans will not understand. You know what I mean? Like, this is...
I think that's going to be one of their biggest things now, is they're going to have to explain what this is to people who don't know and try and get them excited in it. And that's going to be tough.
What is this? Zuck is refreshingly honest here. As of today, we are Meta. Our mission is still the same, to divide the country. Wait, what is this? Wait. What is this guy saying? To divide the country, mute voices that don't align with our political viewpoints, and cause crippling depression in teenage girls that lead to...
I did see a tweet earlier where someone had done a picture of a rug with the Meta logo and name on it that they were lifted up and they were sweeping like Nazi memorabilia underneath it.
Yeah, this is one of those. This is just one of those things, man. Oh God.
Our base state. Sorry, we've got more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Parasite's asking, are base stations okay for a small room? Absolutely. You just need to stick them up high, looking down, and you're done.
Yeah, it works fine. Well, it works totally fine. But yeah, I'm so like this stuff. I'm just gonna flash this again. Oh man, I'm gonna fucking miss this stuff. You know what I've also got? I've got pins. They had like brooch pins that they gave out at the first one of these things that I connected. And I've got a Facebook bag. I'm going to have to keep that now and hide it away.
That'll be worth something in years to come.
Oh yeah, it's
okay,
gonna.
So again, Sigarvia, another question. Do you think there will be any genuine competition to the Quest in the next 2 years? I think we've already covered that earlier, where we're like, we don't know who it could be, and I don't think anyone has enough sort of flex to do it at the moment.
That was focused more on the platform, like Meta building the Metaverse platform. I would say Quest as in terms of a standalone VR headset. Because that's what we've been waiting for, is a competitor to stand up. To be honest, China and Asia already has some, right? They have XR2 chip headsets that can do kind of what Quest can do. Pico, for example, have stuff that can do that.
Mm-hmm.
But is it a true competitor? Would you buy that over Quest? No, not right now.
No.
They are feature.
That's down to that it doesn't have the platform behind it.
There's there's no feature parity. And to be honest, there are years of like 7 years of research behind.
This comes back to something that we've always said, that content is king. You know, you can have the best headset in the world, but there's nothing to do with it, then it's rubbish. So this is why I personally think the next round of Next Step VR, I think PlayStation's going to knock it out of the park. I honestly think PlayStation VR 2 is going to be the place to look.
For gaming? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But for your whole day experience, they're not going after that. They're not doing that. Well, we've got 5 minutes till Carmack. So anyone who's got questions in chat wants to join us on Discord.
I'll get going, actually.
Okay.
So
thanks for joining us, man.
Yep.
Cheers.
So Skiva in chat is teasing everyone with there is a big company coming. Not sure when it'll be ready, but a giant is on their way.
Is Skiva investing? Is that it?
I don't know.
Investing? If Meta is getting into NFTs and Steam are banning blockchain games, kind of kills any future cross compatibility, doesn't it? Good point, Mike. But
I'm not sure that's true.
So Steam is banning blockchain games.
Yeah.
So blockchain games includes NFTs, I believe, as part of it. I don't know much, but that's the problem, right?
Cold has got a good question there. So he's saying who won this year? Which is it? Is it Varjo? Is it Pimax? Is it HTC or Connect? To be honest, personally, I would say Connect because they're the Oculus brand, and that has won VR this year really with the amount of stuff that they've had coming out.
Well, thank you very much, Parasite. Appreciate the donation, man. When do you think we will see Assassin's Creed? And you say SC, and I think that's StarCraft, but that's my brain.
No, Splinter Cell.
No. But I think within the year, I would expect those to be Q1, maybe Q2. I don't know. That's difficult to say. All I can tell you is that I'm not under an NDA for any of them, so it's not this month, I don't think. It's like anti-news, isn't it? That's funny.
I was also wondering because the way they've been, some of it was some of it wasn't, showing all their apps. Like when they had that fake surfing game, Mark was invited to it by WhatsApp.
Oh, don't. You've got to pump it to jump it. Jesus.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that? You got to pump what to jump what? Let's see it.
Mark Zuckerberg said while they were doing the surfing game, "You've got to pump it to jump it," and I'm like, I never wanted to hear you say that. But no, sorry, Adam, you're right. Yeah.
With that,
the game request was sent through WhatsApp.
Yeah. So they were showing through all the platforms. But just from their side, I'd have thought they would have showed off some Instagram integration because that's where all the young people are.
Yeah.
All people on Facebook.
Yeah, I know.
Young people on Instagram.
It is.
I'm an old person. I'm not an evil. So.
But yeah, but the thing, the funny thing, like, I think they're losing on most of their platforms. Like they're bleeding people to places like TikTok, and even on the gaming side, it's interesting. You know,
actually, that could be the next competitor.
TikTok.
The company that owns TikTok, because they put a massive amount of money into some VR thing, didn't they?
Yes, they just bought something up. I'm trying to remember. Hydrofoil. Let's hope that game doesn't ever actually launch. I hope not. I actually played a game where it was the Sports Scramble one, where they had their head of content development in the game. You'd play tennis, and his face was like on this giant monster. I'm so glad it never launched that way.
That's vanity in the highest order, isn't it?
It was really weird. We're like playing this like, I hope this isn't going to be like they're in production. Anyway, let me see if I can queue up Carmack's thing. What we'll do is I think we'll let Carmack do his talking.
There you go. Thank you. Vivian.
Okay. I'm not going to jump out of Discord. I'll stay here if we want to talk after him. But his stuff is long. Okay, so I'm going to thank Adam.
I'm going to say I'm not watching this.
Okay. I'm going to thank Adam and Buck. And
I like him. He's very good. Thank you for letting me come in.
Oh, yeah. It was great to have you, Buck. Thanks a lot. And Adam, the same.
No problem.
I'll stick around, and then if people want to chat afterwards, we might do a bit of that too. But if he's here until 1 a.m., then feck that. So let's see how long he gets talking.
He's just gonna ramble about stuff that I'm not gonna understand.
He will.
So that's because that's how his talks always go.
I literally go, "Oh, that's nice. I have no idea what that means, but that's nice."
Yeah,
I love his stuff.
All these words individually. It's basically what it is. Isn't it?
What was he on about? Was it 2 years ago? Was it something Space Drive or something where it's like it renders at 45 hertz, but you see 90 hertz. I'm like,
asynchronous space warp. Yeah, the thing is, I really like that stuff. It takes me back to my engineering days, and I do catch at least half of it, so I like that.
Oh, but tell me you understand it.
I fucking do, man. I can explain it to you after if you want. No problem.
It's fine.
Let's see where we go. Anyway,
no, thank you very much. Thank you
night.
everyone in chat for the questions. I hope I managed to pick some of them up for you all, and I'll see you all soon.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Yeah. I'm not going to watch it on venues. The reason I'm not going to watch it on venues is simply that that doesn't work for streaming. I tried streaming casting it, but there's a blocker, so it doesn't allow me to watch it that way. So unfortunately, that's not an option for me. What we will do is
bypass that in the past. To fix that.
The only way to bypass it is to put a camera up to the lens. They've gotten smart with that over the last couple of years. So if you guys have enjoyed the stream, like it and all that kind of stuff, you know that. But if you're still here and you started with us back when we were doing the keynote, I'm surprised. Good job on you. But I'll just keep on going. We're just having a fun time. I like these nice congenial chats about this stuff and just sharing real opinions. Look, I'm not going to come down too hard on them. I think the one thing that they're doing is shafting the Oculus name, and I do think that that's the wrong thing to do. Let's see what Carmack has to say about that as well. I'm really curious if he's going to say something, because he tends to be a little bit like he's the badass of the company. So let's see what he's got to say. I'm most interested in that. Okay, cool. So I'm going to jump off. I did electronic engineering, was my degree, and I used to work in power and wind generation, working for the command center in Ireland, in Dublin. They're called AirGrid. So very interesting, actually. All right, here we go. It's live. We are ready to go. Honey bunnies.
Wow. Well, I think we can all agree that the State of the Developers Union is exciting. Thanks to Chris, Allison, Mari, and Tom for that thorough dive into where we are and where we're going. Now, if you have any thoughts on any of the topics covered, be sure to share them right here in the live chat, because we want to hear your take. Some of the high points have to include the mind-blowing developments regarding Presence Platform, WebXR, and so much more. Now, don't forget, there's even more info on all of these topics in our phenomenal sessions that are now unlocked and can be found right now via our Connect 2021 playlists, including Mari's Building an Accessible Future in VR session, which is such an important topic. Check that out along with many of our other sessions with just fantastic speakers, and dive even deeper into all the topics you're excited about. Okay, now it's time to take a time for the one and only John Carmack. How exciting is this going to be? He is the quintessential leader, CTO, everything that we're excited about. So let's go to him right now.
Welcome to Connect, everyone. So my process for these talks is that I basically go back through the last year of internal posts and public tweets that I've made, looking for things that are interesting and worthwhile to talk about. And then I try to roughly sort them into some kind of a coherent topic flow. And then usually 1 or 2 days before the show, I wind up kind of feeding those notes over to comms to make sure nobody's going to absolutely freak out about anything that
Please
I
get
say.
caffeine.
And normally there's just a little bit of kind of gentle pushback on a couple things. And only one time in the history of all the times that I've done this has anyone ever said, it's like, no, don't talk about this. And that was about calling out SLAM, or simultaneous localization and mapping, before we had kind of Quest's insight tracking working, which was really a silly thing in retrospect. But so I'm usually a bit of a counterpoint to the grand strategic visions, because I'm all focused on the nuts and bolts of things. And I'm also usually the one that's a lot more kind of grumpy and unhappy with the way things are going, as I always want more and faster progress. But this year I really have a lot of things to be quite happy about. By far the most important is that Quest 2 has been a really big success. And it was, it was a heroic effort to get it out when it was last year in the space of all the headwinds that we had. But it was better, faster, cheaper. One of those just rare combinations that you almost never get to have in a product. Yeah. And while there's still like a couple minor things where some people do still miss the OLED displays or the continuous IPD adjustment, it really was a fantastic product, and the market has responded very positively to it. I mean, it would be a really big danger sign if we had been able to do all of that and we didn't have this integer multiple uptick that we saw with Quest 2 over Quest 1. But so that's a sign that things are looking good for that, and the whole ecosystem has been benefiting, and it's been a really good thing. But there's a bunch of other things that I've often talked about in these past kind Connect talks that I've been complaining about how we should really have this, why don't we have this yet? And a bunch of them did land this year. AirLink got released, where we had Oculus Link out and it was doing better than people expected internally, lots of uptake for it. And we had the existence proof of virtual desktops streaming Steam games. And there was a lot of internal debate about this, about whether we needed to make completely custom hardware to be able to do wireless Wi-Fi. But we shipped it. It's great. Lots of people love it. It doesn't work for everybody. Not everyone has good enough Wi-Fi for it to be a good solution for them, but it does work for a lot of people. And it's kind of funny how we've got the obvious extensions to this, where you've got AirLink to your own PC. There's a bunch of language right now where they're kind of carefully protecting certain use cases, but there's obvious things that we'd like to be able to offer, or I'd like to be able to offer, where you should be able to AirLink to your friend's PC. One small step from that to some kind of a cloud link where you could play VR games on cloud servers onto your mobile system, potentially anywhere. Now, there's even more challenges for that, and there's always been this spectrum from obviously pure native is best, wired link has the next fewest problems, Wi-Fi has the next fewest problems, going all the way to cloud brings in a whole new set of issues, and we're going to have the exact same arguments that we always had on every single one of these steps. It's not going to be great for everybody, it cuts off more potential users, but there's going to be a bunch of people that can find something like that valuable. And in fact, it's been almost funny how the conversation has changed so much that cloud VR rendering is now almost looked at as a plan of record for some of the metaverse options that we're looking at, where cloud rendering couldn't get the time of day a year ago, but now it's almost looked at as plan of record to the point that I'm even gently pushing back a little bit on it with like whoa, hold up, there's still a lot of challenges with cloud rendering. There's a lot of negatives and other things that we need to factor into. Maybe we shouldn't jump right to that, but it's been great to see the progress and, most importantly for me, the user value that we've delivered with that. App Lab got released, which has been, from the beginning, this long tension between more open application development versus carefully curated spaces. And again, enormous internal battles about this over who's going to control access to the VR screen, what we're going to allow in. And we finally shipped it, and we've already got some really amusing data points that are happening, like Gorilla Tag having more concurrent multiplayer users than big budget titles that have had millions and millions of dollars poured into them. And I want to keep coming back to this sense of we should trust the market rather than sort of our internal content czars that want to pick and choose the winners with it. But there's still, while it's supposed to not be the full store review process, there's still a significant review process, and we've been backed up for multiple months at times with this. And I do think that really needs to get solved in some way. And I've always suggested that we should be able to get to a reactive approach rather than a filtering approach. I mean, you couldn't run like a social media network if every post had to be approved. You obviously get to the point where you let everything go out, and when something is problematic, then you go back in, you worry about taking it down. And I think we should be able to get there with App Lab as well, but that's not our current plan of record, and that's just something that needs to be pushed on. And I certainly have some sympathy for the review schedule, where I had promised to do more kind of public app reviews, and I'm not even done with my third one yet. It's just hard to kind of get through all of these things. So again, I'm pushing for more of a kind of open-ended approach there. Another thing that was really kind of a niche feature, but 120 frames per second support landed this year. And that's been another kind of fun one with the internal arguments about it, where in previous years I had talked about how we had found out that the original Quest 1 hardware could actually run at 90 Hertz, not just 72. And it would have been nice to be able to do that. The theory was that some applications could be lightweight enough to be able to run at that speed, and maybe it'd be great for Oculus Link support to be able to run PC content at sort of its original CB1 native rates. But we never were able to get that one through. There was this idea that, well, changing the clock rate on that, we would have to get it FCC certified again, recertify the device, and that was never going to happen for a device at that point in its kind of lifespan. But on Quest 2, there were no clock changes. It was just changes in kind of what goes into the timings to be able to do that. But we still ran into a ton of internal resistance about it from display teams about, well, it's not certified to do that. It might not always switch, it might have ghosting. And we had people going and say, well, let's go into a walk-in refrigerator and try it in there in the worst case for an LCD screen. And it's like, okay, maybe you can see a touch of ghosting, but it's just not that big of a deal. People saying it's like, well, nobody will actually take advantage of this. 120 frames per second is too hard. But then it came down to some more arguments about, well, okay, maybe it works on our display now, but what if we want to second source something? What if we want to go ahead and use displays from another vendor where we've kind of said we want this 90 hertz, but maybe not everything can be pushed to 120. And there's something to that argument where it's always better for hardware vendors when you're making a piece of hardware to be able to have multiple sources for the components that you use. Yeah. It's important in case something catastrophic happens to one of them, but it's also important to give you a little bit of leverage with the companies. If a company knows that they make the only part in the world that you can use, they've kind of got you over a barrel and it hurts your negotiating position for everything. But if there's at least 2 companies sourcing components, you're in a much better position to be able to say, well, I'm just going to take the one that meets my minimums and is the cheapest at that point. Yep. And this winds up impacting us on a bunch of other things. Like we only found out kind of this year that we have a couple different SKUs of flash vendors and they have slightly different performance characteristics. It's not anything that you would notice. They all met the specs that we listed, but some of them are a little bit better than the specs that we had. And if you write really hardcore I/O tests, you can tell the difference between some versions of Quest. But we did finally get it out, and it was literally over a year from the point where it was demonstrated that 120 hertz works to the time that we could actually ship it. And I found that ludicrous that it took that long. It was just not much code at all. But it's out there, and it's a success story. And that's one of the poster childs that I get to use internally now about how sometimes our process messes things up. And we do have applications that are taking advantage of it. Like one of the first ones that was a cheerleader for this was 11 Table Tennis, the ping pong simulator game, where that sort of super fast reactions and twitches on that are super important. And it was simple enough that they could cut down the scenes as much as necessary to get to a stable frame rate there. And interestingly, that game also pointed out some of the issues with the extrapolation of our controllers, where they see certain problems with even only extrapolating 30 milliseconds into the future that serious players can actually tell the difference. So we've still got room to grow at the high end for our responsiveness in VR for some applications. And then one of the ones that's very near and dear to my heart is just this last week, we were able to release the unlocked Oculus Go system software release. And this has been far longer in the making than you're likely to consider, because even before Oculus Go existed, when we were planning to ship our first standalone headset, there were serious discussions internally about, well, can we let users have root? And there's always been the breakdown between usually the people on the system software side and a lot of the engineers, like, yes, that would be a wonderful thing to offer users. But people will wind up coming up with reasons about how, well, that might undermine some of our, our platform integrity. It might have privacy compromise issues. It might have all. It's easy to come up with a big list of reasons why it's not a good idea. So Oculus Go went through its sales life, and it's no longer on sale. And we've already reached the point where we've stopped accepting new applications to the store for it. So I was able to make the pitch again. It's like, okay, we are going to discontinue this product in a finite amount of time. Basically the policy is that you get 2 years of support from the last time that it was on sale. So there's a clock ticking, and at that point, no more support is guaranteed. I mean, it's not a guarantee that we'll shut it off immediately, but there's no more obligation to do so. So given that there's this very finite time coming up, let's talk again about how we're going to have this stuff, these hardware, a lot of them. There's well over 1 million Oculus Go's out there, and at some point things stop working and they become sort of e-waste. This is a problem that people talk about a lot, and there's a clear thing that you can do with that. You can go ahead and let it be used for more things. And it's been looking back over, I made vague references to this a couple times over the year, but there's been a semi-serious effort going on for most of last year, and it finally got through everything at the end to get the go-ahead. And surprisingly, the resistance wasn't from where you'd expect. The legal team was supportive of this a lot earlier than I would have expected. They went out and they did a bunch more work than I thought was going to have to be necessary, talking with partners. We even had some partner contracts updated for this. And I wish I could give a shout out thanks to these, but apparently they didn't want to be explicitly named for this. But some of our partners that had no real need to do this did go out of their way and execute a new contract with us that allowed us to go through and do this. But we had more people internally on the product teams worrying about, hand-wringing, what could this do? Could somebody be able to go in and in some way like expose some security issue with our system software, get at it in some way, and just issues. But eventually everything got settled down. We got to do it. And I'm real happy that it's out there. One of the scenarios that I've said that I always want to care about is I want somebody 5 years from now to find a dusty old shrink-wrapped box in a closet, take the shrink wrap off, power something up and load the last operating system version onto it rather than whatever first was originally in the factory flash with no over-the-air updates available. But still, this is only step one, where the next step is going to be preserving the content ecosystem. I'm still trying to fight that battle internally to let us do something official and all-encompassing, but it's possible that may still need to fall to third parties, where everyone that's got to go, back up your software off of it, make sure that it lives somewhere. So if we do need to piece together the content repository years from now from 1,000 separate little hard drive images, we at least have the possibility to do that. But I am hoping that we can do something better internally. Now, obviously, the metaverse is the dominant topic of the day. And I was quoted all the way back in the 90s as saying that building the metaverse is a moral imperative. And even back then, most people missed that I was actually making a movie reference, but I was still at least partially serious about that. I really do care about it, and I buy into the vision. But that leaves many people surprised to find out that I have been pretty actively arguing against every single metaverse effort that we have tried to spin up internally in the company from even pre-acquisition times. I want it to exist, but I have pretty good reasons to believe that setting out to build the metaverse is not actually the best way to wind up with the metaverse. And kind of my primary thinking about that is a line that I've been saying for years now in general relation to my arguing against these efforts is that the metaverse is a honeypot trap for architecture astronauts. And architecture astronaut is a kind of chidingly pejorative term for a class of programmers or designers that want to only look at things from the very highest levels, that don't want to talk about GPU microarchitectures or merging network streams, or dealing with any of the architecture asset packing, any of the nuts and bolts details, but they just want to talk in high abstract terms about how, well, we'll have generic objects that can contain other objects that can have references to these and entitlements to that, and we can atomically pass control from one to the other. And I just want to tear my hair out at that because that's just so not the things that are actually important when you're building something. But, but here we are. Mark Zuckerberg has decided that now is the time to build the metaverse. So enormous wheels are turning and resources are flowing and the effort's definitely going to be made. So the big challenge now is to try to take all of this energy and make sure it goes to something positive and we're able to build something that has real near-term user value. Because my worry is that we could spend years and thousands of people possibly and wind up with things that didn't contribute all that much to the ways that people are actually using the devices and hardware today. So my biggest advice is that we need to concentrate on actual products rather than technology, architecture, or initiatives. Now, I didn't write game engines when I was working at id Software. I wrote games. And some of the technology that was in those games turned out to be reusable enough to be applied to other things. But it was always driven by the product itself. And the technology was what enabled the product and then almost accidentally enabled some other things after it. And it's hard for a lot of people to really accept how rarely future-proofing and planning for broad generalizations of things turns out to really deliver value. it is really shocking how often that winds up getting in your way, making it harder to do the things that you're trying to do today in the name of things you hope to do tomorrow, and then it's not actually there or doesn't actually work right when you get around to wanting to do that. So Horizon Worlds is a product. A product can be clearly judged. How many people are using it? What are they doing in it? How much commerce is going on in it? All those sorts of things. Horizon Workrooms is a product. How do we compete against Zoom meetings? And I'm pretty excited about some of the prospects, some of the early signs that we're seeing with this, where everybody's in a lot of Zoom meetings, and sometimes when you're in Workrooms or Horizon interacting with a producer, a TPM, a few other people, it winds up really actually being better than staring at the wall of faces in the, on the Zoom screen. And I was also super excited where I heard people spontaneously commenting about how conversation in Workrooms was better than what they were seeing in some of the other VR apps and also a lot of the traditional video conferencing systems. And that was because Workrooms had redone the audio stack so that their voice communication had a couple 100 milliseconds less latency than what you were seeing in Horizon or most other places. And I've always cheerled the fact that these things matter. We can get a whole lot better. And even where we're at in Workrooms is still far from sort of the speed of light of what we could be with this. But people noticed, and we can get twice as good as we are right there and get that much better. But it was interesting when I was kind of digging down into some of those latency issues. Unfortunately, the speed of light, the minimum kind of loop back latency, has actually gotten worse from Oculus Go into Quest 2. When you kind of do this where you just make a loop back where you can play a chirp out of the speaker and see when it comes back into the microphone, it's a little bit better with when you don't have any processing going on, but when you've got echo cancellation and some of the other DSP processing that happens, it's really annoyingly high right now. It's over 100 milliseconds as the very minimum, even if you do kind of nothing wrong above that. So that's one of those things where I'm sort of hoping I can harness all of this crisis energy with the metaverse going around. It's like, okay, we need to dig down into like the little DSP chip, how the Android passes things into this, re-implement algorithms ourselves, and let's claw back that 100 milliseconds. Let's go ahead and get our echo canceled voice communication over the network down under 100 milliseconds. Let's aim for 50 milliseconds. Let's not settle at 450 or even 250. Let's be better than anything that anybody's ever seen. And that's that type of nuts and bolts level thing that we can put a couple people on that are really good at nailing that down, and we can make an improvement that's going to affect everything, our existing products. Let's take that, let's make Workrooms, Horizon, Social Home, all of these things just much better directly. So unlike products, architectures and technologies, SDKs and toolkits, they can always claim victory and just say, we made a wonderful architecture. Nobody used it correctly. Nobody picked it up. The applications didn't take advantage of it in the right way. And it is so easy to let yourself off the hook like that. So you've got to actually be using the things to make value from it. I worry about this in a lot of ways with our advanced technologies where we're happy when interesting little proof of concept things come out. But if it's not showing up kind of on the big board as like, okay, hundreds of thousands of people are using this, it's delivering millions of hours of value, maybe they actually aren't all that important, and maybe other things could have been more important to focus on. So Horizon has some strong points. I do enjoy being in that, talking to people. I think the social conversation, I've said, it feels like we've got line of sight on that sort of co-present social aspect when everybody's holding their controllers right, nothing's looking goofy, you're looking at each other. The conversation works pretty well. When you get reduced latency from the audio, it makes it more and more lifelike, and there's some good things there. But still, it's a far cry from the metaverse, of our visions and what we'd like to see. Like the Q&A session that I'm doing after this talk, we're gonna have 16 audience members in there. That's a far cry from just even the hallway talks. Like when I would be physically at Connect, there would often be 50, 60 people kind of in a crowd around me in just in the hallway where we're talking about, whatever anybody wants. And last year we had a little bit of the random entry, whereas whoever kind of hopped through the portal first got into the Q&A session. So I'm a little disappointed we're almost backing away from the virtual session here. But really what we want to have is something that feels like that session, like the real Connect, where thousands of people are here milling around. Some of them cluster around me outside. We all crowd into a room for the big keynotes. And you get all of that ability without having to have people fly across the country or across the world to get there. That's what we've always been pitching as the value of VR. So I really do want us to pitch kind of Connect as the North Star event of what we're doing. We've got an event that we do every year here. We've got a user base for this. We should be doing this in the metaverse. If we can't handle this, we can't handle sort of the vision. And we could do this by next year. I mean, I thought we could have done it by this year if we had really kind of made this a frontline focus, but we didn't have that focus like we do now a year ago. But I'll be really disappointed if I'm sitting here next year in front of a video crew and a camera in physical reality doing this talk. I want to be walking around the halls or walking around the stage as my avatar in front of thousands of people getting the feed across multiple platforms. I mean, I'm laying that gauntlet down right now. We should be able to do that. This should be exactly in line with what our stated mission is. So we should make this happen to make sure that we're doing something that's valuable to at least us. And then it will very likely be valuable to a lot of other places. So the problems with that, with capacity planning, where if you're in Horizon now and you've got 16 people in there, they're already popping down to low fidelity avatars, getting pointy elbows and kind of jittery updates as the system tries to kind of manage all of that. And that's just 16 people, maybe 20 total when you've got cameras and other things going on there. It's not that much. How do we get to something that looks like this? A small, even a large meeting. It's a problem. In workrooms, we can't have our VR leads meeting because there's too many people on the call. We can't all fit into workrooms. How do we get that scaled out? How do we scale to the point where even a small club concert? These become really challenging things. There's no way that you can just spawn 80 entities in Unity like this with our Horizon avatars and expect to have it work. So the magic that is being reached for in many cases is that, well, cloud rendering would let us use much more powerful systems than the current headset systems, and we could add a bunch more on there. And like I said earlier, I'm very supportive of cloud rendering architectures, but I have to pull back a little bit and say that, well, there's going to be a lot of costs there. That would cut off a lot of people that don't have the bandwidth to be able to have that high quality of a connection. It does have some negatives on the quality when you're dealing with the cloud connections versus local rendering. And the step after that, what I had suggested well before we really spun up this metaverse stuff, is that we should do a Horizon in the cloud as a separate technology development project, where we can certainly run it as a cloud application now, just compile the PC version and run it globally. And that's the most flexible way to do things, but it runs into some of these quality challenges there. Now, there's a ton of other things that you can do with sort of hybrid applications where you want to say, like your local hands or controllers and your local UIs. You could make an application where all of that is done locally on your headset and only the crowd of other people is done with cloud rendering and kind of pulled into it. And I think that there's talk about wanting to make that sort of a general purpose application interface, and I don't think that's going to work. I don't think many applications are interested in refactoring the way they do things. It's not a trivial thing. Just run your app in the cloud is pretty trivial. You bite off a whole lot of downsides, but it just works. Splitting your application up into locally rendered things and compositing with cloud fragments, that's the type of thing that I think is application specific, and rather than spinning out some general technology SDK, we should just try to take Horizon and work all of that out. Maybe we find out there are some great kind of ways to slice it that are maybe more general purpose, but I'm concerned that it would be pretty specialized, but it could still be sort of what we want to do for cloud rendering, or for Horizon at least. Now, this actually goes back to like the wheel of technology just kind of reincarnating over and over again, way back in heck, it's probably the late 80s, there was a windowing system called News that let you write certain UI things to be executed on your local system that might be connected by a very low bandwidth connection or a modem link or something to a larger system that's doing the rest of the rendering. And people had a hard time with that then, and I think it's very much the same thing, and people will continue to have a hard time with it. But sometimes if you've got to solve a problem, it's the thing to do. But even with cloud rendering there, it's not a panacea where the PCs are fast. They're 10 times faster than what we have on our mobile headsets. But there's already a dozen Metaverse wannabe VR applications running on the PC using all of the power of the PC, and none of them are magic and are making everything amazingly work. And even with the power of the PC, you can't scale up both avatar count and avatar quality at the same time. We can't talk about codec avatars and crowds of people. You know, they just don't work right together. And even worse, the economics of this get really bad. We can't just take the very latest 3090 GPU and run all of those in cloud instances for everyone. That's just fundamentally expensive, even before you account for sort of the NVIDIA data center tax of running things there. And in fact, NVIDIA is building all these technologies to let you fragment up cloud GPUs into smaller pieces so you can give less power to individual cloud instances. And that's useful for some things, but we might wind up with cloud instances that are only 2 times as powerful as our mobile system. And then you run encoding and all the other things on there and the other downsides, and it might wind up being almost a wash or not such a great idea. Perhaps the biggest saving grace for it would be that cloud rendering lets us then sort of project the metaverse onto any device really trivially. Anything that could accept a video stream could go ahead and have full-featured interface there. Easy to port, easy to bring up, lots of benefits there. But still, if someone had asked me in the year 2000, like I'm working on Doom 3 at the time, and they said, could you build the metaverse if you had 100 times the processing power that you've got on your system today? And that's about where we are. Like, our modern mobile systems are about 100 times as powerful as a lot of PCs of that era. And I would have said yes. It would have been a serious optimization challenge. There's all these things that you might have had to do to make it work out well. But if I had to make the metaverse work just on our mobile hardware today, I think it could. It would be an optimization challenge, which is sort of the problem where everybody that wants to work on the metaverse talks about the limitless possibilities of it, but it's not limitless. It is a challenge to fit things in, but you can make smarter decisions about exactly what is important and then really optimizing the heck out of things like that. But that's different than just saying, I want magic technology to fix all of this. I want to be able to have my designers not care what's going on. They should just be able to do amazing, cool stuff. And that's not really, where we are. So, and then to be even more contrarian here, I have to say, it's like, are we necessarily even aiming for all the right targets with the social metaverse, where the feeling of co-presence is the big bet, and that is, it's completely understandable why, a company like Facebook or Meta would make that play. It's what the company is built on. But in truth, a lot of the luxury items in reality are freedom from co-presence. It's a private office, a private beach, a private plane. Sometimes these things are just add people is not always a positive, especially for people that are a little more on the introverted side of things.
Yeah, John.
And there's also this notion that building all of these 3D things, 3D art, 3D objects, that these are the critical factor that people are going to love so much in the metaverse. And I do keep coming back to this point that I've made a few times, that almost all of the value of the stuff that we've built in our culture today is represented on flat screens. There's trillions of dollars of all the software and media and assets and things that are built around flat screens. And I've made the pitch before that perhaps a sufficient argument for VR is to just say it's screens and people as the primary thing, where you've got that ability to have your friends together in a small room, and you've got the ability to bring up all of the things that you do on your other devices in VR in more flexible screens. And then the VR specific things, the actual games, the Beat Sabers and things, that those may be sort of the interstitial things that complement rather than define the medium. And I made an extension of that, where for the metaverse, maybe the metaverse is just lots of screens and lots of people, that maybe there is a screen-focused world where everything that people do with photography and videography and all of that just has this amazing place in a virtual world where you've got the flexibility to have those presented all over the place, where everybody can do magical things with video today and photos, where not everybody can do that many magical things with 3D modeling and 3D art. Some can, but it's a tiny fraction of the people. Maybe it extends like video has and it gets democratized so that everybody gets to take part in that. But also, maybe that takes a while. So I kind of keep pushing on. It's like, let's make sure that we get all of our screens right, that we get the ability to handle everything, all the types of apps, all the types of cloud services, that everything that anybody does on a piece of glass today, you should be able to do in the metaverse, hopefully more flexibly and better in various ways than you can on the existing devices. Because I want our VR headsets to subsume and replace other devices. I don't want it to be the thing that you have in addition to your TVs and consoles and computers and laptops and all of these things. It needs to take the place of at least one and hopefully more things. That's been so much of the value that mobile phones have brought into the world, where they replaced a whole pile of things and brought all their new value in addition to that. But it's this kind of subsuming the other things that I think is really a core part of the value. Now, everybody agrees that a closed platform doesn't deserve to be called the metaverse, but there's a spectrum where you can have completely open Wild West sorts of things, and then you can have completely locked down single application platforms. And it's a pretty good bet that we're not going to be all the way over on the Wild West side of things. I'm certainly partial to that direction, but a lot of the strenuous advocates for that, it has to be accepted that centralized systems provide most of the value in the world today, and there's reasons for that other than just accidents of history. It is easier to make better, more valuable experiences in many ways with a centralized system. All the issues with federation and standardization, there's good value that comes out of all of that, but it comes at a cost, and you can't really just ignore it. And like on the commerce side of things, everybody agrees you have to be able to make a living in the metaverse. Commerce is going to be some part of it. But I usually have, I use adult entertainment as a litmus test for how open a platform is there. If there's adult entertainment, it's a very, very open platform from a commerce standpoint. We probably won't be there. I halfway jokingly suggest certain things along those lines occasionally, but it's unlikely that we're going to be in the completely open crypto world of things. The libertarian in me loves the idea of unstoppable global cash transactions, but I'm also well aware of the kind of swamp of scams and the spam that I have to clear out of my timeline every morning dealing with that side of things. So I've actually got a bet that I'm kind of sorting out with somebody about the relative adoption of federated versus closed systems over the next 18 months. And it's going to be interesting how things play out, because I can envision worlds where it goes either way, and we really don't know at this point. So we're still kind of figuring a lot of these things out. Now, the most obvious path to the metaverse is that you have one single universal app, something like Roblox, where if you've got a Turing-complete extension language and you've got sufficient interfaces, in theory, you can do anything inside any app. We're all running all of our apps inside the operating system, and it just kind of defines however many turtles you stack on top of things. It kind of opens up the levels of abstraction there. But it's probably, I doubt a single application will get to that level of taking over everything. The problem is that if you make a bad decision at the central level, nobody can fix it. You can kind of cut off entire swaths of possibility, things that might be super important. And I just don't believe that one player, one company winds up making all the right decisions for this. So the next step down would be to have, our metaverse be something like a giant Unity plugin, so that anybody could build an app with this massive base layer of functionality. And that's sort of where we are today, where we have Horizon Worlds, Horizon Workrooms, Horizon Venues that are all Unity applications built using many of the same technologies, but it's far from a clean integration right now. It's huge issues where Workplace goes and does all this great work. It doesn't flow back into Horizon. It's a mess right now, but we could imagine that getting straightened out to the point where you drop in this huge block of code on top of things and you've got this baseline functionality. So it's kind of like I remember asking my younger son why he was enjoying kind of playing with Minecraft mods a little more than Roblox mods, because Minecraft had all of this stuff already there, while more things had to be built from scratch in Roblox. So there's interesting aspects there. And then the lowest level would be just kind of sharing avatars, profiles, friend graphs, things like that. Kind of like we do is just cleaning up the APIs that we already offer to places. And it is great when you get, I mean, I love VR applications where I've got friend scoreboards and I can see profile pictures from them there, and it's easier to kind of invite your friends to things. And those are all good things, but you know, it's really not the metaverse. But on the other side of that, where while Horizon Worlds, workrooms, and venues are all Unity apps, Horizon Home is really a rebranding of VR Shell, where it's a C++ application. So we have to interact with all of these things to get the avatars and the profiles and all of these things that happen in the Unity world happening in our C++ world. And we're still spinning that up, and there's a bunch of challenges for it. So there's some styling of the upcoming hardware as being kind of metaverse oriented. And I really don't like that, and I keep pushing back wherever I hear some of these things, where it's important to say that all of these future of work and metaverse things, all of them will work just fine on Quest 2, where the upcoming high-end hardware will add some of these features like facial tracking and more world understanding that might add some things on top of these, but they are not central to the experience. And it is going to be significantly more expensive. So it's going to be really interesting to see the relative adoption of this. Now, hardware development takes a long time, and we have multiple new headsets in the pipeline, and this is the first year in a while that we haven't announced a headset at Connect. Part of that really is an artifact of, again, truly heroic effort to actually get Quest 2 shipped last year. But it's still true that there's only so many points that we can test. The solution space for hardware is large. You can say more or less of a whole slew of different things, and you can say binary features of have or have not on lots of other things. So we get to make kind of one bet a year about this, and that is point sampling a complex high-dimensional function and hoping that we can pull a lot of good information out of it. You know, eventually, the mature VR headset market should cover all the niches that mobile phones do, everything from $50 budget phones to $2,000 ultra-luxury phones. But we only get to make a couple points. We used to, early on in Oculus, talk a lot about the possibility of kind of second or third party headsets that could interoperate with our ecosystem. That turned out to be really challenging to do because like Mark said, we sell our headsets, at a loss or break even. There's no profit in the headset. So there's no way that a company could go and say, I want to make a budget headset. I'm going to undercut the prices here without wanting to be able to negotiate for a cut of the ecosystem revenue. That's just kind of the way those things work. And on the high end, while we could imagine somebody going and saying, well, I'm going to make a very expensive headset, most of the interesting features that we talk about, things like eye and face tracking and world tracking, these are things that require deep core system software integration to really make them valuable. And so we can't work that closely with another company dealing with that. It's just really, really challenging. There's still a couple spots where it might work. If a company made a super wide FOV headset or a super high resolution headset that was still basically the same thing, it's still exactly the same sensors or exactly the same modalities that we have in Quest 2. Maybe something like that could work, but there's nothing like that kind of really going on right now. So cost is really critical. I always worry about kind of disruptive innovation where so much of the time the things that come out as being cheaper than the things where people were focusing on quality. And I worry a lot that we have people in research and product that have access to the best things that we could possibly build. And they then look at that and say, well, we should be building the best thing we can build. Not necessarily the most cost-effective thing. And it's easy for people to fall into the trap of saying, well, I've seen better, so this is garbage, even if millions of people are getting a lot of great value out of it. So And there's also lots of evidence from a lot of consumer devices about very nonlinear demand curves, where sometimes lowering the price by $50 or $100 can be way larger increases in the number of sales that you get than you would think from just linearly looking at it. And we can't disentangle that so much with Quest 2 because, again, Quest 2 was better, faster, and cheaper, and it went up very non-linearly. But I still suspect that the price point was pretty important. But the other side of that is that we have demonstrated existence proof that there are people for which $0 is not cheap enough to make the current headsets valuable, because there are plenty of Quest 2 headsets in closets now that are not being regularly used. We have lapsed VR users. Now, there are no lapsed mobile users, essentially. Everybody uses a mobile phone. They might switch to a different brand, but they never just give it up. But there are right now a whole lot of people that are lapsed VR users that just did not find the experience valuable enough for them to even take something out of their closet that they already own. So obviously more value needs to be delivered for us to get to the value point that a mobile phone has. It's an open question how much of that comes from software versus hardware. Obviously some has to come from both. But like one of the test points that we're looking very closely at, a lot of consoles go through this cycle where you get lapsed users and they resurrect when hot new content comes out. Yep. So Resident Evil is one of our biggest tentpole releases, and we're looking very closely at this to see, does that cause people to bring the headset out of the closet, play Resident Evil, and then check out what else is new and how much better the ecosystem has evolved. But it is possible that we need higher end systems, that we need systems with features that we don't have now. Like, some people really do believe that the facial tracking sensors, that ability to be able to smirk or smile or look sadly forlorn at something in VR is, will take it over a significant milestone, that there will be some bright line that we cross there where it gets that much better, that the experience is worth that much more than it was before. Maybe the sensing your environment, letting you do more in the mixed reality side of things is critical. Lots of people, respectable positions to make that bet. But personally, I still think that the fundamental capabilities of Quest that we just extended in Quest 2 are a sufficient baseline. That if we could do another better, faster, cheaper of Quest 2, that it would be fantastic, and we would see another significant uptick just like we saw with this. So the untapped possibilities with that baseline and better software, the normal improvements that you'll just always get. Camera resolution will go up, RAM will go up, flash will go up, processor speeds will go up, or at least wider with more cores. We're going to get that anyways. It's the question about these binary new things. Do we need to go from 4 cameras to 6, 8, 10, 12? I mean, there are headset designs that have been proposed with a straight face that have like a dozen cameras on them. And I think that's madness. I think that you're never going to get down to this low-end, potentially $50 budget phone thing with a dozen cameras. Software will let us improve things in a lot of ways, while discrete physical components are going to have a real price floor on them. Yep. But I can be wrong. So we're running the experiment with a higher end headset coming up next. We will see how much value it adds to people. They were intentionally very vague with the tease about what's going to be there, but you can sense eye and facial sensors, better world sensors, and then the pancake lenses. And the pancake lenses are, they're much more expensive, but they are much more compact. You can make a headset that is a lot smaller, slimmer, potentially better looking, and they are also potentially a lot clearer. Where one of the points that I've made is Quest 2, over most of its field of view, is optics limited rather than resolution limited. You are more limited by our optics train when you're looking at things away from the very center of the screen than you are by the display. If we doubled the display resolution, most of it would just be a waste right now. We need something that's going to add some additional clarity. So I'm hoping that that really works out, but that also might put a price floor on future budget systems if we wind up adopting that for everything. Thermals drives so much of the design where I'm running out of time fast on this. In so many ways, we are already limited by just the power that we can dissipate for things, where our system that we've got in Quest 1, if we're able to run that at maximum clocks for everything, it could do most of the things that Quest 2 has. And if we could run Quest 2 at full clocks for everything, it would probably have more performance than whatever the next gen SoC is. And we are very conservative about what we're willing to do on thermals at Oculus. I mean, everybody is justifiably concerned about you don't want to have sort of a battery fire, or you don't want to have something cooking and smoking on someone's head. But I think in many cases, as I've seen over and over with like our displays and some of the other things, I think we're overly conservative, where I keep saying, it's like, all right, you want to talk about we're going to damage something. I want somebody to blow something up in front of me. I want to see smoke coming out of this SoC before I will really agree that, okay, there is a fundamental limit here. So many of and we went through all of this back with Gear VR, where so many of the limits that people pick for how hot can we run something are just numbers picked out of thin air. They are not something where there's a fundamental bright line here that we're going to cross. So we've got a ton of different optimizations and things that we can add a lot of value to our systems if we allow ourselves to. There's the spectrum where you go from actively cooled systems like Quest and Quest 2, where we've got a fan on there and a big heat sink and it blows through it, to passively cooled systems like the Oculus Go, where you can have a lighter system that's quieter. And then you get to systems that you might want to wear all day long. The notional future AR glasses. You want to have something that you pick up in the morning, pull off your nightstand, put on your head, and it's on your head for 16 hours and it's functioning like that. That gets really, really hard as you're going from, not only is it passively cooled, but a microscopically small battery relative to these large systems has to run it for that long of a time. And then you're hoping people are actually engaging with it, that it's not just a passive system. So the challenges of energy are really one of the primary things that we have to deal with. Controllers didn't get much attention in anything being talked about today. Historically, I completely own the fact that I underestimated the amazing value that we get in gaming from the 6DoF controllers. But it's still clear that we are going to wind up in a world where you can eventually get a headset without controllers, where you just use your hands. It's nascent now, it's got lots of room to improve, but eventually we'll get to something like that. Or maybe it uses the brain-computer interfaces, using more voice, other camera sensors for watching your eyes, different things like that. But the point I made a long time ago is it's clear we're not going to be walking around the world with dual 6DoF controllers and holsters on our hips. That's just not going to be the platform that gets out to a billion people. But they are marvelous for games, and there are all of these things that we can still improve the controllers. We can wind up, letting them track themselves so they don't have to be viewed by the headset. We can let them be passively tracked so they can be cheaper. We can wind up with things that allowing you to use your hands in place of controllers even in the existing applications. But all of these are things that just take work. And one of the designs that I'd like to see is, I'd love to see an embrace of actual flexibility in the headsets. Our headsets are these big rigid things, and I complain that we have to build these like Tonka toys with big plastic toy shells around them, where I'd love to see us go ahead and take something that was, break up the modules into independent things so you can move them across, let it be bendable there so you've got any IPD, and make them more like giant swim goggles and track from there. We can improve the field of view with canting it there, solve all of the IPD and placement issues, let people get it really where they need to have it for the best sighting, and make a lot of progress.
God, he's fucking
but still,
legend.
I think we could add a lot more value with software improvements than with hardware, or at least with convenience, which may involve some hardware elements. One of the things that I revisited recently that in retrospect is even more striking, where we have these few data points, this half dozen different headsets that we've built, and when you kind of compare aspects of them, Gear VR to Oculus Go was a really interesting comparison, where by the time Oculus Go shipped, Samsung phones already had faster processors and better screens than what we shipped on Go. And yet, Oculus Go had integer multiples better retention than what we were seeing on Gear VR. And it was all because docking your phone, taking it out of the, your case and putting it into a headset was just an enormous pain. Once you got there, the quality of software was better than Go. But that friction of getting in there was, again, enormous. Integer multiples of difference in in our retention. We fight over small percentage digits, and this is multiples. So I tend to believe that we have advantages like that just to be gotten by making our current platform just magically awesome. You just put it on, everything is
still
perfect.
love this headset.
Right now, you put on a Quest 2, seems like sometimes a 50-50 chance you're going to have to redraw Guardian depending on what time of day you last used it. You have to tap through accepting a couple different things. You wait for Home to load a whole bunch of panels. Then you finally launch something to go do it, and it takes another 20-30 seconds or more to get into it. And I tell people, imagine if your phone was like that. Imagine you pulled your phone out of your pocket and It took you 2 minutes to get to do the thing that you wanted to do instead of 2 seconds. There is an enormous value that we can tap into that to make it a lot better. So sort of related to that, the ultimate inconvenience was we had the recent Facebook outage, which left a lot of people with headsets that were very broken. And there is no real apologizing for this. It was horrible that happened, but we had a really fantastic internal effort where there was a team of people that were going through cataloging everything that didn't work while that was going on. It's like the saying is, never let a crisis go to waste. And I thought about asking if I could publicly release this because it would have shown how much we really are trying to figure these things out and make it better. But it had far too much really internal stuff to just kind of dump that out. But I really thought that was a very positive thing with people looking at that. And it's a clear case of you can't break people's stuff like that. We need to be delivering value, not kind of inhibiting it or taking it away. And the things that we're just starting to see, the advance of multitasking into our systems where you can have the multiple web browsers, and we have the ability to pull up the different Android apps and the media apps, and being able to arrange some of these. Like, I was delighted the last time I was looking at something, I thought the keyboard was awkwardly far away, and it's like, oh yeah, I can just grab that and move it up to where I want it to be now. That just worked magically well. We have cases where like, oh, I can just now upload a screenshot directly to Twitter from browser. It just works now. Okay, now we can start doing copy and paste, some of these things that you expect to be there, but you've kind of conditioned yourself, haven't been there in VR because the platform's too young, but they're starting to come in one at a time. And we are going to get to this place where it is a more flexible work environment than any single glass screen that you've got that you could do things on. And we've got to do a bunch of serious work in there, figuring out desktop, all that management stuff. We need to get virtual memory working, like real swapped virtual memory. None of this, do a little bit of compressed swap for there. We need to be able to have 5 applications that you've opened up, let one of them page out if necessary so things don't just crash and disappear as you work on something else. But we can get there. We have huge internal battles about the different things, like our plan of record here is we're big on web apps, but I keep making this point. It's like the platforms that succeed wind up having native apps as well. We run Android apps now for some of our Oculus TV systems. We should be running all Android apps. We should be able to pull in the long tail of applications where we have a few hundred applications in VR. Real platforms have millions of applications. We are not going to bridge that by having people kind of bring them over one at a time. But we get, I have arguments with people about how, we need to get people to add VR affordances to their applications. And the thinking is, well, maybe we can get the top 50 apps to come over and put in like extra ways to explicitly look for scrolling events and different things like that. But I think it's actually our obligation and duty to figure out on our side, what can we do to make the VR platform take advantage of this, again, $1 trillion+ worth of content on all of the flat screens. We need to figure out how to take advantage of that rather than saying, oh, they need to change their applications to come to us. We want to work on Android apps, cloud Windows desktops, remote desktop applications. I want to bring everything in so that everything can be done there. But on us, maybe that means, like, I would love it if we made a decision on next-gen controller, whatever we do to make it easier to act as a TV set or a laptop or anything like that. It should be on us. So we actually have a ton of features that are sort of not well exposed right now. And there's a problem, like for years we've had all of these options in like for video recording. We've got all of these ways that video comes out of our systems where streaming to the to desktop PC browsers, streaming to the FB Live, streaming to your phone with Twilight, recording it. And generally our defaults are like not so great. We've got all these options for changing the bit rate, changing the aspect ratio and resolutions. And you can get these through like our Oculus Developer Hub application if you're a developer. But for conventional users, there's not really anything that that lets you get there. And I kind of wish that we had the equivalent of the old Quake console where you do some magic chord and you get like an old school text terminal and you could just type in different things to like turn features on and off. Because when we make an official feature, it's got to go through our design department. It's got to be internationalized for all of this. And the way things are set up, that has to be going through separate processes usually for running the panel display to communicating with what's actually done. And it is such an enormous tax on what we can actually accomplish. And we need to find ways to go faster with that. But there's a lot of value that should just come with a simple little toggle. I had something I did recently where I saw someone internally make they had a big post about how to capture stereoscopic video from inside VR. And I was like, well, how did they do that? We don't actually save that out. And I was horrified to find that they actually did a full 80B record of the distorted 2-eye view and then undistorted that to make to make a stereo video, which we could then play back. And I'm like, oh my God, that's just horrible. That's not the way you should do something. But they cared enough to do that, and they knew that getting it through our full system design process, that it just wasn't really going to happen. It wasn't going to rise to the top. But that was the type of thing like, no, that's actually not that hard. I took an afternoon, and it just took a few hours for me to go in and put the real way to do that, but it's controlled by a system pref that you have to set over ADB right now, where I'd love to get that in an advanced settings option on all the record things. But that's going to be a thing that'll take 6 months for us to wind up getting something like that done. So we need to figure out how to move faster on so many of those things. We have more than enough people in the VR organization working on all of these features, but we trip over our own feet in so many ways. And I am totally running out of time here. I think I'm going to try to do something that I've never done before here, where I'm going to take these notes that I've got that I'm kind of scanning through here, that I'm only maybe 2/3 of the way through, and I'm just going to dump them up on a Facebook post and send a link to it. This will be an interesting insight into how I wind up doing these things.
Sweet.
Because I've got a bunch more talking about the system software, stuff talking about developer things, and then a few miscellaneous things coming in on the end. And maybe these turn into topics that that we can explore in some other ways. But I did want to close with just one funny little anecdote where I play a lot of Beat Saber, and sometimes I actually put on arm weights. And I know that's not recommended for a lot of people. You can strain your elbows and so on, but I worked up to it. It's part of my exercise regimen. But there was a time this year where I was playing Beat Saber, I had my arm weights on, and I tell people, don't hit me with E+ and Camellia songs when I'm playing with my arm weights, but sometimes people still do, and it's pretty rough. But in one of those sessions, I got a phone call that I had to take, and I had to just like jump out of VR, and everybody else in the room was like, John's little avatar just fell over and stopped moving. Did we give him a heart attack playing those songs in Beat Saber? And I had to come back after I was finally done on Twitter. It's like, no, I'm actually okay. People were pinging me. It's like, did you have a heart attack? Are you all right? But I have a grand time in VR. I am proud of the work that we do, and I'm still very excited about the future. So I'll see a bunch of you in a half hour at the Q&A session.
Thank you, John. Thanks a lot. And there is yet another loading.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, John. I like Beat Saber too. And I'm sorry, am I the only one who could listen to John Carmack talk tech all day? Didn't think so. He's known for speaking his mind, and he certainly does not disappoint. Okay, and we are not done with Mr. Carmack just yet, not by a long shot. Oh no, after a quick break, John will be live in a custom Connect world within Horizon Worlds, joined by a select audience of developers and taking their questions. Now, if you are not in the session, don't you worry, we will be broadcasting it on the Reality Labs page so you can not only listen in, but drop your questions into the chat, and we might just get a few of those to John. Now, don't forget, during the upcoming break, you can dive deeper into the topics you're interested in by accessing the incredible sessions and playlist on the Reality Labs page. So, enjoy this 30-minute break. Hop into a session,
very well
that
done.
FitXR workout you've been wanting to try, and we'll see you right back here at 3:30 p.m. Pacific, 6:30 p.m. Eastern for our NVR Q&A with John Carmack.
How should do that?
This episode of Build for Inclusion is celebrating stories from across the globe with a spotlight on Asian Pacific creators in VR.
Jerry!
I'm your host, Cassandra Fuyong, tuning in from the Netherlands. Maureen is the CEO and co-founder of 6-time Emmy Award-winning and leading independent interactive animation studio, Baobab Studios.
Animation, to me, is art in motion. It takes you to completely different worlds, ones that are limited only by your imagination.
Dark, thank you very much.
When I watch animation, I'm still brought back to that 5-year-old sense of self where I felt invincible.
Mark is a co-founder and the COO at Mirage Soft.
I've always thought the immersion is the VR's strongest suit. We used real-life fishing locations in South Korea to show off the beautiful spots in Asia. I think that VR is the best medium and for achieving the goal of creating a safe space for the users.
Kevin Ski is an award-winning creative producer with a background in journalistic interactive storytelling on emerging platforms.
Today I want to share a bit about the ties between my family's immigrant experience and how that has impacted my own creative process, and ultimately how that can help you think about your own immersive work and your practice. What drives me is the responsibility to the people, to my subjects, who I'm featuring.
What kind of racism have you experienced?
As the Asian American CEO, I know walking into a room, people are going to underestimate me because my place in society and hierarchy is supposed to be a certain way, quiet and whatnot. So I need to immediately seem even more confident, more extroverted to combat that.
The general stereotype that is definitely aligned with the model minority myth that Asians aren't creative or they don't get to be creative.
How can VR help with racism? How does our industry address it?
I think what Kevin is doing is really amazing, putting you in that experience so that you can actually feel what it's like.
The one most important thing to me that I like to do is just continually be making things, whether it has funding or not, just be constantly nurturing that.
I want to say it is possible for a small game development studio in Asia to make it in the industry.
Each creator's perspectives and experiences, they just help to tell a greater tale. So I felt honored and touched today to hear all of your stories. I really think the impact Asians and Pacific Islanders have had on gaming, VR, and just culture at large, I think it cannot be overstated.
Nice. Very nice. They're coming back in 30, which means we're not going anywhere.
Don't be scared to be seen. Took me 38 years to break out of my shell.
Thank God.
This is something that I never, ever in my
really
entire
smart.
life thought would happen. I
That's
didn't
brilliant.
feel like I belonged in fitness, but I'm wrong.
That's really great.
It's been harder for me to get the weight off because I've got polycystic ovarian syndrome. People will just look at you and think the absolute worst. When you walk down the street and somebody yells out the window, "You are too fat to be seen in public, you should put a paper bag on your head," that's hard to deal with. I wanted to try anything I could. I would dread going into the gym. I didn't feel good enough about myself. I wanted to get a bike, but they were too expensive. And I just thought that I would never find any type of physical activity that I would enjoy. And I thought I was gonna die. I thought I was gonna die early. And then I found Supernatural. And that's all she wrote.
Good on you, Supernatural.
Okay, so imagine you're standing in your living room. You put on this small headset, and suddenly you're standing at the foot of a glacier in Iceland.
I didn't think they had the balls to do it.
A coach meets you there and then guides you as you smash targets to the beat of your favorite music in an amazing aerobic workout. There are no mirrors, no judgments, just you feeling powerful and losing yourself in the moment as your endorphins totally catch fire.
The day I finished my first workout, I was hooked. And I've been using Supernatural for 307 days to be exact. Yes, in a row. It's raining.
God, that hurts.
I'm all about
300
singing
days.
and performing and dancing, and I feel graceful when I'm in that headset. It would take me an hour to do a 20-minute workout when I started, and now I can do 2 hours without resting. And that is insane. I started to make friends in the community, and it was amazing.
That's
Nobody
so good.
judged me.
I'm so
Everybody
happy
was
about that.
cheering me on. And that was an
man.
amazing feeling that I wasn't really used to.
Because Chesney embodied everything we're about, vulnerability, inclusivity, celebrating yourself, and falling in love with movement, we knew she had to be more than just a community member. We knew we had to get her into the studio so that she could inspire others.
That's amazing.
I think it was Caitlin that reached out to me and said, hey, we want to include you in on this customer feedback call. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll do that.
I'd love to just kick things off asking like how you even heard about us. And oh, it looks like we have someone joining. Hold on one second.
Okay.
She's one of the trainers, I think. This is awesome.
My heart is racing. I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity right now. Like, I'm freaking out. So listen, at Supernatural, all of us, our entire team has been so into and excited and thrilled and fallen in love with watching you share your fitness journey. And we've put together a little slideshow that we want to share with you. You at every step shared with total transparency and joy, so much beauty and vulnerability. And we were all just so amazed at every step. We got to see your day 60. We got to see you break 100,000 points. We got to see you break your 100th day of straight working out in Supernatural. At every moment, we were absolutely amazed. And then we saw this post. And Chesney, I don't know if you know, but we all fell in love with you. No, will you let us bring you to Los Angeles so that we can have you coach your own Supernatural workout?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Everything that it is to be a coach, you've shown us, and we're so proud. And we really would love to bring you out to be a guest coach so that we can help make this dream a reality.
Yes. I mean, I should probably ask my husband, but I think he's okay with it.
Every one of our coaches will tell you this, that if your heart wants you to help other people in this way, then like you've got the qualifications and the rest of it is so easy.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like I've just shattered the glass ceiling.
Other lady is tiny.
You might as well be like Cher or Madonna at this point. Like all of us are like, it's Chesney Day, it's Chesney Day. Like,
this is insane.
We got all the coaches. Holy shit. Oh my God.
It's amazing to be a coach. There's so much work that goes into it, so much heart and soul. It's exhausting, but it's rewarding. I wanted to focus on self-love and confidence. I wanted that to be the entire message of the workout because I don't think you can get enough of that.
Love and care goes into every single one of these workouts.
There's a huge spectrum. I used to tell people I listened to anything from Manson to Hanson. I was a dancer. Anything to do with like complex movement, I absolutely love it.
We'll make it work.
Yes.
I had braced myself for like a very grueling experience to bring someone who didn't have any kind of professional training up to speed. And in reality, like, it was amazing. Her performance was so authentic.
Don't be scared to be seen. Took me 38 years to break out of my shell.
I can't wait to do her workout. I don't know if my Oculus is ready for all of the tears that I'll probably cry into it.
I want to speak to those who are struggling with their weight, who feel that they cannot do the workouts. I want them to know that they can, and they can do it at their own pace. That's what I did. Just open up. Just let it take hold. Do a workout, listen to emotional music, and just open yourself up. Let it flow. We're gonna start with some walking knees, getting the hips warmed up.
Now, I remember my first supernatural coaching experience, and I was very nervous. How are you feeling?
If I had my heart rate tracker on, it'd probably be over 100. Now let's stretch out the upper body, straighten both arms, start to roll one arm back at a
Oh man. I didn't think that. You gotta talk.
Like it's bubble yum, getting some, going dumb. Party like you turning 21, trouble gets loud. You can bring your friends.
I didn't think they would ever do that. I didn't think California and all that had it in them. It's the right thing to do. And they did it right. Good on them. And for a subscription app, damn. That was it. That was absolutely the best all day. 100%. That was better than anything else in Connect. Right then. Good on you. Oh, shit.
VR is a fundamentally different platform than any of its predecessors.
With multitasking enabled, you can drag apps from the universal menu or your library to run up to 3 side by side.
App Lab is a way for developers to safely and securely distribute early-stage applications for Oculus with fewer technical requirements. We believe that App Lab is an important first step for developers to prove out truly innovative ideas.
The developers that we've worked with have experienced success unlike any other VR platform that we've seen.
Regardless of your background, regardless of your age, your shape, your speed, you're an athlete when you are working out with us in Supernatural.
What's up, fam? Coach Leanne here, and I'm your guest coach, Chesney.
In today's talk, you're going to learn about currently available opportunities for multiplayer apps on Quest and why you should integrate with them.
They define virtual worlds as places where the imaginary meets the real. Horizon is an ever-expanding VR world to explore, play, and create.
My creation style has evolved with each friendship I've made in Horizon, and I love the worlds I've been invited to collaborate on.
VR's seemingly unlimited real estate gives you the flexibility and space for your apps like no other screen in your home or office. World AR can help people not only visualize the world in a new way, it can also help people learn about our world in new ways.
By combining complex tasks into a simple UI, we've removed hours of friction during playtesting.
And it's a beautiful new design with reorganized navigation system.
Over the next few years, we will unlock a suite of tools developers will need to realize the metaverse. Imagine Quest experiences that blend virtual content with the real world. I am very excited to introduce the Facebook Presence platform.
The Voice SDK enables you to build completely new voice-driven gameplay and experiences.
We can't wait to see what you're going to build.
And this is all just...
Again, I've got to mute the audio every once in a while just in case, alright? But, yeah, man, that hit hard, man. That really hit hard. You guys don't often get to see me in that mode. It doesn't happen very often, but I'm an emotional guy. And things, when they hit me, whoa, they sink my ship. I'm so happy about that. Like, it's just, I never thought that these, like, buff, you know, smiley California types would ever do that for their apps. I just really didn't think. No, I'm worried about this music. Sorry. I hate to duck it, but I gotta be a little careful. What is this? I'll dip it in and out. I'm not really sure what this is. Maybe what I'll do is I'll duck the audio a little bit, and that'll help. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'll... Oh, this is basically just a giant advertisement now, I think, but... I'm just fecking with everybody tonight, by the way. These are not Ray-Bans. These are not. Just in case anybody's like, why are you tapping and swiping? So we'll just leave that going. But yeah. Again, I'm worried about audio here on this stuff, but some of you have these glasses. They're pretty cool. Oh, look at this! Oh man, Game of the Year, probably. I know Lone Echo 2 is good, but these guys took... These guys actually took the challenge. Now, the problem with their video that they've composited here, I can see it. They've got interlacing. I think that's what it's called, or resampling. They've resampled in the movement of their video, and they shouldn't do that. It gives it that kind of, like, jaggedy feel, which is too bad. Up next, Carmack live Q&A in 10 minutes, and then a spacewalk from the ISS at... Is that 2 a.m.? Shit, I can't stay up till 2 a.m. That's... Yeah, I can't do that! Alright, I'm... Oh, shit! Mate! Seriously! 50 quid! Parasite, you already gave me a bunch of money tonight! Holy cow! You crazy dude! I mean, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You know, thank you for sharing. Thanks for being here. That's awesome. I'll buy myself a beer. I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll invest it into Meta, huh? Ooh, bad joke. Too soon? Too soon. Alright. Too soon. Alright, well, I'm putting this up again. See, I didn't want to incentivize... The thing is, I didn't want to incentivize people to donate, so I've taken the thing down during this stream. But I'm going to pop it up because, again, I feel like it's important. You've donated. You deserve the airtime, so I'll leave it up for 10, okay? Like I did with the other one. But thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. I'm just glad you enjoy it, right? That's why I do this. I get a lot of good feedback from it. I don't do it for the money, right? So it's thrilling. It's the future. I wish I liked warplanes. I don't really like warplanes. It looks good, but I don't know. A lot of people love it, and I never could like it, which is weird. This is showing what they released, right? Blade and Sorcery for Quest. What was it called? Rogue? No. Nomad. Nomad. Oh my god. Oh my god. My brain is blown. Like, big donation, fucking lovely, heartfelt thing happens in VR. We're just after Carmack's mind-melting showcase. I really think they've done a great job at this show. And they've reached out to creators, and they've got people just covering this stuff off. It's fantastic. So Kaz isn't the only one, by the way. There's a bunch of VR creators who were invited to do these like panels, if you want to call them that. And they got to cover things off. So I think that's really cool. I'm glad they're involving creators in as well. I think it's important. So it's nice to see. I mean, Kaz and Cherry, have done just such great work since early on in establishing their own brand. They started off kind of samey, and then they became their own thing, and it's so chill, and that's why I like it. Is it Demio? That's the basement.
The mighty guardian found himself caught in an ambush.
This is fun.
An old but familiar magic.
I have that box.
A call to adventure. Compelled by fate.
So cool.
The old fellowship.
Alright, boys, what's the plan of attack here?
Thank you, Parasite.
Then we gotta go to the exit. Alright, I'm gonna try to take out this little spider-looking thing.
That's a lot of love.
Where are we going?
Thank you.
Here? Ooh, a chest.
I don't know how to react.
Oh, we got a card.
I'm emotionally on tilt right now. Oh god.
Do I need to save you?
Use a card. You got a card?
Okay, hang on, I got this.
Demio are good people too, man. I miss that game. Dark, you're too good at that game. You got all the gear yet? It's so fun.
Taking a beating.
Man.
We got these clowns. We got your back. Oh, here they come.
I got you.
Such a good... Like, Seawheel, the community manager behind Demio, she's great. Like, as a community manager as well. I had a very nice cry. Thank you, Adam. Oh my god. You see what happens? I can't leave that up that people donate. Oh. Oh. I had a nice cry. Thank you. Mark did definitely suck it. He sucked it. What more was gonna come? This is Song in the Smoke. I love Song in the Smoke. It's really cool. Had a couple of epic sessions recently. Was nice after stepping away from it briefly. Yeah, well, that'll definitely do it, eh? This is so cool, man. I did not think that game was going to be as good as it is. I did not. I thought it was going to be kind of like not great. It's cool. It's very unique. That's what I like about it, you know? God, you should rinse your face, Dark, for sure. It's been a good family session today. And actually, it's felt... I'm so glad you guys talked me into coming live and doing this. Because this has felt more community than I've had in a long time. I mean... And it's my biggest gripe with my shows at the moment is I don't have enough like just chatting, just us talking time. Because I really love this part. I did it more on Twitch and I need to reintegrate it somehow. I'll figure it out. YouTube's a bit of a funny beast because you have to start off like hit the ground running, show the game, all that kind of stuff. But then it's really weird. Like I always thought it was really strange when I'd stop in the middle, no gameplay or whatever, talk for 15 minutes and I'd grown by like 10 viewers or something. And I'm like, what? But there's no game. And that's like cool. Wait, hang on a second. They just ran this. Why are they doing it again? They like pay for a double ad slot? I mean, you know I love Space Pirate Arena. It is so good. I can't play outdoors right now though. It's too wet and cold and horrible in Scotland. So I suppose it's a summer game. But basketball courts still work and those are fun. I kind of like showing off I'm a nerd in public. I don't know why. Oh, this is a repeat. There, let's maybe pause this for a minute and let's see what Twitter's saying about things now because we were looking at Twitterfall before. Let's go back here, and we'll go ahead and do this. I'm gonna put these on not because I was trying, but just because I think they look kind of cool, and I think it completes the look. I like it like this. It's terrible. I had plans, and instead I've had a great time hanging here and watching all evening. You know how many times that happens to me, Nutty? When I like go to a stream, I'm like, I'm gonna fucking check out this bastard for like 5 minutes, and then you get stuck, and you're like, oh god, and then you end up watching it for like 3 hours or whatever. It's funny. Meta logo looks like eyes, evil villain eyes. What are they saying? Not surprised at Facebook's new logo. Hey, Care Bear.
Hey, can I join you?
Yeah, you can come in. I can probably add you somehow. Let me see. I can. Thank you. Actually, I didn't eat since lunch.
You need me to get you something?
If you don't mind, just a piece or two of cold pizza or something, if there's any left.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
That's all I need.
I fed the dog, by the way.
And then I think I should be able to get you in. Let's see. Yep, there's a cat. Wave. Excellent. Karen will be back in just a second. Yeah, that camera.
You hear me though? I fed the dog.
Thank you for feeding her. I'll get her in the morning tomorrow. So, it's only fair. Yeah. We're going to have Karen join us. Excellent. We get to hear a woman's perspective on all of this, which is great. I know she hasn't seen the whole show, but I think she's caught most of it. And obviously she'll have been on the internet, which I haven't really been. I haven't been able to do that. So we got a few minutes. Oh, that Supernatural video should have been in the main show. Yeah, I mean, they would have had, what, another 18,000 people see it or something? I don't know if they were they scared of that? I don't know. Like, I seriously, honestly, the way I feel about that is, like, I want to tell Karen, like, go. Oh, you can't subscribe to Supernatural here, right? It's only the US or something. Yeah, I remember that. Parasite, your wife only eats it hot? Yeah, my wife prefers it hot. But I'm like, cold pizza can be like, it's like a delicacy sometimes, you know? It really feels good. Oh, God. Watched the keynote and was so disappointed with it. Your channel has kept me on. Bearing in mind, I've been up since 8, working from 8:30 till 6 p.m. Wow. How? And so you worked until 6 p.m., Parasite? Are you UK-based? And so now you're still up all the way till 11:30? God, I'm not sticking around for the ISS thing, I don't think. I'm not going to say never, because whenever I say never, I'm like, oh, we're going to end the show, and then I just go on for hours. Sometimes happens. UK's good, man. UK's good. You're in Discord for a second there, Dark. Oh, very good. Thank you for letting me know. I was going to say, maybe after, I'll tell you what, we'll do an end of show Discord session, so if you want to join us again then, I'll do that. I know I said I was going to do this interlude, but then Karen showed up and she gets priority. Nothing. I was saying, well, we were just talking through ads and stuff like that before, but it's no big thing.
Are they?
Here, let me give you.
Still going, or?
Is what still going?
I don't know.
We have one more thing with Carmack in like 3 minutes. Here, you want to sit on the pillow? I got shorter. That pillow boosts me. I'll sit on my legs. It's
Really
fine.
that though? It's like
It does.
ridiculously
It
thin.
boosts me a little bit. So now I'm sitting on my foot. These people don't realize it, but whenever you see like my shoulders above my chair back, it's because I'm sitting on my foot like cross-legged style. I totally cheat all the time. Yeah.
But what, you feel you're too short?
Do I feel I'm too short? Hang on one second. I gotta mic you up. Hang on.
Jeez, it's warm in here. I can tell you've been going all day.
Oh, I definitely have been. All right, let's see if I can. I hope this will work and won't induce like. I can't have it move is the thing. If I have it move, it goes horrible. So let me see what I can do. I'm gonna try to mic Karen up. If this introduces a ton of noise, please tell me, okay? Because it probably will. And I'm so sorry. Oh, hang on.
I should bring up the chats.
I see.
License here.
Yeah, you need a stand. We're almost there. Tiny corner, Karen. Yeah, but she can be big too. I can make her big. There we go. You're big now.
Dan Christiansen says, we hear her fine.
You hear her fine, but you probably hear her on this mic. Let me see.
I can't hear.
What about this?
You can put stuff on speakers, Brad?
Can I put stuff on speak? I can't. I can put you on another headphone.
Okay.
So I will give you this guy. with. Okay, can you hear Karen? Give us feedback. Hey, how you doing, Johnny Five? Johnny Fave, sorry. You're the coolest cat. She's really good.
She's pretty awesome.
She's
Arcanian VR says, Metarifter VR has arrived.
There you go. Yep. Size it to your head. I plug you in. I plug you in good time. Or a long time. Whatever. Tell me.
But now I'm going to have trouble hearing you, so I got to tilt it.
Yeah, you got to tilt it a little bit. Is that? Here, keep it up.
On the cat.
It's a bit weird. Do I have...
Like...
No, see, if I connect it a different way, it's not going to work very well. Is this working or is it a bit weird, folks? You guys got to tell me, okay? Oh,
Do you have any spare stands?
There's one there.
That's one. Any another one?
You need two?
Yeah, for 2 chats.
Okay, one second. We're going to go back to Carmack in just a second, folks. So don't worry, you're not going to miss it. There you go. This is insane. The amount of things on desks and stuff like that. It's insane. Sounds like dual. Mic is boomed more now. It still sounds good, but mic quality isn't as nice as previous. So do you think I should cut out the lav? Like, forget the lav? Karen, you need to say something?
What? Okay, testing. Does that work?
And then if I cut it out, can you hear Karen again? Say something?
Can you hear me? What are you cutting out?
You're a bit quiet. I'm concerned you're not gonna... So, guys, which is better? Before or after? And I'm gonna go ahead and flip the Carmack.
Why my Twitch chat isn't loading? Ooh, that's not a good idea.
Ow. Sorry, this is... I'm gonna turn the volume for me down. So
me too, right?
Yeah, it'll work for you.
No, I'll leave it blasting for you.
Wait, 1 second, testing. I'm gonna bring Karen into this one, if I can. That's massive, hang on. I'm bringing Karen into... Like, the amount of pivoting I've had to do on these streams lately.
This is incredible.
To try to get you in and stuff. It's crazy.
I know you like the challenge, but
I love the challenge. You know me. There was something in the way of the camera. This. You can't put...
Oh,
okay.
sorry. You were showing the top of it.
Yeah, just keep it back away from the view of the camera. What? You can. Hang on. There we go.
What?
Alright. Oh, put it on the stand.
My thing is too... I worry about that. You think it's gonna stay?
Yeah. Gravity.
Yeah,
I can put blue tack on it if you want. I could totally blue tack it. Current setup is best? Alright, I'll leave it alone. What I might be able to do... Let me see. I'm gonna try and cheat. You know how much I love cheating. Alright, what about now? Talk?
Talking?
As if you're responding to people.
Okay.
Just pretend Mr. Chicken said you look lovely tonight.
Oh, the kids and I were having fun because there's this kid's book that like the frogs find a alligator egg.
Adam says,
and
Brad, you're not on live.
Oh, I'm not on live?
Is the narrative process. What do you believe developers should focus on as we seek to optimize our AI-driven VR experiences? Thank you.
So AI-driven efforts they can be magical and do things that were literally not possible under any circumstances a decade ago. But in many ways, training AIs to do things is, it's almost more like training animals than traditional software development. And it can be, I would go into it thinking that you really want to scope down to find something and make it do it as something small and make it do it as well as possible, because we have everything is possible if you give it a large enough training set on AI, but you probably, especially as a small startup, will not be able to deliver the training sets to do all the things that you imagine to be possible. So you have to leverage what other people have already done and find ways to repurpose it. And so voice-based things, I am hesitant to really recommend people go in unless they've got a tight hook. I mean, going in and saying, yeah, I want to do something broad with voice is going to be challenging because you'll run off of kind of a lot of cliffs. But if you've got a really tight level focused thing, then you can probably work something out. And especially if you're targeting it for, like you said, multi-generational families, if you've got something that you want to put on great grandmother into VR, it's like, yes, she's not going to be able to manipulate the controller well. But if you do enough studies to find out what are people like that likely to say to the headset and figure out how to map that in, there might be something there. But as with everything, everything good that I tell developers, you need to have your 100 beta testers to be able to run through and find out how it works, because it's probably easier than most things for a voice or AI based system to sort of be optimizing for your, making your test set yourself is always kind of bound to cause problems when you open it up to a wider world. So diversity of users for your testing cases is probably the biggest advice. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks so much.
Thanks for that great question. Yeah, let's go do another question from the audience. Ash, you want to come on up? Here you go. Introduce you.
Thanks, Nate. Hi, John. I'm Ashes to Ashes 2, and I'm a world builder and scripter in Horizon Worlds. And I was actually a part of the Horizon Creator Accelerator program. I actually want to kind of piggyback off the last question a little bit, because with all the announcements today, I heard a lot about technologies like the Nazer and I think it's GM technology. And these also relate to my question. My question is, with developments like these coming down the line, do you have any predictions on how we could use such technology to make VR more accessible to people with hearing, visual, verbal, and physical limitations? Or are there accessibility software that we can look forward to or are in existence now?
So accessibility wise, I would tell, especially anybody in kind of early startup form, I would urge to not get too wrapped up about future technology. I mean, there are going to be developer kits and things like that coming out. And you could jump on some of those. There might be possibilities to be an early application for it, but it's probably not the real smart money bet to become a successful application, to be kind of wrapped around a real new technology. Depending on your goals, that is the type of thing that maybe lands you in a keynote speech and gets you exposure for doing something interesting. But just by definition, new technologies won't have, that many users. We're finally at this point with VR where you've got millions of users to deal with, and it's not this tiny little thing where some of the people may have the battle scars from trying to do VR 5 years ago, and that is sort of the situation that you put yourself into with a really brand new technology. But I would say that there are things that, kind of like my theme when I was talking earlier about, there's so much we can do with the hardware that we have today, where doing things for better accessibility, like some of my pet things, just when people make VR apps, so often the text is just really hard to read. You've got things where it's hard for people with excellent eyesight to read, let alone people that have poor eyesight. There's all the things you do about just making things much larger, making it like Nintendo text rather than Xbox text for how you would present something on screen. And there's probably similar things that you would do with audio, making sure that you don't mix it in with a lot of background tracks. You kind of duck everything else down when you've got something important to play. But these are things that, in general, like pitching something as accessibility, often, usually it's something that makes it better for everybody. When you've got something where you're talking about a very specific disability, like there was an interesting bit internally when we were talking about how adjusting the floor height in Horizon, just for Guardian, was challenging for people that were in a wheelchair and they couldn't just go ahead and put their hand all the way down to the floor really easily. So we did get in a little way to do that with the thumbstick as something that's kind of a specific thing. But most of what winds up making a difference in accessibility is like readability, worrying about color blindness, worrying about good contrast without degenerating into aliasing, and good communication of using like the audio modality for communication there. So I would generally urge more towards not really picking for like severe disabilities for things, but just how to make things that, that can work with kind of broader ranges of people and make people that are at the fringes more comfortable. Like, what's your specific use case? Like, what are you helping people do?
So like in Horizon, we actually have different events where we invite people to, just be part of the community. And sometimes we have users who are unable to, speak to us because they can't verbalize. So it's hard to kind of like do sign language when, you don't exactly have the tracking to, communicate that way. So I was wondering if there's anything that could help with that.
So that's the type of thing that seems more likely to be on the system software side. And I haven't given much thought to that sort of thing, where that's the problem of making a third-party application. It's hard to integrate something like that to add value to a broad range of things. But I could imagine something like that, about being able to communicate better using all the extra fidelity you have with your hands, but not necessarily with your mouth. But that seems like something that we would have to do at the, at the kind of headset system software, or at least at the Horizon level for things. What might come out of that would be proof of concept experimentations about somebody goes and makes an app to demonstrate that. And then it gets pitched for like, this goes into, this would be so much better if it applied everywhere. But it's challenging to kind of like make, unless it's done as something like a nonprofit with a grant or something, it's hard to wind up, being a company to do something like that, on the third party.
Sounds like we need to invite the audience to try to come up with that technology for us then.
Yeah, but again, technology-wise, always think about what we can do today. I'm, thinking it's fun to hear about what might be coming in 3 to 5 to 10 years, but it's a mistake to actually get wrapped up much about that. We have enormous possibilities just right in front of us now, and just kind of digging around and finding the right thing to do with the capabilities we've got here is my strongest advice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
You're off to a great start here. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, so I'm actually going to bring in a question from our audience on FB Live. This one comes from Oscar. Any possibility of an affordable full body tracking system in the Oculus ecosystem?
So what we can do is the bottom cameras on Quest see a reasonable chunk of your body, especially when you look down. So we have a little hints of information there. We can infer a lot from just where the hands are, or at least how fast they're moving. And I think there is a clear path to us building more and more body tracking solutions using the camera data that we've got, where we have SDKs right now that let us infer a lot about the body just from our 3-point tracking from the headset and the two hands. As we get to augment that with little more hints of of data that we get in, like the cameras right now, the way the hand tracking works, it sort of builds a little rectangle just around the hand and sends that through a big neural network. But we've got other things that can then go ahead and track up the whole arms, up to the shoulder, which can then be a help. Like if your hands are up here where I can't track them right now, it can still see enough of your arm that it can infer things there. And then just being able to see a little bit about your torso can at least tell you, something about the twist of that. And then if you do look down, you can see your feet from it. So there's a lot that can be done just with what we've got right now. It's not everything. It's not like having good trackers actually on your feet or external cameras looking at it. But that's the theme that goes through so much of what we do. Let's not think about what we wish we had in a perfect world, but what value can we get by kind of gentle modifications of things that we already have or we're already going to be getting. So yeah, I think there's definite, it's almost positive that we will start getting something along the lines of more body tracking and, better things to do with our arms and torso, but probably not completely independent sensors for that, at least from us first party.
Great, thanks. And thank you to Oscar for the question. If you're just joining us, we're live with John Carmack in Horizon Worlds. We're taking questions from our in-VR audience, but if you're watching on FB Live or in Horizon venues, feel free to drop your questions into the comments on the FB live stream. Now let's get back to some more questions from our audience here. Oh, let's you with gentleman with the suit on, looking pretty dapper, by the way. Come on. Sure. Here's the microphone.
Oh, grab that.
I don't know, they want to do party tricks.
They're trying to show off the space.
Hey, John. So my name's Malcolm Langell. I've been working in Horizons for about a year now, and I love building in Horizons. It's fantastic. I was also part of the accelerator program, so that was really fun as well. My question is in regards to NFTs. Do you feel that going forward with the Metaverse and Meta, will there be NFTs, and will other companies be able to access those NFTs interoperably between external companies?
So I can't speak authoritatively to this. I know prior Facebook, now Meta, has a whole crypto arm and the Metaverse arm for different things. And I'm in kind of an interesting situation where I've commented that my timeline is sort of bipolar, or at least bimodal in the distribution about this, where so many people think NFTs are just the devil and it's the worst thing that ever happened. And then so many people think like the next economy is going to be built on this sort of thing. And I guess I'm in a little bit of a weird place where I'm actually not personally sure about this, where, like I said, I see a lot of value in this, the idea of this unstoppable global transactions and completely permission-free stuff. But every morning I have to clean out my timeline from all the scams and Twitter spam promotion of the different things there. So I can see people, being a little bit down on that. And I would guess that we're not going to be able to keep ourselves from having some degree of oversight and control, where just the way it comes out for everything, where all somebody has to say is like, oh, there's terrorism and child porn being transmitted through transactions on a platform, and everybody will freak out and something must be done, and won't somebody think about the children, and blah, blah, blah. So I could be wrong. I don't know one way or the other about this, but my guess would be that it's still going to be somewhat of a gated experience, but really I have no inside information on what our strategic goals are with that. Mark made it very clear that commerce is important. People have to make money. I mean, we want to, it's like the metaverse will be real when you've got the first metaverse billionaire for something. It's super important, but the steps between here and there may go over a lot of different paths. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go to another question here. How about you in the back there?
Space ice cream.
Gabriel X.
Space ice cream? It's fucking huge.
Hey, thanks a lot. Thank you, John, for thank you, John, for doing this. My name is Dylan Hunter. I'm in the Oculus Start program. I'm a developer at Signetic Simulations. We're building an app called Chess Cafe, which is a multiplayer hand tracking focused chess game. And yeah, so one of the things we're trying to do is we're trying to really build our apps with the idea of hand tracking from the ground up, as opposed to adding it as an afterthought. And we've stumbled across some really interesting paradigms from this, but also some really interesting challenges, a couple of which being the rather restrictive FOV for high confidence tracking, as well as hand-over-hand occlusion and interfinger occlusion, etc. So, by the way, amazing work. It's just incredible what you guys have been able to do with hand tracking. But I guess my question for you is, with Project Cambria coming out and whatever is to follow that, and EMG input being quite a ways off, I was curious if you kind of knew where maybe hand tracking might be in a couple of years, what the persistent challenges might still be, and if you had any insight as a developer, how we can really maximize hand tracking as a controllerless input modality.
Yeah, so I have been pretty happy with the pace of improvement that we've been able to make, because if we go back in time, there were plenty of people that were just like, well, we can't do hand tracking until we get custom hardware for it, whether it's custom projectors or custom SoCs. And, and it turned out that no, we just kind of bear down and we got something out, and then we revved it, doubled the frame rate, improved the quality. So it's made a lot of strides, and that's still nowhere near maxed out, where just like the point I was making about the body tracking, we can get a lot better with a lot of gestures by not just looking at the hand, but looking at the forearm and integrating all of that information and getting a little bit, if we know more about the body, we'll know more about what possible positions the hand can be in. But there will always be some cases where, like in a completely occluded situation, what you're doing with your fingers when they're covered by other things, we're not going to be able to learn that. But there definitely are hardware things that can help, ranging from, just a straight IR illuminator to any kind of a structured light illuminator, things that can give us a lot more information about it, or just higher resolution, higher bit depth, higher fidelity cameras. Color cameras help a lot for some of the skin tracking side of things. So I would expect the next gen hardware to have, while it doesn't have explicitly hand tracking sensors, that sensor suite should be able to make things better, but it's going to mean like a whole new set of training data, a whole new sets of work going into it, and it's going to take more processing power, which may have to come at the expense of other things. So I expect hand tracking will continue to get better on the existing hardware. The next gen high-end headset will probably have somewhat better quality than whatever Quest 2 has at that same time. But you still will have to be making smart developer decisions about setting everything up so that you figure out which gestures work well in the different ways and then bend your world around it. Like if you've got in the case of chess or whatever, maybe it means you need to tilt the board more up. You need to spread it out larger, just do all the things, since you obviously can't do super fine pick and place. Like down here at certain angles, but a very large board, very large pieces, figuring out all the ways to
controllers to the side.
To allow the user to get feedback as they're going. I know it's sort of a problem with chess where can't touch the piece. Maybe you break that in VR where you want to make sure that the interaction of saying I'm going to touch this goes through a stage of where it's clear you're about to grab this rather than it happening instantly. One of the things that I've always been pretty down on the idea of gesture controls where you do a gesture that turns into a discrete event. I always have said that the best way to do things is with this sort of continuous process where you want to know that like swiping with a hand is one of the better things. You're just moving it over a continuous space as opposed to doing something that triggers a magical action. So going something about that where maybe you're going down and it's telling you, all right, through feedback, using every possible means of feedback. You want to change visuals on what's there. You want to have an audio feedback as it's approaching it. You want to have haptics with the hands, but you can change shells around things, add new elements. So you always have to, don't think people will ever get one form of feedback. You want to just beat them about the head, kind of the belt and suspenders approach of every possible way you can give feedback. Throw them all at it, and most people will miss half of them, but as long as they catch some of them, that lets you do it. So like as you're approaching to do something, starts changing color, starts having sparkles around it, starts playing an audio thing. As it goes into the critical phase, it makes a popping sound and it lifts off and grabs, things like that. There's a lot that you can do with that. And yeah, it's best for you to kind of think about it as a really messy black box. Hand tracking is kind of like a very broken controller right now. It works sometimes, but it's far from perfect. And if you just, it's easy to kind of get upset about it, but if you just accept it like gravity, like as a rocket scientist, I can be like, well, gravity kind of sucks on getting to single stage to orbit or whatever. But if it's just a constant of the universe, then you apply all of your engineering prowess and cleverness to sort of working around it. And if it magically gets better for you in an update 6 months from now or a year from now, then you just look all the much better.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That's really great.
Thank you.
I'd love it if someone just
all right.
was like,
so
John,
we're going to go
now
to another question from FB Live. This one comes from Anthony. How important are varifocal displays for the future of VR?
So varifocal is something that we've demonstrated with some prototype displays. And again, my personal opinions do not necessarily map to lots of other people here, where a perfect varifocal system obviously makes the system better. Now, there's two aspects to this. There's cost, both dollar cost, volume cost, weight cost, thermal cost, processing cost that you have to spend on this. But then there's also the question of imperfect varifocal may not be that much better. There's the question of there's value when it's done right, but what's the shape of the approximation to that? Because it's possible that mediocre quality varifocal, either because you've only got a limited number of adjustment ranges or because the determination of what you're focusing on is imprecise, could wind up not having most of that value or even dip negative, where if the ability to eye track onto something to determine what the distance you want the focal plane to work on, if that's not really accurate or fast responding, you could be looking at something and it gets blurrier than if you never had anything at all on it. So I don't think we're at a point right now where we can say that we have perfect line of sight on really doing it to a guaranteed high value, let alone net value range. There are a lot of problems going from, we had systems that worked well on someone in the lab, and then they spread out trying broader ranges of people, and we ran into more problems with it. There are problems with like glasses, different eye shapes, different eyelid shapes, a lot of things there. So we will learn a lot with the next headset that has eye and face tracking. We'll have hopefully a ton of users trying that. That's much broader than our internal test bases. Although this really does come down to one of those privacy question issues where there's all sorts of these things that we could improve our technologies better if we did collect data from all of these cameras, but we don't. And that's like a big foundational point about a lot of these things. If we were able to sample what everybody's eyes looked like as they were using the headset, that would be a wonderful data set for us. But all we're going to be able to do is infer kind of secondhand, like, does this appear to be working well, rather than why isn't it working well for the different people? So, and the other thing about varifocal that I would make the point that if you, for a lot of the things like dealing with screens, if we just put our screens where the focal plane is, for those use cases, varifocal then could only be a net negative. So it's only for use cases outside of that where it has potential positives, and it still may not wind up being a true positive or a net positive.
Great. Thanks for the question, Anthony. If you're just joining us, we're live with John Carmack in Horizon Worlds. We're taking questions from our InVR audience of developers. But if you're watching on FB Live or in Horizon venues, feel free to drop your questions in the comments in the stream. So let's get another person from our audience. Oh, ma'am, and you up front there, Better World Museum. Come in.
Thank you. Hi, John. Thank you for this opportunity to talk together and to listen to your ideas. My name is Paige Dansinger, and I'm the founding director of Better World Museum, Horizon Art Museum, and Women in Horizon. I've had a wonderful opportunity to be in the Horizon Minigame Accelerator and the Oculus Launchpad. I'm currently obsessed with using Horizon's tools to build more resilient individuals, groups and communities. I do this through climate hackathons to women world building workshops and more. I'm currently creating a game about women's financial empowerment. With this game, I want to create stores with assets and have those assets be able to be either purchased by somebody in Horizon or through Facebook or even Instagram. Do you imagine one day these assets being able to be transferable and or even to be combined with some of the other creator tools? For instance, using a Spark AR filter that I create inside of my Horizon selfie cam. Thank you, John.
So a couple parts to that. Again, I don't have a lot of insight into the official metaverse plans, but I think Mark was pretty clear that he wants commerce to be happening in our platforms, and that it should be not tied into one place. So I think something like that will come along as like a really massively funded internal program to start making something like that happen. But yeah, it's probably not going to happen super soon, but yeah, I think that's very much in line with the vision of what they want to do.
That's really exciting. Thanks for building these incredible tools that empower people around the world.
Oh, and on the
John.
side of like the Spark AR things, I think there very much is a possibility. There's an opportunity for merging that into VR, where I did a hack internally several years ago that let us just basically run other processes on the VR stuff and reproject it into VR. So it's one of those things that's technically completely possible to start putting a camera in there and then feed it through Spark and then put it back into VR, at least as a 2D shape. It would be more work to kind of pull the 3D effects from Spark into that. But that is the type of thing where every time we pile in new features like that, our performance budget for all the things goes down. And that's where we get into those hard design decisions where, like, you know, it's cool here that we've got these cameras floating around with the screens on them for doing multi-camera view of all of this, but that's also probably at least contributing to the fact that we don't have 30 users in here rather than 16. And we can say, like, okay, I could pretty much lay out exactly what we would have to do to make Spark just start appearing on things in Horizon, but it might wind up making avatars 3 to 5 times as expensive, and all of a sudden you can only have 3 avatars rather than 15 there, which then pushes people. It's like, oh, well, let's do it in the cloud, and we can parallelize that more and push towards all of that. So all those are tough decisions. And that was, again, my big point about how we do need to treat the metaverse as a constrained optimization problem, because it's easy to just say, give us magic, make everything work, but it's just not going to turn out that way. We need to say, it's like, yeah, this is cool, but this is actually more valuable, and make
Alex
trades like
Zoidberg
that.
says, does Thigh still work?
Those are important considerations when building in Horizon, especially. So thank you for
Absolutely.
that insight, John.
Yeah.
I appreciate this. Yeah, it's
welcome.
exciting. I love Horizon Worlds. I've been there from the beginning, and it was a real honor to be able to share with my friend Ashes to Ashes and Oculus today at the Building Diverse Worlds in Horizon Worlds today. I'm here also.
It's like I
with
tell
Fern
people
Buns,
that,
my partner, and it's just
when I
great.
spend some time in Horizon doing these talks and things, it's like there's all the things that I can point at. It's like people's LODs glitching, and we need different name tags, but I can see line of sight to where we need to go from this, where it's not there yet, but it doesn't seem like we need something completely different. We just need to polish off all the rough edges, and we can find and open up things to more people, more options, commerce, all that. And I think that I think we've got something that can be successful here.
I believe it. Thank you.
Now sit down.
Thanks, Paige. Great. So I think I might be neglecting this side of the room a little bit. Quaint Cow, come on up here. All right. Why don't you step up a little here?
Oh, no.
Hey, thank you. It's really great to be here. My name is Chris. I'm the developer of Big Ballers Basketball. I'm an indie developer. Really studied the physics to make a realistic game. And the question I have, which is not related to that, but really just the future of VR, is I feel like I've become to realize that I think VR really is the future, and it's going to be really popular amongst many people. And I can see, it being in every single person's home, just like a TV. But I think with that, there are some ethical things to think about. And one question I have about that is, if people might get addicted to VR, and perhaps even maybe a little bit disillusioned. And I'm curious what your thoughts about that. I know it's a little bit of a dark question, but I'm curious.
I do take a position that in general on so many things, I don't buy into the precautionary principle idea, where it's like, if there's a chance of something going wrong, we should take mitigating measures for it. And if we know something's a problem, if there's demonstrated harm, then yes, we should try to mitigate the harm and balance it against the value that's created and make smart decisions about it. But the idea of a speculative harm, I think generally the right thing to do is to wait until harm actually manifests. And I do point at like the FAA regulations for airplanes. There's a saying that the FAA regulations were written in blood. They only made a regulation once there were actual plane crashes for things. Yeah. And some people would say, well, that's a horrible way to do things. We should be protecting people proactively. But in the real world, people are terrible about predicting how things are going to happen. Predicting the future is really hard. And there's all sorts of non-obvious harms that, or at least friction and detriments that happen when people try to predictively and preemptively avoid harms in different ways. So, worries about, VR addiction, or like some of the worries that I have to deal with about AI safety and different things, I do just really not worry about that. And some people might say it's like, oh, that's callous or that's irresponsible, but show me a real problem. We've got real problems that we can then make value judgments and do engineering based on it. So I encourage people not to think about the speculative problems, but it doesn't take long to look around and find something that's a real world problem that we could actually do something about today.
Yeah, I like his perspective.
Thank you very
this.
much.
And it's not the same as like Facebook's break things quickly.
I'm going to take another one from this side of the room here. How about Nips? Second row. Oh, yeah, come on up. Here you go.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Liza. I'm a member of Oculus Start, and I'm making a game called Cookie Gardening about a magical garden with living vegetables that are your friends. And then I also
actually took a look at that a few months ago.
Really? Oh my gosh! Yeah. It's much farther along now. It's very different at this point. I was a software developer at a company called Emerge that does hardware and software for ultrasound-based touch. So I do various things. And I have a really broad question. I just want to know, besides small apps outperforming apps with larger budgets, like we see with Gorilla Tag, what's the most surprising thing, the strangest thing you've seen with data from users?
So, I make a big point about telling everybody at Oculus that we should be paying more attention to the data. And I had a post just like a month or so, less than a month ago, about how we have all this data that we don't look at enough. And I made the point that I have access to all the dashboards, and I don't spend as much time looking at them as I think I responsibly should. My argument now is that I'm part-time and I'm a consultant, but I try to guilt everybody else that it's your full-time job. You should be looking at all of these. And actually my pitch at the time was, we have all of our internal groups, and I was suggesting that the big title images at the top, we should just split them in half, and half of every group should be an appropriate data graph for whatever the group is about, that you should be looking at the real data, because far too often we're just following people's gut instincts or visions on things. And I mean, yeah, some of what you want a 30-something year veteran in is because of gut instincts, but data should always in the end trump gut instincts. You only use gut instincts when you have nothing else to base anything on. And often, you're better off picking a path that you can actually see versus one where you're still guessing. So in terms of real surprises, yeah, Gorilla Tag was a nice one to be able to call out here, because it's like crazy large user numbers. And, looking at it, it's clearly sort of a one-man project. It's like all of the things that I would normally talk about how you increase the quality of different things and the feedback that you'd want to give. It has relatively few of those, but it resonates with people. And it's just got some neat little ape climbing mechanism that turns out to be a ton of fun for people, that could have been invented in Horizon, probably as a different mechanism. I'm not sure if we've got exactly the right scripting for that, but that sense that somebody found a little kernel of magic that nobody else had hit on yet, and it was really easy and obvious that it's got that value there. So, other really surprising things. I think it's nice now that we're getting to a point where a lot of the things that are working are almost predictable. That of the things that I wind up playing, and I play a ton of Beat Saber, where I say Beat Saber is sort of the obviously correct thing to do in VR, where it's taking all the sixed off motion and you don't have to pantomime that there's solid objects. It doesn't have any negative thing about it. Then you get like some of the good things that happen in Population 1 with the climbing ability feeding well into VR. How Pistol Whip is a great game because it's got motion but no comfort issues because it's strictly linear, while also playing into the great value of audio and synchronizing with motion. Subtle surprises. I think the fitness stuff has worked out much better than we expected, where the people that were playing Beat Saber a lot early on were like, okay, obviously we burn a lot of calories on this, but people did think, well, isn't it just going to be gross being in a sweaty headset? But it turns out it works. We're taking some steps now with accessories to maybe make that a little bit better. So I'd say that was probably somewhat of a surprise that fitness has worked out that well. But I think that there's, in a lot of ways, we can look at sort of a game spec that somebody lays out and point out, well, this is going to be a pro of VR. It's going to exploit VR this way. And this is where it's going to sort of run into some of the limitations of VR, or where you'll have problems with users. But this many years into the experience, I think that there's a pretty good knowledge base going right now about what things are working. I'm excited to see how we're testing this idea with Resident Evil and coming up with Grand Theft Auto about taking games that are generations old and pulling them into VR. I'd been pushing for that from really early on, because from a technical level, it's doable, where you can't just go take the latest AAA and bring it into VR, but you can take what was AAA that many years ago and make a great VR game out of it. So we are waiting with bated breath, really, to see how these apps really do for user numbers, resurrections, new people buying the headsets just for that. But yeah, we still occasionally get surprised by some little thing like Gorilla Tag, which was my big argument for App Labs. Like, we can't predict everything, just as Oculus, content czars, whatever. People are going to come up with things where like, damn, we didn't think about that, but it totally works.
We'd like the mic back.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all I needed the mic for.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't have
Great.
Minecraft in VR yet. It's silly.
Thank you so much too. Let's go to a question from
Microsoft,
FB Live. This one comes from Eric. What do you see as the future of WebXR at Meta or in the rest of the XR ecosystem?
Yeah, I didn't have that in any of my notes. I'm not really deeply involved with that side of things, but I always go around this kind of battle with myself whenever I'm like really upset about App Lab reviews or something like that. And what gets thrown back at me is that, well, the escape valve is WebXR, that there's no approval process whatsoever. Anybody can do anything. And sometimes I get into moods where I'm like, okay, maybe I should throw more personal effort into advancing this and advocating for it. And there have been times over the years where I'm looking at the performance of the old WebVR to WebXR apps and tracing them through kind of the stack. And there's things that we can do to improve the performance. There's things that certainly I could advocate for. Most of the WebXR work's still done on PC, and it generally comes over and it's just horrible on Quest initially because they were using that 10 times more power on the PC to make their lives easier. And it's just a little more challenging to do the direct native development on Quest. But it's going to be there forever. I think that it is an important aspect of things, but we haven't seen that kind of breakout thing. And it's like, it does give me some pause that we haven't seen something even like Gorilla Tag that somebody could have totally done in WebXR and made that experience and gotten that to work. I do think that there's something about the communities that are very WebXR focused. They are sort of the purest, the decentralized, trustless metaverse where it's going to be built with web technologies and WebXR. And I think culturally, some of that group is missing some of the user and quality focus that more traditional app developers have. And, I would exhort them to kind of like be more user focused and quality focused on some things, where some of them are the architecture astronauts that I talk about. It's like, well, this could in theory be so amazing, but when you look at the actual practice, it's maybe a little bit lacking. And, a little bit less focusing on the big vision and nailing down the next 100 things that you need to do to make your application more appealing to a broad range of people. But I do think that there's things that we could do on our system software side to make it easier and faster to get into there, where that is something where we totally could be at this point where links go around and they're just a super fast click and then bam, you're in that experience. And you go from experience to experience. But right now it's a whole mess of panels coming up and going down and applications launching. And it's not a clean, smooth thing. And we could do a lot better with that. And the performance is good enough if you are really paying attention to your performance. If you're just grabbing a big toolkit and using it on PC and throwing assets at it, it's going to be terrible. I have reviewed several people's kind of XR spaces, and it's almost physically painful for me going through like how many things are wrong from a presentation standpoint in them. But it is possible where if you say, well, how many polygons, how much texture space, how much can you get through in a WebXR space, you could do great things that look really fantastic. But it requires going at it again as an optimization problem rather than a creative problem.
Great, thanks. And thanks to Eric out there on FB Live. Thanks for that question. All right, let's get back into our NVR audience. I'm going to go with Dork Toast back there. He's had his hand up for a while.
Dork Toast. Dark Toast?
Come on up here.
Dork
Sure.
Toast.
Hey, John. First off, I'm a huge fan of your work for many, many years. I'm Sam Swicegood. I'm the CEO of VR Studio Gib Games. We work on using current hardware for accessibility a lot, what Ash was talking about earlier. But also we develop VR experiences. We have a upcoming murder mystery puzzle game called The Callisto. One of the things that I find really interesting when I'm doing development, and I've been level developing for a long time back from like Quake days, is that there's a lot of differences in user experiences when you're developing level design and UI. And what I was curious from you is, with all of your experience in 2D from back in the day to today, what are some of the major differences that developers that are getting into VR development that are more familiar with the 2D space might look for when they're developing for VR? Like, what kind of major things might they want to keep in mind that are very different in a VR experience from a 2D one?
So from a level design standpoint, I don't think it's really fundamentally different, where the best 2D levels always were built. I mean, the best conventional gaming levels were built by people that had an architect's eye and they had awesome composition skills, and they build things with sort of through the eye of the camera, where it's like you want to get there and still have that same hero shot in VR that you get in a traditional AAA game. So if anything, a lot of the work that was overdone in traditional gaming now comes into its own value-wise in VR, where I still think back to like the original VR test level, which was a little fragment of Rage that I had pulled out for the pre-Rift work. And I remember just sitting in there looking at all this amazing detail that the artist had built in, that I had seen that level, dozens of times, and just run by it onto the next part of the game. But in VR, you stop and you can really appreciate so much things. So I think that there's a lot more to get out of it for it. But in terms of things that you would do specifically, I guess performance is more of a problem, because dropping frames is more of an issue, and you've got less performance headroom because we are stereo and high res and high frame rate. So you can't just go from an equally powerful mobile game and expect all of it to just come right over. You can't use necessarily the same stock shaders and 5 textures for everything. You have to think about it more, but I think you get a lot more out of it. And when an artist gets to build their scene and then walk around and then crouch down and like go look at the brickwork on one corner of their level, it's kind of an amazing thing there. Now, one thing that I had wanted to mention in my old talk was something that everybody building in VR, and this applies to all games, but especially in VR, where in many cases budgets are tighter. If you've got something that has finite numbers of levels, where you've got, this was all you were able to build, people would like more. Some people start doing things like Walkabout Mini Golf does the great thing. They build these great models and then do night mode versions of them where they're just relighting the same work. But there's another hack, which is really, really easy to do from a programming standpoint, and that's mirror your level content, where you would be amazed at how different things feel just doing a mirror flip of your world. Like, make your world and then offer a flipped version of it. Now, if you've got things like text on posters, those get mirrored and that's a problem. But for most things, it's surprising how much you can do. And like, I would love to see like levels that games that I enjoyed, like Daedalus, where it's got maybe 8 or 10 levels or something. Just double that, make them all mirror versions. Walkabout Mini Golf, they should just go ahead and offer mirror versions of those levels, and they would play and feel completely different. That's the type of thing that one afternoon of programming could sort of double the content hours of things that you're winding up building in many cases.
Why do you want double the content if it's good quality content, even if it's short? I don't agree with the Walkabout.
I saw Hey Charnay, I saw your hand up before. Why don't you come on up? You got it. Let me move forward a little bit in real space. There you go. Yeah. There you go.
Smack says hi.
Hi, John. My name is Laura Bougray, and I worked on Vernacular for Oculus Launchpad. It's an immersive language learning experience, and we're integrating AI into our NPCs. But totally unrelated to my question, my fiance and I, Mark Sternberg, we were talking about your talk last year and how you mentioned haptic research that was being done and using vibration to create the simulation to prevent motion sickness. Do you know if there's been any progress that has been made in that field?
I haven't heard of anybody following up on that. And it's one of those things that it's kind of surprising that people a couple years ago at Connect, they had a little headband with buzzers on it, and they had a demo of it. So it's like running you all over the place that should make you really sick. And then they turn on the buzzers and they claimed that broadly, many people did not have a problem with it then. And it seems really simple, but I have not heard of any third-party sort of validation or study on the value of it. I have often thought that having a little bit of haptic actuators in the headset could be useful for a lot of things. Like when you don't have controllers and you just got hand tracking, a little bit of an extra buzz, your brain can very quickly learn to sort of map sensory inputs into different things and kind of use them for different things. So the idea of having small little buzzers, even as just UI feedback, may make sense all on its own. And if we had the ability, and it did turn out that there were some cases when we can tell that there's vestibular issues, that we could turn those on if it made a difference, because that could tie in with something else that I talked about last year that I still think is a good idea. But this idea of, we can tell when we're rendering at the final instant whether something should be uncomfortable because the headset has actually moved in a way that doesn't match up with the way the visuals are presented. We need a little more information from the applications, but there are corrective measures that we've considered doing, like adding either auto vignettes or just reducing contrast or blurring only the areas where there are the actual uncomfortable bits. Like the sky doesn't need to be blurred or vignetted at all because there's no discomfort, but the thing sitting right next to you might have more of an issue there. And so that ability to scan the scene and know if something is supposed to be uncomfortable, we may be able to do visual things to avoid most of that. But if there was some extra benefit about doing something with the haptics, that might be interesting. So yeah, it's one of those things. I'm not aware of any follow-up experimentation work on it, but it does still seem interesting. I mean, it's amazing that we can have 10,000 people in FRL and have all of these potentially interesting and exciting ideas that do not get followed up on.
Great. So who haven't we gotten to? Hey, I see you back there, Sandwich. Why don't you come on up?
Hi, John. I'm Sandwich.
Hi.
I design games and script them in Horizon. And my question is, what are some game genres that you think will work really well in VR that we haven't seen content for yet?
One of the things that I saw some demos of really early on, I think that there's opportunity for taking even really classic retro games and having having them be an interesting VR experience where this notion of taking something that's traditionally a 2D game, and even if it stays exactly the same game, but turning it into like a little 3D diorama of things, moving around. It's a tiny little niche thing, but I mean, I can imagine basically you take Pac-Man or Space Invaders or anything like that, and instead of just being a 2D screen there, everything gets, turns into little models and it runs around and it's like right in front of you, like a living toy set. And I had suggested at one point doing that literally with the emulator. So it is the exact 2D old game and just bite peeking into it to figure out how to place the different models on top of it. And that's something that I'm still sad that we didn't get to do a really good Oculus arcade early on, where I think that idea of some of the old games and it fits. People aren't going to spend $20-$30 largely for things like that, but it's the type of thing that it would be great if in Horizon or something like this you could go and drop a quarter in essentially an old arcade game that you weren't restricted by distance from going to an arcade or something. So I think there's small benefits for things there, but I think that we do know the things that work really, really well in VR now. Again, like Beat Saber is a perfect match for what VR does. We have other things that are clearly very valuable, but still fight against some of the limitations of VR with the lack of being able to physically interact with things. And then we're still getting surprised again by some things like Gorilla Tag. So, I'm still very excited about all the things that are being built. The quality of the games is definitely way up there now over where it was, although we're still nowhere near sort of AAA console quality for almost anything. None of the games have that depth or level of polish for it. But I think that it's coming along in a healthy way. Again, 3 years ago, there was a lot of kind of despondency in VR development about how, we've been at it for years. It hasn't really taken off. But I think this year, things are actually feeling pretty good in the community about people are making real money. It's still, you have to make a great game that makes lots of people happy, but it's not like, well, I did a great job and it still fell apart. So gaming's looking pretty good. I mean, we are trying to expand our breadth a little bit now and not be as focused on gaming, where we want to be general purpose computing devices. But there's no question gaming is still the dominant factor for it right now, and it's coming along well.
So you heard the man. Space Invaders 3D in Horizon by Christmas. All right? We'll hold you to that. Oh, you want the mic?
Yeah, someone in Horizon named Jeff created a Pac-Man simulator that is actually really similar to the idea that you were talking about, where you have 3D Pac-Man and you've got walls and you have to you have to move away from the ghost and everything. So it's really cool what that guy's done in Horizon. I recommend checking it out.
Okay, thanks.
Great. So we're going to continue on here. I see you, Will, there with your hand up. Come on over.
Mute. Okay.
My bad. Just nervous jitters and stuff. But yeah, I'm Joshua Angeli. I work with Laura on Vernacular or on our VR language learning experience. I work on my own game on the side, and I also work at Solom Consulting. So my question surrounds so I've noticed that over this past year, since everybody's been working remotely, or some people have been able to work remotely. Some people have been getting Zoom fatigue, right? Where people just get tired on just being on screen all the time, all day, 9 to 5. Has there been any trends in VR that has helped prevent the Zoom fatigue? Or with the whole pandemic going on right now, what are some new trends that are coming along in VR?
So we're a long ways from making a dent in kind of Zoom meetings. That's taken over the world, and there's like enormous numbers of people doing that. I think the early signs that we've got from Venue's workplace are really positive, where there's a million things that don't measure up right now, but I think we've really got something there for it being, like right now, what we're doing right now, I find this easier to be, talking and looking around at other people than being in a Zoom meeting, like on my laptop's over there with 6 people or whatever on a window. And I find this significantly better, significantly more interactive, personable, better communication. But we have to get to a world where everybody that we want to talk to has headsets. So we are, working on ways to let people come in and still be the face up on the wall when you don't have the VR headset, and kind of mixing and matching across the different, the different personal display modalities and what your different friends are using. And that's going to be a long process, but I think that's one of those ones that could surprise us, where we've got kind of expected growth patterns for different things, but if we really keep our foot on the gas, polishing that and making the experience open to more people, that's something that I think at least has a decent chance of having a real jump and having more people using it. But, nobody knows. It's all speculative at this point. It could be like so many other things where, a very small group of people wind up using it. But if we're able to keep polishing it, I have some hope that could be a big win for us.
Yeah, with all the developments going on with just like the standalone headsets in general and just keeping the price down, that already does a lot, and just trying to get more people introduced into VR. And then with all the great content coming out too, that only helps out giving more opportunities to come in. Thank you for having me here.
You're welcome. You're muted, Nate.
Thank you. So, yeah. Anyway, we've come to the end of our broadcast, but I want to thank those folks that have asked some really excellent questions today. Thank you guys so much in our audience. It's really great. And most of all, we want to thank you, John, for spending time with us here today.
Hi, John.
We hope that all of you watching enjoyed today's Connect. We have one more amazing event coming up. You aren't going to want to miss it. Now I'll send it back over to Melinda, who can fill you in on what's to come. Melinda?
Hour and a half.
Wow, what an amazing event and a crazy cool experience. Thank you so much to our moderator, Nate Barsetti, and of course, virtual John Carmack, who is every bit the visionary in VR that he is IRL. Those were some thoughtful answers and an enlightening Q&A. Well, my goodness, this has been such a memorable Connect. We started with a thrilling cinematic event that we hope you got excited for, because we are as well, and just so crazy about the future. We learned from our VR team that the state of our developers union is not only exhilarating, but only getting stronger. And lastly, we had the incredible chance to hear from an iconic developer and pick his brain with Mr. John Carmack. Thank you so much for being here. And don't forget, if you missed any of our sessions today, we're giving you a virtual DeLorean to go right back and engage with all of today's content by streaming it on demand on the Reality Labs page. Now, this does conclude the Earth-based portion of Connect, because our next stream will take you far, far away beyond the atmosphere for an experience unlike any other. On a day we've explored technology that allows us to connect with people wherever they are, innovation that provides us adventures we wouldn't otherwise have, and collaboration to create stunning immersive experiences. What better way to punctuate it all than a visit to the International Space Station? I recently had the honor and pleasure of connecting with some of the world's real-life space explorers to chat about what it's like aboard the ISS and, hang up out there in the cosmos. So cool. It's a conversation that's out of this world, which surprisingly is a pun they don't seem to ever get sick of. So, starting at 5 p.m. Pacific Earth Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Earth Time, will be a new stream that includes this remarkable VR experience, a spacewalk from the ISS. Now, if you happen to have your headset, we suggest jumping into venues and check it out in immersive VR 180. But if not, don't worry about it. We've got you covered. You can experience it in 180 right here on the Reality Labs page. Just drag your mouse to look around as you like, or on mobile, drop it into landscape mode and move it around to navigate in space.
We're not going to stay, don't
Your
worry.
Space and actual space. Again, that's all at 5 p.m. Pacific Time, 8 p.m. Eastern. You don't want to miss it. Okay, that's where I leave you now, and I would like to say thank you so much to all who joined us for this incredible event. It is you, our community of developers, creators, and collaborators that make this whole thing go.
Yep.
What a connect we've experienced, so thanks to you, and we hope to see you all back IRL for Connect 2022. Until then, I'm Melinda Davenport. Thank you.
Thanks, Melinda. Hey, see you next Connect. Look at that. Yippee-ki-yay. That's awesome. I like their logos, the messaging, the whole marketing thing. Like, they do a different one every year, and this year was very like uplifting. I like that. I thought it was quite nice. Well, what we're gonna do then is jump back here and just see what's going on. They've finished, right? So let me go over here, and where are we on Twitterfall? I like Twitterfall. It's really loads of fun. Okay, goodbye, kitty. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna be an Oculus guy. I started with Oculus. I'm not saying goodbye to that brand. No, thank you. This has been loads of fun. Look, thanks everybody for the support, the donations, the camaraderie in this wonderful community. I've really had lots of fun today. If you missed it, we did do Subnautica Below Zero earlier. We'll continue with that. We're playing on hardcore. I had never played before. Died a lot and all that. See, Dan, Norman, Dark, Ark, FBT. Oh, man. And over on Twitch, Weeable, Yakataka, Swift and Deadly. Thanks all for joining. You know, it's been a fun show. We'll close it out there. I know I said we were going to do another Discord run, but I think that's run pretty late. It's already 12:40 here. You're all tired in your various time zones. And for those of you in Japan, get your asses out of bed. You got work to do. Actually, your asses are out of bed, aren't they? Are they out of bed? Was that 9 hours? 13 hours different? It's gotta be like 13 hours different, so, you gotta be past breakfast at this stage. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm in the UK. Scotland here. So, wish you all a good night. Thank you very much. Glad that was a fun one. There you go. Looking forward to Grand Theft Auto. I wonder when that's gonna drop. I hope it's going to... Like, if they drop that anytime soon, like the next 3 or 4 months, holy hell. That'll be fun. Other than that, I'm gonna slip myself... now, back into the metaverse! No, I'm not. Fuck that shit. No more meta. Good night, everybody. Stay cool. And I'll see you, hopefully on the podcast on Saturday. That's F Reality. I'll see you then. Stream maybe before then. Thanks to Karen and, of course, Zoe for turning up to the show. Zoe looks tired. Is she sleeping standing? Hey, Zoe, are you tired? She really looks tired. Good night. I'm out. Ciao, ciao. Live long. Live long, Oculus.